From all over the world, the players have assembled. The play mats are being laid out. It is time for the World Championships here in Osaka. I know I'm ready. You think this guy's ready?
I'm ready. Welcome to Worlds. Let's get it on.
We are so unbelievably, categorically back. Welcome into Osaka, everyone. It is time for the World Championships. 5 years of flesh and blood and so much more in the future just to come, including some incredible games all weekend long. My name is Sam O'Byrne, and I am just so thrilled to be joined once again by Mr. Pankaj Bajwani. How we feeling, brother?
Absolutely amazing. This is what we've been working towards to all throughout this entire year. This is what the players have been working towards to. It's finally happening. We're here in Japan playing Flesh and Blood. I cannot wait.
Yeah, the keynote last night was just over the top. The amount of people cheering, the energy in the room, some of those announcements. We got the World Tour on the horizon for next year. We've got the Player of the Year, of course, and
6 Arachnes.
Yeah, so many more Arachnes than you could even count. And we even had the inaugural Team Cup happening this weekend as well. For those of you unaware, the players throughout the world are competing in teams of 3 throughout the weekend to accumulate points to their team before the top 4 face off in Living Legend rounds at the end of the event. But in order to kick everything off, they had to play 5 rounds of Team Living Legend. That's A versus B versus C across the table of 3 different Living Legend decks. That all went down yesterday. Let's go ahead and dive in and take a peek at how that all went down. Welcome to Living Legends.
We are going to begin gameplay on round 1.
High-octane action already here at the Team Cup. Spain and Ireland, both sides leaned into the middle game for the winner-takes-all match between Dylan on Dash.io and Max on Bloodsheath Skeletal Viserai. 1-1, both players needing to just get that final piece of damage before Tome of Findall from the Arsenal. Turns out that card's pretty good in Dash.io when Max drew 4 2-blocks, closed the game out. The celebration from Team Ireland there. The atmosphere in here is just electric, and I need to go see more. Let's go check out the rest of the games. 4 rounds gone by and only 1 round left to determine who will be the final undefeated country of the Team Cup Day 1. It's Croatia versus Malaysia. Only 1 round left. Let's get into the arena. Malaysia stands alone atop the field after this first day of competition. Now make sure you stay tuned to fabtcg.com to find out all the rest of the standings as the players continue to accumulate points for each win during the World Championships. And then it all comes down to the top 4 on Sunday. We hope you enjoyed this peek into the Team Cup, and we'll see you in the arena.
A bunch of living legends there playing the living legend format. This is how it all shook out yesterday, the teams and their standings, of course. But I will say one of the main points that I heard all day long when I was in that room, just how fun the living legend format is. One of the marquee formats to come for this game. And we do have more living legend to come later on Sunday, but you're going to have to follow all of the action on fabtcg.com to find out the updates as these players accumulate points. Now, Ponkage. That's the team event kind of happening, you know, in the shadows, in the background, but the lights are dimming, right? The music is swelling as we are preparing to dive into the World Championships here in Osaka. So, Ponkage, go ahead and just set the stage for the people at home. Not only what's at stake, but what's going on here at the World Championships.
The meta has been evolving, Sam. That's the way I want to put it. So the last 2 weeks, we saw the Dash.io Armory deck drop, and that has just sent a ripple effect all throughout the meta. So Dash.io, is she the best aggro deck? Is she fatigable? What are her weaknesses? And in that sort of flux that's going on, we're seeing a whole slew of decks show up that weren't showing up in the first 2 weeks. One in particular I want to point out is Count Your Blessings New, which is just a very, very recent deck that popped up pretty much this last weekend, to be honest. Won a couple of pro quests, a bunch of players today are on it. Count Your Blessings Enigma is also showing up because, in part, they think they have a good matchup with Dash.io, and then also because of the rise of Viserai as well. So influx and evolving is the way I like to put this meta, which is incredibly, incredibly exciting.
And, of course, Brian Gottlieb's pick to take down the whole thing. The Tamer of Purpose may still hear the Tigers roar yet again, but in order to truly determine which hero and which player will make their way to the top of that mountaintop, we have to first see what happens in round 1. Are you ready at home? I know I'm ready. You ready, Ponkage?
Hell yeah.
Let's go ahead and dive into the first round here of the World Championships here in Osaka. And we have got a couple world-class players for you, not the least of which our most recent Pro Tour champion in his home country, Mr. Shoma Yamamura on Viserai versus Denny Sunarjo on Azalea.
Shoma has abandoned his assassin origins and has moved over to Viserai Runeblood for this event. It's going to be very, very interesting to see what he has cooked up with this hero. Now, this matchup is incredibly, incredibly interesting. Normally, you would think, hey, it's Azalea against an aggro deck. That's Azalea is going to be incredibly favored. She's got Randall Ledges. These days, they're also running hamstring shots, which are very, very good into this more red line, low to the ground Viserai list that have been showing up. However, Viserai has an amazing fridge, which is very, very good into the on-heads, and in particular, the Rosetta headpiece that Viserai got, Phase Purgatory. It'll be very interesting to see whether Shoma has chosen to put that in this list. It is very good to Azalea, but it can be very, very awkward sometimes as well for Viserai because they might only have one of those coveted non-attacks or one of the attacks, and then you're kind of gambling whether you draw it back.
Azalea also in an interesting position because clearly one of the queens of the metagame, Enigma, is also so highly represented here, and Azalea does have some really nice play into that hero. It's not necessarily, it's, you know, of course, a back and forth. We saw Calling Leon, Pablo Pintor was, of course, able to take that down over an Azalea, but Murkmire Grapnel is a hell of a drug when you're facing down a board full of ward. I talked a bit to Shoma actually at his game store here in Osaka. It's truly a beautiful shop. There are all of the hero posters on the wall with custom assets that he created. Every time you win an armory on the hero, you sign your name, right? You sign your little initials, and so those are just all over one of the walls where the play space is. Of course, the giant check from Pro Tour Amsterdam, the Azuri, and the trophy on display. But we're going to have to wait and see if Shoma can take down his first round. We know he can take down a Pro Tour. Can he win round 1 of the World Championships here in Osaka? It all comes down to this game. Let's dive into it.
Shoma as well sporting one of those new Japanese Viserai hero cards, looking absolutely fabulous right there.
Got those yesterday. Many of the players did as part of their souvenir package. There's also tournament. Take aim, of course, going to go ahead and give the next arrow attack this turn. +3, we're going to flip over with the Skullbone Cross Wrap, showing the Stone Rain that we just loaded with the reload. So even though this is the first turn of the game, still able to utilize that Skullbone Cross Wrap thanks to the reload on that Arcane Rising card. I like that little ability use token. That's pretty clean.
Yeah, a lot of people opt to tap the equipment or the hero, but Denny just choosing to go ahead and use that little token. It's very, very interesting. Flips into another take aim from the top.
Gonna once again give +3, so +6 on the next attack action card. That is a Ranger card. So we've now utilized the Death Dealer, pitching into it with the Codex of Frailty. Gonna draw a card most likely for the Arsenal. Looks like a Remorseless. That's a nice target. So here's a big old attack for 10. It's a drill shot threatening those pieces of equipment. There's one thing, we saw it in that little recap video. Some of these Viserai cards do have 2 block on them. Let's see if Shoma's able to block this out.
Denny was definitely hoping for an aura of the top there, an arrow of the top there. Unfortunately, drew into another pump. So drill shot is not dominated, fully blocked out by Shoma Yamamura there. Also, Sonata Galaxia in Shoma's deck, Sam. That's very, very interesting. Maybe he's opting for a little more of a setup kind of Viserai list.
Yeah, I talked to him a little bit about it. I think it's mostly for Malefic Incantation.
Oh, yeah.
He said it's a card, going to block out with 4 cards sometimes. Just play it from Arsenal, set up with that Malefic, a card that is doing so much work coming out from Rosetta. Seeing a couple other cards there. What do you see in Bonkage?
I see 4 attacks, Sam. That's not the ratio that Viserai wants to see. He wants to start his own non-attack always. However, does have a Gloom Veil in his hand, so with the Grasp of the Arcanine will be able to go a little bit wide, but not the sort of start he wants to have.
One of the maybe unsung as often benefits of going first. Yes, you don't get the quote-unquote tempo because your opponent does get to block with all 4 cards if they want, as we saw Shoma do, and draw all the way back up. But if they had a nice hand, makes it sometimes you draw 4 cards that are just simply worse than the ones you had to start the game with, as we are seeing here for our Pro Tour champion. Gonna have to string something together here, just get some pressure.
2 blue Rune Flashes as well. Also, neither of them is also a card you really want to Arsenal, but Shoma might be forced to do that over here. See how he navigates out of this.
Grasp is...
You look at your opponent's hand and discard a card from it. So Denny looking like he might be preparing a block here, but you have to think that is what he's thinking about.
No block, no reactions, no succumb from our Pro Tour champion. So Denny down to 36 after taking that attack. And just going to come in with the Drawn to the Dark Dimension here. So no cost reduction, but drawing a card for the Arsenal, as this is a card that you do need to find a way to give go again.
And as we spoke about, Blue Rune Flash, not something Shoma wanted to Arsenal, so opting instead to pitch it and just swap that off our random Arsenal of the Drawn to the Dark Dimension, saying that, a random Arsenal is probably going to be better than this Blue Rune Flash in there. However, he did draw another card off the top. Succumb still potentially being threatened over here. Denny go ahead and says no block, no Succumb coming out from Shoma over here. Denny, 5-card hand, going into his first real turn of the game.
We know it's a Remorseless in the Arsenal, and soon so will Shoma, as you have to imagine the Skullbone Cross Wrap will be the first action of the turn, as it is so often for these Azalea decks. We're seeing the Remorseless, we're looking at the opt. Let's see if we can see. I was just a little too late with that, so we will live in mystery for but a moment longer. Though it looks as though perhaps Denny is going to go ahead and activate Azalea here, so we're going to see that top card at the same time that Shoma does. Show me red in the ledger. Yeah, I think that's a good one to leave on top.
Yeah, definitely. And one thing about the Dominate as well, we spoke about Phase Purgatory, how good it is in this matchup, but when the opposing arrow has Dominate, you can't even turn that text on because you can't block with a non-attack and an attack.
I think it might have been a Sink Below. I'm not exactly sure, but I think it was a Sink Below that is shipped to the bottom thanks to the Read the Glide Path. Now the Release the Tension going to go ahead and join the combat chain. So here we go. This is 11 Dominate and only 1 action on the turn if it's going to go through. So that's going to buy a lot of that fridge if Shoma wants to keep this 5-card hand.
11 is also just out of reach of the fridge. It's 7 block on the fridge, and 1 3 block only brings you up to 10. So even if he ships the whole fridge, he will still be under the effect of Randall Ledger. So Denny over here having a very, very strong follow-up to Shoma's rather weak turn at the beginning.
And of course, Red in the Ledger, it's something you don't have to wax too poetically about this if you've ever played against it, but all of a sudden you're like, wait, but if I take any of the damage, I can only do one thing, and I can only block with one card, so I'm going to have all these cards in my hand. Just a devastating effect, been around since the second set of the game, but of course, at the advent of Outsiders a year ago, Azalea just really took her place, and she's been perpetually a player in the metagame. There was a time when she was maybe even the top dog. Think of Brody Spurlock winning Calling Phuket with that really red line list, but ever since Outsiders, I mean, much like the hero herself, always lurking in the pits, ready to spike and take down any given event. Looks as though it's going to be the 9th blade of the Blood Oath, committed to the block, 8 damage going across, and of course, red in the ledger, active.
Luckily for Shoma, there is no Arsenal destruction effect tied to his Render Ledger. No Seek and Destroy or Lace with Inertia over here, so we'll still at least be able to set up a little bit in terms of, keeping an Arsenal, potentially having a 5-card hand afterwards, but for now, it's looking a bit stranded there, Sam. Viserai not really known for playing well on small hands.
It looks like it might even just be the Reaping Blade to push onto the combat chain, keeping a Sift in the hand. That's a non-attack that can turn on Viserai. 3 damage. I mean, ironically, if you look at the life totals, the heroes are somewhat equal, because to do all of that, Denny did keep all the cards in his hand, and even though it was only 7 damage presented off of 4 cards, Denny did take it all.
Deadeye as well in Denny's list. Also not a very typical inclusion in a Azalea list, but, we pointed at sharpshooters over here. Looks like he has some aim counter theme going on here. We also saw the Stone Rain, so Deadeye could be very, very effective. It'll be interesting to see if he's able to actually turn that ability on. For now, just being used as a block 3.
One of the most enticing features of that Deadeye card, a card that was around for quite some time in the earlier days of Azalea post-Outsiders. You saw Deadeye just kind of an auto-include, and honestly, I do believe it was Mr. Brody Spurlock in Calling Phuket that eschewed the Deadeyes and some of those similar effects that pushed these Azaleas into more of the red line style of decks. Let's see, another red in the ledger flipped over. Now, this one started the turn in the arsenal, so going to be more challenging to find a way to give Dominate, but we see Azalea on the Art of the Premeditate. We see the Seek and Destroy. We see the Take Aim, and of course, it's the 3rd turn of the game. Denny's the first to the Tunic counter, even though he's the only one with the Tunic in this matchup. So even though it doesn't have Dominate, it is still 14 power.
It's great that we have dice that go up to that high, to be honest. 14 is not really a number you often see in Flesh and Blood. Zeta's pretty much one of the few heroes that actually does it. So yeah, 14 Regen Ledger this time does have an Arsenal Destruction effect on it with the Seek and Destroy, and also has a Premeditate on it as well. So incredibly strong arrow coming out here from Denny, but critically, no Dominate.
Saying 14 is kind of hard to come by. Bonds of Agony and Just a Nick would like to have a word.
No, who does that? Who plays Bonds of Agony and Just Nick?
Yeah, neither of us play new.
Yeah.
We would never play that deck.
Yeah.
14 on the combat chain, and of course threatening not only the red in the ledger effect, but also the Ponder token. And as we've seen every single turn in this game, even turn 0, thanks to the Take Aim, the Skullbone Crosswrap, the optionality of being able to look at the top of the deck. So important just to smooth out the turns of these Azalea decks. So that Ponder, so important for Denny. So Shoma, you have to imagine, it's looking like a card, an attack he wants to block, but at 14, it is such an uncomfortable blocking decision he's in.
Especially when Viserai does have quite a number of 2-blocks as well. One thing to point out, though, as you correctly point out, Skullbone Crosswrap is what really allows Azalea to keep smoothing out turns back-to-back. So Denny going off an Arsenal here potentially, this could be blocked out because it doesn't have Dominate and there's a massive Fridge on Shoma's side. It could be a little bit risky because you might draw a completely brick hand of too many arrows or too many pumps, but we know that Denny opted this turn and left that card on top, so he is insulating himself a little bit against that as well.
Shoma also aware of that. A player of his caliber Pro Tour champion also knows that Ponder would draw a card that Denny is happy to see. But again, a bunch of 2 blocks. Yeah, there you go, Denny. Illustrating it for us with the nice Azalea Artist Proust Ponder token. This is clearly a man. You see the Marvel there in the hero slot, and it's going to buy the whole block from Shoma.
Including the Creepers, Sam. That can be a very, very important card for Viserai in some of his turns. Shoma choosing to ship it straight to the graveyard. 2 pieces of armor also being battered down to 1.
This is huge. This is really, as you are describing, and we've kind of just been talking about, I think this is almost as much about the Ponder token as it is about the Red in the Ledger effect. It's really trying to put Denny no tunic, 4 cards, let me see what you can do. Shoma kind of putting his faith in almost the top of Denny's deck, trying to say, can you still find disruption without that Ponder, without that Skullbone Crosswrap? This is just going to be 2 points of damage. Shoma's taking a full setup turn, doing nothing, putting a card in the arsenal. Let's see what the top of the deck has in store for not only Denny and Azalea, but for Shoma and Viserai.
Going to be harping about that Ponder token being threatened there, but I also want to point out that it also dodges Phase Purgatory effect because you're going to draw the card after it hits. You won't have a card at the moment when the Phase Purgatory is blocked with, so the Ponder token is very, very effective of here.
Line it up in the pitch and another card from the Azalea Armory deck, so definitely some aim counter synergies in this, kind of a little bit of a hybrid list. Standard, as we've seen, with some nice aim counter abilities. It's going to be an immobilizing shot there in the arsenal.
Speaking of aim counter arrows, yeah, immobilizing shot, very, very good against Viserai as well, only allowing them 1 non-attack and 1 attack if it hits with the aim counter active.
One floating, knock the death whistle. So Shoma did all that work to block out, to save the Ponder token, to make it a little harder for Denny to have, you know, say in how the turn goes, but knock the death whistle, going to put a wrench into those plans, as not only can Denny have optionality, he can have whatever he wants here.
He could have the 3rd Render Ledger here as well, but I did believe I saw him perhaps put a Judgery Executioner to the front. Let's see if he picks that one. We'll need a way to give it an aim counter, though. Crow's Nest obviously an option when it comes off the top of the deck, but you do have to pay 1 for it.
See what he... Oh, there is the Judge Jury to the front of the pile.
It looks like that's not what he chose, though. Looks like maybe just a Red in the Ledger.
Yeah, just going to be a Red in the Ledger there. So we've seen it once. We've seen it twice. How about a 3rd time? Now, in order for Shoma, at least, you know, saving grace perhaps for Shoma, unless we see Memorial Grounds in the list for Denny, this might be the last time we see this dominated this game. And that could be very important, even though Shoma has worked through a lot of that equipment, trying to prevent a turn like this from happening. And unfortunately for our Pro Tour champ, the turn happened anyway.
Yeah. One unfortunate thing about the future Reds not being dominated is that if they're big enough and you don't have a fridge, it doesn't really matter that it's not dominated either. So Denny right now firmly in the driver's seat at the start of this game.
Red in the Ledger coming in thanks to the Azalea hero ability, and there is a Lace with Inertia and a Seek and Destroy, 2 different kinds of incredibly disruptive effects here, threatening to remove all the cards that would remain. You see a Sink Below over there in Shoma's hand. He'd have loved to throw that in the arsenal after this Red in the Ledger if he could, but the Seek and the Lace going to make that more difficult.
First few turns of this game definitely not been good for our previous Pro Tour champ. Once again, though, Denny going off an arsenal this time, and this time does not have information on the top of his deck. It was a random shuffle after the knock the death whistle, so is potentially susceptible to bricking right here.
See how Shoma wants to block this. It might come down to the tempo gained and lost depending on how Denny is able to string together the next turn. As we know, Shoma is only going to be able to do 1 action on this one.
And this right here is the incredible strength of Azalea over here. Dominating a red, saying you can't use your hand to block, you can't even use your hand to set up because I've put Arsenal Destruction effects on you.
And as you were describing with the shaping of the metagame, all of these aggro decks that are so viable, there are like 4 or 5 flavors of aggressive decks that can do real work in the meta. Why Azalea can really come in and maybe do a bit of a check, even though the deck has sometimes struggled in the past. For Shoma here, the most damage he can do is the Amplify the Arcanite. Coming onto the combat chain, threatening 6 damage. It's as though another nice 3 block and the Amplifying Arrow might be headed to the combat chain to block for Denny. Shoma's doing a good job through the disruption, still keeping the pressure on.
Yeah, as far as attacks go, this is probably one of the better ones. You know, the previous time we saw him under red, all he did was swing Reaping Blade, just coming in for 3. This time able to come in for 6. And as you pointed out, yep, being able to keep the life totals roughly even. However, tempo firmly on Denny's side. And I believe he's drawn into a Codex, Sam. That could be more Red in the Ledgers coming through Shoma's way.
Shoma there doing, you know, optimization of resolving the inertia trigger before letting the Seek and Destroy resolve, saying, I'd like my card on the bottom of my deck rather than the graveyard. It was a card I wanted for my arsenal, so let's keep it in the rotation. Cards like Sonata Galaxia can shuffle the deck, of course, and keep that in, so we do see a power card perhaps in Shoma's hand, but let's see what the top of the deck is here. Spire Sniping going to be loaded. I think probably checking whether you draw first or you use the effect of the Spire Sniping to look at the top of the deck and potentially change the order of those cards.
Yep, we'll get the judge to clear that up real quickly. And want to point out that Denny had the option to load Amplifying Arrow instead of the Spire Sniping, but he opted to block the Amplifying Arrow instead of block the Spire Sniping, saying he really wants to be able to find what he needs off the top, because I believe he drew a no-pump hand, Sam, which is what we spoke about earlier. When you go off an arsenal, you don't get to opt on the top with the Skullbone Cross-Trap. This can sometimes happen. You draw too many arrows or too many pumps, for example. So Denny is showing us that that's why he's opting to do a Spire Sniping is have Amplifying Arrow, try and find what he needs off the top. If he finds a pump off the top, he can Azalea it in, play it, and then play the Codex afterwards.
Even though wasn't able to cross-wrap, still able to have some say about the top of the deck there thanks to the Spire Sniping. Blue Spire Snipings have been part of the decks for quite some time. Let's listen in.
Okay, so I'll draw first. Okay.
Looks like it's going to be the draw first and then the Spire Sniping activation. Let's go ahead and see if we can see what the top of the deck is here. There is a pump and another Codex of Frailty too. Nice cards for Denny here. And of course, Snapdragon Scalers also potentially could extend this or a future turn.
And remember, Spire Sniping is not an opt. Denny can't put any of these cards to the bottom of the deck. He can just change the order that they're in at the top of the deck. Gives us a little sigh over there.
Activate Azalea, let's see. Most likely going to be the Lace with Bloodrot. That is going to be the pick.
Now, was the random draw of the top another pump, or was it an arrow? It was an arrow, so he's going to have to discard as this Codex resolves.
But just going to be the red in the ledger. You see Azalea on that card art. It is her signature specialization.
You know, we speak about Endless Arrow being endless and coming in time and time again, but for some reason, we've seen Red in the Ledger come in 4 times in 4 turns of this game, Sam.
So let's see what the resolution of the Codex is here for Shoma. He does have a Mordred Tide in the hand, but a Lace with Bloodrot on top of a Red in the Ledger. That is not a pill I'd like to swallow.
Mordred Tide, definitely not a card you even can resolve when you're under Red in the Ledger as well. Card that really benefits you if you're able to go wide with it off of Viserai's hero ability, but you only play 1 action, that card does nothing.
And the Ponder here, like you mentioned already, playing around the face Purgatory. Can't keep a card from the arsenal with that effect. Might just be a 2-block in this game. Life totals here, Shoma on 25, Denny on 28. Viserai only 3 life behind Azalea, even though has been firmly on the back foot, but that's how you still win games from a disadvantaged position. And Shoma clearly knows how to play Flesh and Blood.
Codex forcing him to put an attack in his arsenal as well, looking to be kind of awkward. You really think that he'd want to put the Mordred Tide in arsenal if he's able to, and you have that as a setup, but
then you have to play the card from the arsenal. To clear your arsenal, you can only do one thing unless you're going to block with your face Purgatory, slash these other 2 pieces of equipment into 3 blocks. He's got at least 1 2-block in the hand and the Read the Runes.
Read the Runes, also the other card you kind of want to play to set up, but then if you don't block with it, then you're holding on the Mordred Tide, you have to play your arsenal, but if you hold on to Read the Runes, you're probably blocking the Mordred Tide. You really want to set that up as well. It's all awkward right now for Shoma Yamamura.
Looks like he's pulling together either. Yeah, it looks. So look at this. If it's the Swarming Gloomveil, he's considering most likely just playing it now. The Amplify the Arc Knight was maybe the other pick there. That's just to get, again, threaten some more damage if you're going to block out a fair bit. Looks as though might just be doing a setup. We're going to discard the 2-block, discard the Read the Runes, resolve the effect of the Codex, and with the 2 floating, still want to just check the top of the deck for that Ponder. Maybe it's something we want to go ahead and dominate in, but the Red in the Ledger is a pretty juicy target. Gonna come in from the arsenal, of course, with the +3 from the Lace with Bloodrot. 8, no dominate, but still such a threatening on hit effect, and Shoma's already had to discard a card on this turn.
Denny showing us his experience with this hero, remembering the Codex puts the card face down, even though a lot of times just leave it face up to let your opponent know that this is what you put in. Bring it face down, which does allow you cross-trap, which lets you set up the Ponder token and just keep this chain of disruption going.
Mordred Tide, a 3-block on this turn. I talked with Shoma at his store, and he told me, Mordred Tide, very important for many of the big turns. And I was like, yeah, that makes sense.
I think we finally see a succumb in Shoma's hand. Is it 2 succumbs? 2 succumbs in Shoma's hand, but no rune chance right now to begin with, which could be a little bit awkward. However, also a card you can just start the turn with. You don't always need to flash it out at instant speed. Just start the turn with and have Viserai's ability on for the rest of the turn. On to Denny over here. Full 5-card hand from him with the life lead as well.
Still 25 to 28. Shoma, disciplined block on that last turn. Even though the card is so important, Mordred Tide there just going to go ahead and save the Blood Rot. Save the Red in the Ledger effect, not try to play through just an unimpressive turn. Skullbone Crossrep going to show the Codex of Frailty. That was the card opted.
And what Shoma is doing, sometimes that's just the way you have to play into Azalea. When they're trading disruption like this, just be disciplined with the blocks,
100%.
keep your life total high, and hope that they break. And it always feels bad, you know, when you're at this level and you're playing at this high level of competition, you want to have more agency than that. But sometimes, you know, the opponent's deck is just rolling very, very well, and that is your only out. And Shoma is showing us, you know, you just have to be disciplined and play to your outs. And one of those outs is my opponent needs to have a bit of an off turn.
Spoken like a man who's had a couple tough round ones against Azalea in his ProQuest season.
Yes, that definitely happened as well. But Shoma definitely not happy to see a Codex on the other side as well, while he's waiting for Azalea to have a bit of an off turn.
But again, has kept the life totals relatively even, so Shoma nowhere near out of this game.
Denny perhaps trying to figure out how to sequence his turn to have the Codex not be awkward. We saw him discard a card the previous turn to resolve his other Codex. Wants to really try and avoid that.
Hamstring shot headed to the pitch zone, a card you called out before we even got into this game. There's the Deadeye. Again, kind of awkward with that one cost, but keeping the Tunic around for something else. Now pitching the Knock the Death Whistle, so getting cards out of the hand, align it up. Just going to be a +3 here, so once again, we're coming in most likely red in the ledger, 4-8, not dominated.
And these pumps really showing their awkwardness over here, Sam. These are just vanilla 3 damage pumps, but he had to pay for it, so kind of, you know, it's not exactly the off turn. His red ledger is still coming in for 11, and there's going to be a partner at the back as well, but not the best turn for Denny over here.
Right, the Deadeye as well. I forgot about there's 2 +3s, but like you mentioned, does have to pitch cards for them, so not nearly as efficient as the 0 cost 3 pump non-attack actions, but red in the ledger for 11. Doesn't really care how many cards you pitch to pay for. Doesn't really care the cost efficiency of the pump. This is still a devastating effect. Gonna be vanilla, but still something Shoma has to think about, because red in the ledger is anything but vanilla. Red in the ledger is one of the most devastating on hits in the game.
100% play rate of Red in the Ledger per turn of this game, Sam.
Oh my god, is it really every single turn?
Every single turn, except the first one.
You know when you play, sometimes you play against Azalea, you're like, man, I feel like they had it Red in the Ledger every turn. Shoma's gonna be like, no, dude, it happened to me.
It was on stream.
Yeah.
Except at first turn. Turn 0 was a drill shot, but every turn after that, every real turn of the game, as we like to say in Flesh and Blood, it's been Red in the Ledger back to back to back.
But now this has been 2 Codex of Frailties. This has been a couple Red in the Ledgers played and found naturally. This is not going to happen forever, especially because one Knock the Death Whistle is headed to the bottom of the deck. One has already been played. Maybe soon enough, Shoma might force Denny into playing something like, he'd probably be happy with an Infecting Shot at this point. Like, I'll take a Blood Rot, brother. Like, just please. And enough of the Red in the Ledger. 2 damage coming over the top here, so Shoma just going to go ahead and do one thing on his turn. Take a couple damage, looks like down to 23.
Read the Runes would be a very, very good one-card play if he has that right now. And we also know he's still sitting on a Swarming Gloomveil in his arsenal as well. So he is set up eventually to have a good turn. Swarming Gloomveil, very, very good. It's just an extender on your Mordred Tide turns. Also very good to help you resolve a Revel in Runeblood as well. 2 of Viserai's most powerful cards. So Shoma, still has kept his life total fairly decent.
Ooh. Oh, look at this. The Deadwood Dirge is going to target the Frailty token. That is an aura, going to create 3 rune chance. A nice use of that one card. Not a Read the Runes, but basically a Read the Runes, and only possible thanks to the Frailty token. A nice move there from the Pro Tour champ.
Shoma showing us his experience as a matchup as well, something that can be very easily missed sometimes if you don't have the experience you need. Those tokens can be destroyed to Deadwood Dirge, effectively giving him a Read the Runes with Go again. Of course, he was under red, so he couldn't use the Go again. But for now, he has run to Revel in Runeblood and Succumb to Temptation as well. If Denny doesn't have a disruptive turn on this turn cycle, Sam, we could see Shoma finally come back and actually have a turn in this game.
Seek and Destroy. Let's activate Death Dealer here. So I got a number of arrows and 1 pump. I think it's 2 stone rains and a drill shot. I do believe he left it on top, though. He was waffling back and forth. Draw a card here.
Drill shot.
I think a lace with frailty. So read the glide path, going to allow to opt again. Premeditate on top as well.
Drill shot, finally a card that doesn't threaten disruption, just threatens vanilla damage and, potentially just, extra damage by taking away armor block, unless something gets Azalea'd off the top over here. Nope, just gonna be a drill shot coming in. Shoma finally has a bit of a break, but this is still drill shot for 13.
Bit of a break, but 13 damage, threatening a frailty token, threatening to put a -1 counter on a piece of equipment, and threatening to seek and destroy any cards that Shoma wants to keep after this turn. Though, for Shoma to get back in this game, it's going to take 5 cards. It's going to take 4 cards in the hand, 1 in the arsenal to just go ahead and go absolutely buck wild on a turn cycle on the combat chain. But to do so on this turn, he has to eat 13, go down to 10. And against a hero that likes to dominate as much as Azalea does, that might be a tricky puzzle to figure out.
Phase Purgatory is live right now. This arrow does not have Dominate. He also doesn't need to fully block it out. Denny is holding on to 1 card, so unless that card is something like a Rain Raises or an instant they can expend from his hand at instant speed, Shoma might be looking at Phase Purgatory, might be saying this is a very tempting time to use it.
And we haven't seen any Rain Raisers, none in the pitch zone, none being played. They could just be in the bottom half of the deck, and it looks as though the Phase Purgatory is just going to buy all the rest of the cards, so that is going to definitely trigger the card. We're going to discard the final card, which is the Stone Rain, and draw off the top for Shoma. So Shoma's saying, yeah, 13 damage. I'm just going to block that. Put the Phase Purgatory at Punkage. Your mouth is agape right now.
Yeah, what I'm most curious about is the random draw off the top for Shoma. Was he gambling that he wants another setup piece like a Read the Runes or Dirge or Sonata Galaxia? He found another setup piece.
Sonata Galaxia here, you can just play it. It's, if you're looking for a 0 cost, doesn't matter. The cost is technically reduced thanks to those 3 rune chants off the back of the Deadwood Dirge. But now we've got a Malefic Incantation. That's going to create rune chants. We have, of course, the Swarming Gloomveil in the arsenal from the Codex of Frailty. Shoma just needs a moment to breathe. He gave the whole hand. He gave the Face Purgatory. Denny's Tunic is on 3, but at least he's got no card in the arsenal to start this thing off. Let's see what Denny can put together. He's leaning back in the chair. He knows just as well as we do this is an important turn cycle. You have to disrupt the Viserai here because finally Shoma might have a moment, and this Viserai deck can go crazy. It's one of the most represented decks at this tournament for a reason.
That was a very, very fortunate draw off the top for Shoma over there. However, he could have still just swung the Reaping Blade for 3 rune chance and 3 physical if he drew something he wasn't very happy with. But finding Galaxia off the top was amazing because now, Sam, he is incredibly well set up for Mordred Tide. He had to block one of them. 2 more still in the deck over here. Mordred Tide with Malefic Incantations and an incredibly explosive start to a turn.
Codex of Bloodrot creating a Ponder once again for Denny. A Bloodrot for Shoma. Now also able to utilize the Skullbone Crosswrap because the card from the hand in the arsenal face down. Actually a nice effect here for Denny, allowing the Skullbone Crosswrap to be used.
Something we spoke about, Sam, was the number of Render Ledgers that have been out from the deck. All 3 are gone from the deck, 2 Codexes as well. But we have to remember, Denny's playing an aim counter version of Azalea. There's a card in his hand. It's called an immobilizing shot. It's not quite a Render Ledger level of power, but it is very, very close against, especially against a deck like Viserai when he wants to go super, super wide. So, might be out of Render Ledgers, but he still has other aim counter effects that could be very, very effective.
Now this Codex of Bloodrot is allowing for another card to be played. The Tunic here is just going to go ahead. We were seeing the Sharpshooters. It is going to be the immobilizing shot, just as you called it out. This card is going to be so impactful thanks to the aim counter, thanks to the Sharpshooters here. This is threatening not only the Codex, the Lace with Bloodrot, but the immobilizing shot. Shoma needs to take a look, and so do we. If it has an aim counter, when this hits a hero, only 1 attack action and 1 non-attack during the next action phase. Warmongers at home, perhaps.
So you could still, play a non-attack, play a Gloomveil, and swing the weapon, still do that, but you can't have the 4 to 5 Chain Link White Oak cards played that Viserai really, really wants and kind of needs to get back into this game, to be honest. Also need to point out the release attention here, Sam. No D-Rex from Arsenal. We know Shoma's Arsenal is a Swarming Gloomveil, but we also know he is running those D-Reacts. So pumps like release attention, not so effective this turn, but could be very, very effective at some random point in the game.
Can Shoma block this out, prevent the Bloodrot Pox? He does have another red Malefic Incantation. That's a great 1-card play here. Again, try to keep. There is a Ponder, so Denny will be able to check the top of, or to grab a card from the top of the deck to put in the arsenal.
However, if Shoma is able to develop that second Malefic Incantation, finally find that moment to play perhaps something like a Mordred Tide, it could start to get a little nutty.
And one interesting thing about when you use a lot of your hand to block, you don't even need to cover it up anymore. I mean, at that point, you're just covering the Blood Rot token, because the immobilizing shot effect, it doesn't really matter if you've used most of your cards to block anyway.
10 on the combat chain. Shoma still at 23. He was at 25 for a while, took 2 from that big red in the ledger down to 23. Denny's been at 28 for a number of turns here, but these players still being relatively even. This is the discipline that you have to have facing against an Azalea. It can be tempting to just try to fight through the disruption and take suboptimal turns, but that is the advantage that Azalea looks to grind out and eventually find the victory for. Shoma grabbing the grasp of the Arknight, putting a yellow Malefic Incantation, putting a Swarming Gloomveil, that's blocking 4/6, and then the 4 from the sink below, so not going to resolve that, keeping that red Malefic Incantation, looking like it might just be a setup turn for Shoma.
So have to call out the grasp of the Arknight block there. As we spoke about, if you're going to give that many cards on defense, you don't care about the mobilizing shot on hit anymore because you're not playing that many cards to begin with. So using the grasp to actually cover up the breakpoint, Shoma telling us he's actually valuing his life total very, very highly. As we've seen him play throughout this entire game, he used that block to basically prevent the Blood Rot, the extra Blood Rot token that immobilizing shot was threatening. So effectively using the last block on the grasp of the Arknight as a block 3.
And look at this, going to go ahead and not only play that red Malefic Incantation, but still play the Swarming Gloomveil from Arsenal because it's 3 rune chance now. It creates 3 rune chance because you have played, of course, your non-attack for Viserai, and we've started the Malefic Incantation train. So Shoma either perhaps thinking like, this game, I want to make sure I don't die with a counter on either of these Malefic Incantations. If that were to happen, I want to either win the game because I've gotten all the value out of them, but the last thing he wants is to end the game and be like, I never attacked for that final time with the Malefic. So even though this is just this turn's worth of attack and value, you still get your 3 rune chance, and you've gotten at least one of your uses out of them.
It can be very, very tempting to just hold on to your incantations until you find the Mordred turn, until you find the big pop-off turn. But yeah, that just opens you up to potentially dying with all counters on them as well, which means you just IP'd yourself a couple of times throughout the game. So Shoma over here just choosing to send that Gloomveil, not sub an Arsenal, left 2 counters. If he has a Mordred Tide in the near future, those incantations will start being a world of hurt for Denny.
21 plays 21 in the first round of the World Championships here in Osaka. It is a hamstring shot revealed to the skull bone cross wrap, but Shoma has fought through disruptive turn after disruptive turn to get to this spot. Life totals being even, but a 5-card hand from Azalea might make this again just a little more tricky to work through. Let's see what the play is here from Denny. Looks like we're going to activate Azalea, card from the arsenal to the bottom of the deck, and we're finding a Remorseless Disruption and the Crow's Nest activation. Anytime a card comes in from the top of the deck, you can pay a resource to give it an aim counter. Remorseless doesn't care about aim counters, but a lot of these new pumps from the Armory deck certainly do.
Speaking of pumps, the Deadeye in his hand, not from the Armory deck, but the Deadeye in his hand certainly cares about aim counters, Sam, allowing you to look at your opponent's hand and choose a card to discard, which against a deck like Viserai could be incredibly, incredibly effective because they are so particular about the way their hands function.
Let's see what the follow-up is. This Remorseless, of course, does have Dominate thanks to Azalea's ability. Deadeye paying the final resource. If the arrow has an aim counter, of course, the Deadeye effect going to do a sign of Succumb to Temptation style effect, keeping the Tunic counter around and pitching the Read the Glide Path. So not valuing +3 on the turn, just wanting to go ahead and utilize that card for pitch.
Denny's recognizing that without Shoma's armor and with no arsenal potentially having a direct, well, wouldn't even be live because of Remorseless's effect. So Denny's saying, look, this on-hit is going through. I'm going to be able to look at your hand and pick it apart, like do some sort of new cosplay impression or something, and make sure that you don't get to have a strong turn follow-up. I'm going to be able to arsenal this Codex of Frailty. So Denny being very, very disciplined, saying, this Codex of Frailty in my arsenal with the Tunic up means I can potentially do a very efficient red ledge on the follow-up turn and just keep this train going. Shoma Yamamura just unable to catch a break this entire game, Sam.
Yeah, that's a heads-up play from our Azalea player here, trading the 3 damage now from the Read the Glide Path, utilizing the Tunic counter to utilize the Tunic counter on that Codex of Frailty turn. It's 3 nice damage on a Dominate turn, but the potential threat of just even a non-dominated red in the ledger with the Tunic, something Denny wants to be able to actuate.
And Denny is sort of recognizing his position over here. He's recognizing some of his own vulnerability over here and really showing us his experience in this matchup as well, saying, look, I don't need to send this for 11. Sending it for 8 is already good enough because I'm going to be disrupting you. What I value is making sure that I disrupt you turn after turn, because if I send a big one now, but I don't have disruption on the following turn, that doesn't really help me. I need to make sure that I can send a smaller one now, a smaller arrow now, which is disruptive, and that ensures I also get to send disruption on the following turn, and that's just way more valuable to me.
Let's see what the block is here from Shoma. Only one armor block remaining for the rest of the game. Azalea, as she often does, has chewed through that like breakfast. So only one block left on that Dyadic Carapace. This is coming in for 8, threatening the Remorseless effect, threatening the Dead Eye effect. Both players, again, sitting at even life totals, 21 apiece. Shoma found ways and has been finding ways to get damage across, even in the face of all the disruption that this Azalea deck has been presenting.
You know, we keep speaking about the life totals being even, but we have to recognize Shoma started with 8 more armor on the board, which is all gone right now. So life totals are even, but he has been taking way more damage because of all the armor that's been gone. And we're seeing that here, only able to put a 3-block, not being able to cover up this Remorseless. The Deadeye effect is going to go through, Sam.
Denny might be having a think. Has to be about the Snapdragon Scalers if this Codex wants to be used on this turn when Shoma has no arsenal, right? That's got to be the main consideration here. If Shoma sets up on the next turn because of the Deadeye effect, Denny wants to try to force that discard effect through from the Codex, right? So this Snapdragon Scaler is being committed on this turn. Remorseless now has go again. Let's take a look at the hand here. Shoma's got to show it, and Deadeye's going to take a card.
We spoke about utilizing the Tunic resource in the following turn, potentially just keep chaining the disruption, but Denny's saying, no, I'm going to use it right now, my Snapdragon Scalers. Just try and shut the door before you can start getting value from these Malefic incantations.
3 nice setup cards here for Shoma. Looks like he might be picking, Denny might be picking the Revel in Runeblood or the Malefic incantation, realizing how powerful that new Rosetta Runeblade aura is. Just has really transformed the Viserai deck. I think it's the single card that has pushed it forward into the meta relevancy, into the representation that we're seeing here at the World Championships.
Particularly its synergy with Mordred Tide is just so incredible, Sam. You play this and now each of the triggers giving you 2 rune chants instead of just the 1. It feels almost unfair sometimes.
Wow, yeah, a yellow Malefic incantation was just chosen over a Revel in Runeblood. A new yellow common over the card that has been a staple of this deck since the Revel in Runeblood came out in Eversfest. If that does not tell you what Malefic incantation does for this Viserai deck, I don't know what will.
So Denny here, you know, we spoke about him he's just putting the gas right now, Sam, but he is open to potentially not finding a disruptive piece on the following turn because he's committing the Codex of Frailty right here and right now. If his following turn is just vanilla damage and not too much of it at that, and if Shoma gets, finds one of those 2 Mordred Tides remaining in his deck, this could look rough for Denny over here.
And there's the Tunic. Here's the red in the ledger. We talked about it being for a turn later, but Denny wanting to get the discard from the Codex of Frailty effect. It's such a devastating component. It's a card that is really good if your opponent doesn't have to discard, but when they do, that's when the value propositions really kind of go over the moon. That Rattlebone's just going to be committed for 2 points of block value. So Shoma down to 14. It looks like... Is Rattlebones a 3-block?
Yes.
Oh, look at that.
Very, very strong card there. And finally, we're starting to see a life total shift towards Denny's advantage over here. Now that the armor has been chewed through, Shoma unable to hide behind that anymore. Now has to start, taking points to his life total.
And yeah, amplify the Arcanine, even though there is a Frailty token. Once again, we just want to get the value from the Malefic incantations. And here is 9 points of damage all of a sudden. Or I guess 8 because of the Frailty token. But Shoma here just finding the best lines possible, utilizing the Malefics, getting the value when he can. If a Mordred Tide comes to make those final counters even more insane, that might be the difference. Denny here facing down 8 points of damage. If Denny takes it, once again, the life totals will be even, but Denny's got that 5-card hand. A lot of those power cards, we talk about the armor being taken away. It's life totals for Shoma, and it's kind of power and optionality for Denny, right? The sharpshooters enabled that big turn with the aim counter, the Snapdragon Scalers for the Codex of Frailty, right? So those are gone as well. So Denny's working through the power. Who is going to be left on top? Denny taking it all here.
Oh, and here's a Knock the Death Whistle in his hand, Sam. And we spoke about the aim counter synergy. Judgery Executioner, a card we have seen in his deck. He has moved past it, but now he has a different blue aside from the Knock the Death Whistle. Potentially going to be able to, actually resolve that card with the aim counter on it.
Let's reveal the Lace with Inertia thanks to the Skullbone Cross Wrap. That's a nice card. Nice +3 pump. Shoma there went off of Arsenal. That was the third Codex of Frailty played, or at least the one on the pitch zone near the bottom of the deck. So feeling safe to go off of the Arsenal. Remorseless here being loaded in. There's the Knock the Death Whistle. So here's another dominated card coming in.
It is going to be the Judgery Executioner over Sam. I've not seen this card resolved, and it's incredible that we're seeing it being resolved round 1 of the World Championships in Osaka.
I've seen it resolved against me in a rated event. It was fun, let me tell you, especially with a Deadeye. So you actually just get no cards.
Wow.
Yeah, Judge, Jury, Executioner, not only with some of the most striking art in the game, but it certainly has a striking effect, discarding all but 1 card from hand on hit with an aim counter. I love the deck building creativity we're seeing from Denny. This is a hybrid list between kind of full aim counter and just good freaking Azalea cards that are staples in the deck, and really being shown to good effect here. Oh, are there 2 more pumps ready for this arrow?
Especially with all the armor running around, right? All the aggro decks these days have massive fridges. Denny recognizing that only 3 Randall Edges, actually only 6 Randall Edges, even with the 3 codexes, not going to be enough. I need to supplement my Randall Edges with these aim counter arrows as well, the immobilizing shots, the Judgery Executioner as well, the Deadeyes, just to make sure I'm always disrupting my aggro opponents, because otherwise the fridge block is just going to make it too hard for me to actually chain the disruption. And this is incredible. This is an incredible showing of this very unique Azalea build.
14 dominate Lace with Inertia as part of the equation. So if Shoma wants to keep any of those attack actions, he has to play it. He has to lose the value from the Malefic Incantations, and going to have to discard down to all but 1 card thanks to the on-hit effect of this dominated Judge, Jury, Executioner. Shoma down to 2 after taking that devastating hit here.
Inertia token just adding insult to injury over here, saying you can't even set up. All you have to send that, you either swing the sword or you just send an attack at me. Fun fact about Judgery Execution was mentioned that the 5th anniversary stream, actually, the internal name for this card was Ace of Spades because of Azalea's, theming around cards, like 3 of a kind.
That.
And this is only one off in the deck. That's your kind of most powerful marquee card. So, cool little fun fact over here being showcased.
That's sick.
Yep.
Reaping Blade coming in for 5 here. 2 from the Rune Chant, 3 from the Reaping Blade. Shoma saying, I can be a little bit like the Florian decks we're seeing kicking around out there.
And now he is at 2. He's at the point where a Dominate would finish him off, but even a non-dominated big enough arrow will just take the whole hand anyway, regardless of disruption. Best disruption in this game, Sam, is death.
Yeah. It's about as punishing an on-hit effect as we've ever seen in trading card games. Then here.
So Shoma over here actually opting to pitch the Swarming Gloomville for the Blade instead of sending it. Sending it would give him 2 Runechant tokens from the Malefics, but I think this is a play that he's recognizing his out is Moderate Tide with these Malefic Incantations. He's saying, I want to save the last counters on these for the Moderate Tide, of which there's still 2 left in my deck and I haven't seen them yet. Finally draws 1 right now. Let's see if he's able to keep a big enough hand to actually use them to effect.
He is hoping for Denny and Azalea to draw 3 non-attack actions. Bolt and Shot going to enter. We're going to draw a card with the Death Dealer. Let's see what was found. Looks like there's a premeditate, so this will have go again and threaten the reload. No Tunic counter on the turn for Denny, so this one's just coming in for 7, go again, and of course threatening the reload. And without the Death Dealer, that's something that Shoma's going to have to consider.
It is, when you see a bolt and shot pumped after Death Dealer has been used, you are very, very tempted to go in and block it to prevent another arrow coming in. But Sam, I believe Denny drew into, it is other arrows. For a moment I thought it was Codex of Frailty because the deck was shuffled from Nox. The one that was pitched could be drawn back, but no, it's just more arrows. So very, very relevant on hit over here. But Shoma has to be thinking about the Codex as well, because if it's an arrow, then yeah, you want to stop this out. But if it's not, then you don't really care about the reload if it's a Codex.
But maybe you just have to put him on on not having the Codex, right? You have that final point of block on the Dyadic Carapace. This is maybe the last time. Looks like we do have a Sync below as well, so that could just be a 2-card block. This is a bit, it's not a full brick, but Shoma does have some agency in how the rest of this turn plays out. And being at 2, I think you just have to put your opponent on not having the Codex. You just have to say, my out is you don't have Codex. I stop this reload. You're now at 8, which is something with 2 Malefic Incantations, something that could start to get pretty dangerous for our Azalea opponent. Only 1 AB, we only need the 1 AB on the Skullbone Crosswrap, but something that Shoma might, he's got the Deadwood Dirge. That can make a lot of auras as well.
So Shoma potentially thinking right now, does he want to block this in Arsenal, the Sink Below, or does he want to use the Sink Below right here, right now, to maybe have a bit better of a turn? Or does he want to be able to block better on following turn so he can keep more cards on offense?
8 minutes and 28 seconds left on the round timer. Shoma, our reigning Pro Tour champion, down to 2 on Viserai. Of course, Denny, our Azalea player, on 8. Shoma has found so much damage, but the Mordred Tide has to be committed to the block, plus the Sink Below. Any Sink? No Sink here. Just going to go ahead and Arsenal is Denny. That Stone Rain, a nice card. We'll see if it comes up in this game, but an underrated card, in my opinion, from the Azalea Armory deck. Let's see what the follow-up is here from Shoma Yamamura. It's going to be Deadwood Dirge, targeting one of the Malefic Incantations to create 3 Rune Chant tokens, which means Drawn to the Dark Dimension is coming in, making 2 Rune Chant tokens, 1 from Viserai, 1 from Malefic Incantation, threatening 6 total damage. Now Shoma just gets that random Arsenal, keeping the 1 block on the Dyadic Carapace, but just trading those cards for 1 random card off the top of the deck. It worked out nicely for him earlier. Let's see how it works out from here.
Drawn to a Dark Dimension, and a very amazing inclusion in the recent Viserai list, because this list very often just casually has 2 Rune Chants sitting around. You have 1 from the Viserai trigger and 1 from just 1 incantation. You know, in this case, he had 2 incantations and with 3 Rune Chants, but often you just 1 incantation, Viserai trigger, you're drawn to a Dark Dimension, creates another Rune Chant because of Viserai, and replaces itself. It's been a very effective inclusion in this Viserai list. I'm so glad to see this card come back into Viserai lists.
Denny here separating out the hand for exactly how he wants to handle this. Codex of Bloodrot, a nice card there for our Azalea player, threatening Shoma's full life total. That means he has to think about the Bloodrot at the end of the turn as well. AB3 going to be the commitment here. With that blue card, perhaps no, taking it back out of the pitch zone, giving the double check.
That would be a very good sign for Shoma Yamamura.
I think it's Codex of Bloodrot and 2 arrows.
Yep.
I think it might be.
When you see your Azalea opponent block and it's not even a lethal attack, Shoma's saying, have I caught a break? He's going to have an Arsenal as well. If 2 cards are committed from Denny over here, you know, Shoma might actually have a turn on the follow-up. Now, the 2 Mordred Tides have been blocked with, so he does need to, you know, if he finds a 3rd one over here, it could be very effective.
Now with Denny at 8, it's really going to come down to, perhaps, it might come down to what is the top of the deck and what does the Skullbone Crosswrap show. Codex of Bloodrot, of course, going to be very threatening, but without a pump, there's not going to be that much disruption available or damage being presented. So Denny here going to block 3. What is the top of the deck from the Skullbone Crosswrap? Tunic to 3, Skullbone Crosswrap activated, showing the Stone Rain. What do we see?
It's a pump. It's a line it up.
Pump. Line it up. That does make this turn more interesting. With the Tunic, can pay for it.
Well,
but how do you get the card in the arsenal? I guess the Codex of Bloodrot.
So you could Azalea it in, but then you lose the Stone Rain, which is what cares about the aim counter. So Denny might opt to just send it to the bottom, or he could Azalea it in, pitch the Death Dealer, and just send Bolt and Shot for 7, while the aim counter doesn't matter over there. You know, it is still 7 damage and Shoma's at 2 life. So.
Codex of Bloodrot could also reload. You have the Tunic counter. You reload with the Codex of Bloodrot, right? You have the Bolt and Shot. That can get the +3. So you're just threatening damage when you have the Bloodrot as well. Let's see here. Denny at 8. Shoma still sitting at 2. 4 minutes and 55 seconds left on the round timer. That card's going to the bottom. Azalea. It's a blind Azalea. First round of the World Championship. What do we find? It's another Codex of Bloodrot.
I mean, that's still pretty good because that's 2 Bloodrot tokens, which is, you know, 2 blues from Shoma's side iffy, unless he kills Denny on his turn.
And not exactly what Denny wants to see, but 2 Codex of Bloodrots mean that there, of course, Shoma has to consider those Bloodrots on the next turn. What does Shoma have? He's going to have to block from here. Codex of Bloodrot. Codex of Bloodrot number 2. Yeah, there's your Ponder. Let's finish the resolution. There's the Blood Rot token. Second Codex of Blood Rot. Azalea diving deep into the forbidden knowledge within these codices. Let's see. Two Blood Rot Pox tokens and the bolt-in shot. So 4 damage. Shoma can give 1/3 block here and be alive on the turn. And there's the final Mordred Tide.
So that's 4 virtual damage that Denny just dealt to Shoma, which, you know, if Denny's able to survive, Shoma will need 2 blues, but there's a Mordred Tide in the hand over here. He's going to have at least 4. He could have at most 4 cards because he just needs to give 1 card on block over here. He's going to do some math. Can he kill Denny before the Blood Rots kill him, or will he be forced to use 2 blues to pitch the Blood Rots to go ahead and survive? This is a nail biter of a game, Sam.
For our first round, 2 Rune Chant tokens, of course, being created left over, 1 from the Malefic, 1 from the Viserai trigger on that last turn. So Shoma has 2 damage virtually on the board, and these Azalea decks, I think Denny's has a higher yellow count thanks to these new cards from the Azalea Armory deck, but those blues, it's really like Spire Sniping, Knock the Death Whistle. Those are the 6 blues that these Azalea decks run, and we've seen some Knock the Death Whistles already be committed to the combat chain for their effects.
So Tunic is also up, so that's very important to note as well. That's a virtual 3 life there in Denny's equipment zone over here. 1 count on the Tunic to stop Arcane and 2 block on those 2 pieces of equipment. You know, should Shoma go for a bit of a Hail Mary, I'm just going to try and kill you right now while you're at 8.
I feel like that's kind of what has to happen. 2 minutes and 45 seconds are left on the round timer. We can't let this game go on too much longer for either of these players.
So he also does have 2 blues in his hand. He has become the Arc Knight and a Rune Flash, so he doesn't need to go for the Hail Mary play because, you know, that's the sort of player where, you know, you shoot at the king, you better not miss, because if you miss, you're going to die to Blood Rots.
4 damage on the combat chain from the Bolton shot. That's going to buy the Dyadic Carapace. Need to give at least 1 more card here.
What was the random draw off the Draw into a Dark Dimension?
Yeah.
That is the question. If he drew something like a Revel and Runeblood with that Mordred Tide.
Is it a Become the Arc Knight as well in the hand?
So Become and Runeflash. He has 2 blues to play for a Blood Rot. So if he thinks his damage isn't enough, he can just go for the safer line. And just convert the blues.
2 blues off of the 2 ponders, literally. But one of them has to go to the arsenal here. Interesting for Denny keeping a blue in the arsenal rather than just keeping not only 2 blues in hand, but 2 3 blocks. That's a fascinating decision. We're going to see the Mordred Tide. We're going to see the Become the Arc Knight. Shoma's just going for it.
He's going for the Hail Mary play.
We're discarding the Rune Flash. We're grabbing a non-attack action. It's going to be a Deadwood Dirge. We're getting as many Rune Chants as possible.
This kills a Blood Rot.
Oh, we kill the Blood Rot.
Yep.
Yes, of course, with the Deadwood Dirge, we target one of the Blood Rot Pox tokens. That's going to make a total of 4 Rune Chants here. 1 from the Viserai trigger, or 2. Oh my gosh, wait, no, 2 from the Viserai trigger, 4 from the Deadwood Dirge because we're on a Mordred Tide turn. Oh, 9th Blade of the Blood Oath, the random draw off of the Draw into the Dark Dimension in response, of course, the Tunic, but we've got 10 Rune Chants, we've got 9 physical. What is even happening in our first round here? We are seeing the Pro Tour Champion difference live on stream, round 1. I'm beside myself.
Shoma has
I
gone
am
for
beside myself.
The complete Hail Mary play. If this doesn't kill Denny over here, he will die to the Blood Rot Pox token. Denny, do you have the resources? Do you have the block to survive this 9th Blade coming in with 10 Rune Chants on the back?
Dude. How about a slice of this birthday cake, Mr. Denny, Miss Azalea, Shoma, and Viserai really trying to close the door. Denny has played this so well, a smile on his face. He has found the disruption. He has sequenced his turns beautifully, but this might just be the Hail Mary play to score the touchdown, get into the end zone, and put Shoma into the 1-0 bracket here. There are 10 Rune Chants on the combat chain. There is 9 physical damage thanks to the 9th Blade.
So Tunic was used in response to a Rune Chance. So
Pitch 3, take 7 down to 1.
So pitch 3, take 7 down to 1. Does he have the enough block value in the hand?
right.
Block 2. 2, 4, and 7. That does block the damage, and though that is going to be the game, did have the block value thanks to the equipment as you presented. So it was about as good as you could hope for our Pro Tour champion in that final moment. But again, so well played from Denny. And again, you saw the judge come over and say there's only going to be one turn after this. We are hitting time. And so that was the final moment that it could be. Denny took it down. Azalea ace in the hole, moving on, being the ace in that round. 1-0 over the Pro Tour champion, but well played to both players.
My heart, Sam, at the edge of my seat. What a climactic finish to that game. Denny with the exact block he needed to go to exactly 1, and then Shoma dying to a blood rod after the Hail Mary play. What an amazing sequence of events. And have to shout out Denny's such a unique build on Azalea over here. Aim counter effects alongside the disruption that you already have in a typical Azalea deck.
Yeah, such creativity in that deck building process, and those cards are available for you at home in the Azalea Armory deck. Thank you, Denny. It's just like we drew it up. My gosh. If you want to get the Sharpshooters, the Stone Rain, we saw the line it up. We saw 3 of those cards you're seeing on your screen used to take down a Pro Tour champion. So I have to imagine it can help you at your armories. So go ahead and grab that from your local game store if you want to be like Denny and try to take on this competitive circuit. But let me just say, if this is the caliber of game we are in store for, then I think we are perhaps in for an all-timer of a world champion. Let's go ahead and take a quick 3-minute break before our round 2 here of round 1 of the Game 2, round 1. My mind is spinning. We've got Arthur Trehet on our next round, so don't go anywhere. We'll be back in a sec. Incredible stuff from our very first game of the day. And we've got, again, so much more flesh and blood. 5 rounds of CC to kick this thing off. So much to come throughout the day. But let's see exactly what all these players are playing for. Ponkic, walk me through what we're seeing here.
So let's start with the first placed, 100,000 USD going to our world champion this weekend alongside a gold foil legendary, a PTI, and a champions prize card as well. Those champions prize cards, Sam, those look amazing. It's a card of the hero that you win with, and it says world champion on it.
Of course, so much, honestly, cold hard cash being given down from 2nd down to 64th. Even if you're 64th, which is an incredible feat in the World Championship, you get $1,500 in your pocket, of course. Look at all of those gold foil legendaries being given out through 1st through 8th place, the PTI all the way down to 32nd. But let's take a look at that prize card. If you want to be the World Champion, if you want to be etched into the halls of the true living legends, Michael Hamilton, Alex Argias, these players that are forever ingrained in flesh and blood lore, this is what you are going to receive as part of your fantastic prize package.
Last year's Pro Tour champion winning hero, we see that over there, the Phi over here, going to be joined very soon with another Draconic Ninja, very, very soon. But, you know, that'll be in a few months' time. We still have today's Rosetta meta and this whole weekend of tournament player with the Rosetta meta.
And speaking just on, winning the World Championships, we've talked about the meta. It's pretty wide open. What I love about this is there is no clear best deck. There's no deck that really just defines. It orbits in the middle as the metagame swirls around. This tournament this weekend is about which player walks in here, plays the best flesh and blood, and just takes down the tournament. Who is the best player? Not is the best deck. Not what is the best deck. And to continue to figure out that question, let's dive into our second game here of round 1. And we have got another Pro Tour champion for you. We have got Arthur Trehet, our Pro Tour Los Angeles champion, with that iconic sigil of solace in the sigil in his cap, if you will. Of course, facing down another United States player, Daniel Johnson, on Viserai. So we've got 2 Viserais here for you in our first round, but this time, a deck that we both know quite well, Ponkic. Talk to me about what new brings to the metagame.
So there are many different versions of Nu running around right now. There could be the more classic Nu that we saw being very popular in the previous meta against Zen. There's also the Count Your Blessings Nu, which has been showing up a little just this past week. And what it leverages on is the tricks that Nu gets to play. Am I going to play an attack reaction on top of the Bonds of Agony, or am I going to bait you into blocking too much on it? And then all I do is going to heal up with Count Your Blessings. So it's going to be interesting to see what version of Nu Arthur Trehet has chosen to bring to this tournament. You spoke about a Sigil of Solace. Is he going for a more healing version of Nu as well with Count Your Blessings? Or has he chosen the more disruptive, the more classic Nu as we've been used to in the previous meta?
Players here playing at a slightly increased speed to continue to move our tournament day of coverage along. You might notice them flying through some of their game actions. And you might notice a little bit of a increase to their pitch as they speak to each other. First game action for Daniel here going to be the Rune Chant and a nice red Malefic Incantation. A great turn 1 to start things off. Looks like just a pass priority here. That's okay from both sides. So no attacks, no filtering done from our Pro Tour champion, Arthur Trehet. 4 cards in hand. One of them is a nice Warmonger's Diplomacy. That card is basically as relevant as we've ever seen in the meta, but it's going to be committed to the pitch zone for the Beckoning Mistblade.
These new builds of Viserai really, really love going first over here, being able to set up, almost 6 copies of Incantations, some copies of Read the Runes as well. They love going first over here. And Arthur Trehet, double Beckoning Mistblade, his weapons of choice for this matchup. And I think this goes to show that he wants to be the aggressor in this matchup. One thing that Viserai can do is just set up while Nu is trying to send weak numbers at the Viserai, because the numbers aren't very, very great. And if Viserai is just able to set up through those, just 1 card hands play Incantation, 1 card hand play Read the Runes, that can be very hard for Nu to break through. Arthur saying, I'm going to show you double Mistblades so that I can always put up the pressure, because my Surgical right now has go again.
Yeah. And an extra power thanks to the 1 Mistblade that did hit. Nu really with her 2 signature weapons on either side, flanked by those deadly Mistblades. And here powering up the Surgical Extraction, 5 damage on the combat chain. And if it hits, a card from hand will be banished. and the top of the deck. No reactions from Arthur Trehet, so a card drawn off of the That All You Got on the first, Beckoning Mistblade, but the turn passes over to Daniel. One counter on the Grasp of the Arknight. And again, we saw it against Azalea. We're going to see it against New. These Assassins, these Rangers, they target that armor. We're going to see that work down slowly as this game moves on.
Go again, also not being used by Arthur Trehet over there, just going ahead and arseling. Now, I have to point out that all you got in Daniel's list as well. That goes to show the sort of game plan he is trying to enact. He wants to play a little bit more defensive into New, perhaps do the, just take off turns when you need to, take off turns to set up, and tell the New, can you convert your hand? Because oftentimes it can be quite difficult for them to do so. And, as we say that, Sam, Arthur Trehet with a bit of a break over here, no attacks in the 4 cards, and I believe his arsenal is also a Codex of Frailty, with his best target being a Surgical Extraction, not exactly what you want.
Rune Flash coming in 4/4, creating a rune chant off of the back. You can see that top left of your screen there. It looks like that's where Daniel's going to be placing those rune chants in the back. It's going to be a Just a Nick and an Undertow Stiletto being committed to the block.
Cool.
Rune Rager Swarm is the follow-up. 3, go again thanks to the aura being created. That's coming along with the rune chant.
By the incantation. Yeah, no Viserai triggers to speak of, so no more rune chants in the back. The Undertow Stilettos blocks. Perhaps Arthur's arsenal is not the Codex of Frailty, as I said. I might have missed something. We'll go ahead and see when it gets to his turn, for sure.
3 damage looks to be on the chain. Siren's Call, going to be the block there. Follow up just the Reaping Blade for another 3, so a nice bit of a wide turn from the Viserai deck. We're seeing a lot of Rune Flashes and Rune Rager Swarms being how these new flavors of Viserai continue to keep the pressure up.
So either Arthur wants to use the Stilettos on his turn, or he was potentially playing around to Succumb to Temptation, because he did take the arcane damage from the rune chants, and Daniel, kind of didn't start his turn with a non-attack, so alarm bells need to go off in your head a little bit when you see Viserai make a play like that.
Tunic to 2 for Arthur Trehet. Maybe we're just going to see a Warmonger's Diplomacy here. No, looks like that's going to be committed to the pitch zone as well. So 2 Warmongers to the bottom.
Yep.
Often can be, it's like the prototypical hero you used to want to play Warmongers against.
Yep.
But just going to be 2 Mistblades here. Now, with those cards, Surgical Extraction all of a sudden able to be played.
Yep. With 2 floating, Codex and a Surgical is definitely a line he has access to. But Closing the Chain does give Daniel the card back from That All You Got right now. And yes, it was the Codex of Frailty. Surgical Extraction only going to be for 4, because both Mistblades were blocked over here. And, there's no arm piece, there's no Arousing Wave on Arthur Trehet's side, and doesn't have the resource for it anyway. So this is just 4 very, very face-up, not where you want to be as New. You always want to be threatening some sort of react. Don't give your opponent the easy block.
Though the Grasp of the Arknight was committed to that second Mistblade, so that's your most tempting block to utilize on a breakpoint like this 4 power. That's gone now. So you're either giving the Creepers, you're giving the Tunic, you're giving the Crown of Providence, or you have some kind of defensive piece. But again, That All You Got was already utilized on the first Beckoning Mistblade. So even though this is pretty face up, I would hazard to say it's still pretty annoying for Daniel here without something like a D-React that blocks for 4.
Might be choosing to just give 2 cards over to this.
It does threaten a card, right? So if you block and take, then you're losing that card from your hand potentially anyway.
And that's also a card of your opponent's choice, which can be way, way worse than just, a card that you choose. Providence coming out of here. Armor has been used by Daniel Johnson very, very early in this game over here. Let's see if he's able to capitalize on that.
Crown of Providence, of course, such a classic, powerful card in our game. 2 block from the Revel in Runeblood, another classic and powerful card in our game. No effect from the Crown of Providence. Happy to keep the cards in hand is Daniel here. Grasp of the Arknight, going to go ahead and create that rune chant to potentially power up the rest of this turn. There's a Runic Reckoning, of course, now getting the +3 on the next attack, and its cost being reduced by 1 thanks to the reduced rune chant, and a non-attack to power the rest of the turn for Viserai.
And he does have a Revel in Arsenal as well. Tunic up right now will be able to creep us out that Revel.
So Drawn to the Dark Dimension, gonna draw a card. No go again here, but like you mentioned, does have the Spellbound Creepers and has played the non-attack. So this one's gonna be coming in for, I believe, 6, thanks to the Runic Reckoning and the Drawn to the Dark Dimension. And has that card in hand in the arsenal. So incentivized to use one of these 2 cards, or else the Drawn to the Dark Dimension's draw effect not nearly as impactful as it could be. I always love to see like classic cards getting a new home again in CC. Drawn to the Dark Dimension, an Arcane Rising, common. One of the cards that's been around since the inception of this great game. 5 years in World Championships.
And in this moment where Arthur just took that arcane damage, he has to be worried about succumb to temptation over here. Looks like the third Warmonger's Diplomacy, Sam,
Wow.
being used to block over here, playing around the succumb to temptation, potentially. Little does you know, it's actually going to be a Creepers into a Revel from Daniel Johnson.
Revel in Runeblood going to create 5 Rune Chants, 1 from Viserai, 4 from Revel in Runeblood, so 7 now on the chain there, and that's just going to go ahead and join the fray with the Reaping Blade. So keeping the Swarming Gloomveil at the bottom. Daniel wants to keep some threats in the deck. These new decks can go long. They can try to move this game more to an end state that favors them. And the Frailty, of course, going to go ahead and bring that Reaping Blade down to 2. So it looks to be a total of 9 damage, coupled with the Rune Chants and the Blade here. But we talk about Arthur, right? Utilizing the Warmongers for pitch, for block. We've seen this before. We know this movie with this guy. He has different valuations of cards than perhaps is the standard, the way he would block with his equipment in those games against KO, the Ravenous Rabble plays, the Sigil of Solace, right? We know that Arthur, he plays this game on his own axis in his own way, and he's just going to go ahead and win those darn games by doing so. Warmonger's Diplomacy here. He's happy to use it for his 3 block.
So I have to point out again the Swarming Gloomveil in the pitch over there to swing the blade. That's 2 less damage because the Swarming Gloomveil would have come for 4 since he had made enough auras on that turn. So like you said, perhaps just valuing keeping the threats over here because potentially getting fatigued is a potential outcome of this game when you're playing against Nu. They have enough blues to stop your split damage, and what happens when you pitch to Arcane Barrier is that you keep those cards in the deck. So while the Viserai is losing cards from his deck to send these arcane damage at you, you are keeping cards in your deck as you are dealing with them. So perhaps Daniel's saying, all right, I'm going to keep this Gloomveil in there in case, you know, that is a potential outcome of this match.
And look at the card on the combat chain here. Persuasive Prognosis threatens the top card of the deck to go to the Banish Zone as well, as many of these assassin cards are wont to do. So that's going to go ahead and make it even more important for Daniel to keep certain amount of threats in the deck. Now, blocking with that red Amplify the Arcanite, so not a blue for Nu, but still 1 life gained from the Persuasive Prognosis because, thanks to Nu's ability, it did banish an action card, so 1 life gained.
So not a Justin Nick and Arthur Trehet's arsenal. Daniel Johnson definitely has that read because, you know, definitely would have been used. Now, this rune chant over here, Sam, Spellbound Creepers has 1 counter on it. If Arthur Trehet starts blocking Arcane over here, he could blow that piece of equipment up, which can be very, very important for Viserai to have those explosive turns. So, you know, let's see whether Arthur Trehet chooses to go ahead and do that, because after that, Daniel Johnson will be left with no armor, just that tunic.
Looks as though he is going to take the Rune Chant, so Spellbound Creepers lives to see another day. 2 damage with Go again. Looks like Arthur might be taking that 2. Yeah, down to 25 should be. And then here's the draw into the Dark Dimension. Rune Chant on the back end. So there we go, drawing another card. So this is just a total of 4 damage. 1 from the Rune Chant, 3 from the drawn.
No Creeper shenanigans over here. Still potentially threatening a succumb, but, you know, won't have anything to do with the action point because of lack of resources. And this is, you know, a bit of a scary moment. When you see a new opponent just say no blocks when they potentially could have just blown up your Creepers, you have to be wondering what sort of, you know, what shenanigans do they have in store for you that they kept all those cards.
Should have life totals updated momentarily, but the Looking for Scrap is going to go ahead and banish a card with 1 power. That is going to be the Persuasive Prognosis utilized on the previous turn. So nice sequencing here from Arthur. 5, Go again. I believe we have a Venomous Bite in the hand, and then that card that we can't get a read on in the arsenal. Oh, it's a Leave No Witnesses. That's a pretty good one.
Leave No Witnesses leaving 2 floating over here, not sending the dagger before the Leave No Witnesses, despite having the resources between that and the tunic to still play the Venomous Bite. So Daniel Johnson needs to be wondering what does Arthur Trehet have up his sleeve here.
Yeah, Arthur, once again, these players, these high-level competitors, they value that tunic resource sometimes beyond just a resource on any given turn. They want it to be the resource for the right turn, for the right game action. And perhaps Arthur here saying, listen, I don't need a dagger on this swing. It's just 1 damage. I'm not threatening a blue card. I don't need to give anything Go again. Let's save that tunic for something a little more impactful.
And here we see why Arthur Trehet chose not to blow up the Spellbound Creepers on his turn. That Levels of Enlightenment in the pitch zone was his only blue for the turn. So if you wanted to have a good turn, which this is a good turn, you know, 5 vanilla damage into Destroy Arsenal, very, very strong turn. He valued that over potentially blowing up the Creepers. And Daniel Johnson kind of just had to block with it this turn anyway.
Yeah, still has to make Arthur utilize the pump that you have to imagine Daniel was expecting. That's going to banish the top of the deck. It's a blue and a yellow, so no silver generated, but a blue now in the banish zone for if Nu is able to ever transcend and utilize that hero ability.
Blue meet and greet as well in Daniel Johnson's list. Very, very interesting. Meet and greet's also a card that have started coming back into Viserai list these days because he sends so much arcane now that, you very often can just get the go again on the meet and greet kind of just casually. But seeing the blue versions, that is, that's some innovation over here. As we see that Daniel Johnson making, how many rune chants is this?
Looks like 11.
Wow.
Looks like 11 rune chance on the turn for Daniel Johnson. Pretty good. 3-card, 11 value. Not on this turn, but on a subsequent one. So Arthur Trehet looks like down to 25 to Daniel's 30. Persuasive Prognosis. Let's see if there's a way to give go again or do something. Do see, looks like a Transcend card in the hand and another Venomous Bite. So this might be taking a card out of Daniel Johnson's hand, but one card might not be the worst equation here for our Viserai player when you've got 11 rune chance sitting there.
It looks
underneath the grasp.
It might even be 2, Sam, with the Transcend card. Could activate Mask of Recurring Nightmares and grab one more card, and then if the Persuasive hits something good off the top, you get another one after that as well. This could become a very, very big Persuasive Prognosis, because there's also a Justinic and a +3 pump in that hand in the form of that Hiss.
Action card banishing would save some damage from those rune chants as well, thanks to the Persuasive Prognosis. 1 damage right now offers Nu upon the combat chain, but the Tunic resource and a bunch of cards. You can see a little smile. We're going to start the reactions. It's going to be a grain that tips the scale, and then it's going to be an immediate Mask of Recurring Nightmare. So this is often, a great way to sequence these. You want to give as little information as possible and make Daniel utilize that banish before he knows exactly what's coming. Justinic going to be the follow-up, so +5 and to banish. No further reactions. Going to just save the Venomous Bite for the arsenal because we're already getting our hit effect on this card. Let's save it for another, but Deadwood Dirge, nice hit off the top.
Ordering the Justinic first, so now Arthur Trey gets to pick a red, and there's 2 pretty good reds in there, Sam.
Yep. Looks like they're having some consideration.
Making sure, I think, all the life gain effects happen. Interesting interaction here. Now, Arthur Trey is low enough that the Reaping Blade effect doesn't actually matter, but it has come up in his matchup before where you actually don't get enough of the life gain from Persuasive because of the Reaping Blade effect not letting you actually go above, too much above the Viserai's life total. Not going to matter in this point, but is something that could potentially be relevant.
Wonder if Arthur's going to take the only attack in the hand, but then leave Daniel with a Mordred Tide or not. 11 rune chance is going to be painful on some turn. It looks like it is going to be the Amplify the Arknight, so allowing Daniel to have the Mordred Tide and the Succumb to Temptation, saying, I want to use that on a Reaping Blade, not on an Amplify the Arknight.
Yep. So Reaping Blade actually stopping more of the life gain from Persuasive actually did become relevant because the damage happens first, and then all the cards get banished, but at that point, Daniel Johnson is lower life than Arthur Trey, and Arthur Trey can't heal from the Persuasive Prognosis effect.
Just making sure the pitch zone, I think, is correctly ordered. Checking in with our attendants. And there is the fix for that. So, when all is said and done, we have a nice Deadwood Dirge banished off the top. That banish zone is starting to look a little high for Viserai. Life totals somewhat even. Looks like finally gained the life off the Persuasive Prognosis there. Reaping Blade coming in. 3 and 11 Arcane thanks to the rune chance. Could have been a lot better with the Amplify the Arknight and that Succumb to Temptation. Now is being utilized for pitch. Daniel also valuing the Tunic, keeping that around.
And this is one of those moments that Nu can get into where you just have information about what your opponent has. Arthur Trey knows that's a Mordred Tide that Daniel Johnson is about to arsenal, and that can just be very, very effective information to just have as the deck that's putting out as much disruption as Nu does.
Arthur here also saying, listen, if you want to keep that Mordred Tide, you're going to have to place it in your arsenal. And if Arthur is able to find Arsenal Disruption that can target that arsenal, that might be a little challenging for Daniel to deal with. But it looks as though it's going to be starting off with the Surgical Extraction here for 4. Once again, threatening the hand.
I mean, how much Arsenal Disruption could Nu have?
Yeah,
I mean,
not that
realistically,
much, right?
It'll be fine, just tucked there in the little Arsenal zone, that Mordred Tide. Now, this is a nerve-wracking moment a little bit when you're against a Nu that they didn't swing any daggers, and they're just holding 2 cards back as they just put 4 damage on the table and ask you to, just guess what's happening.
Venomous Bite is going to be the reaction here, coming over with the Fang Strike, so going from 4 to 8, doubling the power, no reaction, so Daniel Johnson there just going to go ahead and take the 8 down to 16, playing Arthur Trehet 17, Snuff out off the top, and then 4 cards in the hand, one of which is going to be banished from the Surgical Extraction. Some good cards in this one.
Yeah, and a very, very difficult pick. When you know opponent has Moderate Tide, sure, you can take the only attack, so you know at least no damage is coming your way, unless Daniel Johnson wants to swing the Reaping Blade. But you also know he's just going to be able to set up very well with a Moderate Tide and the Deadwood Dirge and yet another incantation.
And has the Tunic if he wants to go ahead and just throw the Reaping Blade and get all the value off the Mordred Tide now. So basically taking 4 value out of that hand, right? 2 from the attack and then 2 from the Mordred Tide creation. So a pretty good hit there. But the Mordred Tide going to be deployed here because the Arsenal Disruption was not able to be found. Deadwood Dirge, of course, creating so many rune chants. Thanks to both Mordred Tide, Viserai, and the Dirge effect itself. So now we're already up to 7 rune chants with that yellow Malefic incantation as well. And then the Tunic is going to join the fray with the Reaping Blade. So here's 3 and 7, 10. Mordred Tide is powerful, but that is among the least impactful Mordred Tide turns we've ever seen.
Yeah, taking away the only attack also prevented the Malefic Incantation trigger, which also would have been increased by the Mordred Tide. So that was a very, very strong take from Arthur Trehet over there. And his Reaping Blade, but still threatening 10 total damage after getting Surgical Extraction.
Arthur here does have a couple no blocks in those Chi cards that could just be committed to AB and taking care of the rune chants, that new Rosetta expansion slot, the Widow Claw Tarsus there. Spell Void and AB. Spell Void 1, we might see it keep Arthur alive at some point in this game. If I'm not mistaken, you can AB and then Spell Void after you've Arcane Buried. So such nice equipment piece pickups for the Assassin class there.
You absolutely can. And one nice thing about having Chi into a matchup like Viserai is that you don't get as punished sometimes because, as you pointed out, you can just pitch those non-block cards to AB, whereas when you're against something like a Dash.io or something like an Aurora, those Chi cards can definitely be very, very punishing because of the no-block value. Into Viserai, though, you can always look at the defensive value out of those cards. And interestingly, he also has a Rising Sun in this hand, so he could go for the double Transcend, where you play Rising first and then the Passover, and then you can just get a little bit of filtering off the top as well. Choosing not to over here, just choosing to pitch the Passover for AB.
3 damage still on the combat chain. Looks as though Arthur's going to take that down to 10. Dangerously low life total against a hero that likes to pump out as many rune chants as Viserai does. Beginning with a pick to pieces blue here for Arthur Trehet. That's got stealth, of course, and if you've played or activated an attack reaction, gets +1 and can't prevent any damage. Rising Sun, Setting Moon going to be the follow-up. Draw a card and bottom a card, but then, of course, we'll Transcend for the second time this game. Creating the Chi and then activating the Mask of Recurring Nightmare, so immediately asking for another card to be banished from Daniel's hand.
Daniel Johnson must have been wondering how many Justin X are behind this pick to pieces. We did see Shoma Yamamura clinch the Pro Tour at Amsterdam with 2 Justin X onto 1/1 power attack. Daniel Johnson, though, this time, not needing to face that at least.
There's the hiss coming from the Arsenal. So now going to have go again because the blue card in the pitch zone for the Mask of Recurring Nightmares, meaning that the Slither can go ahead and be created thanks to the hiss. So now 5 damage thanks to the +1 from its own effect, the +3 from the hiss, and I believe it's a Codex of Frailty to join the combat chain. Grab the Leave No Witnesses. There's the Arsenal Disruption. Let's see if Daniel wants to go ahead and throw that Tunic. We've just gotten the value out of that counter. How many more turns do we think this game is going to go? Because here is 4 damage, and of course threatening the top of the deck and the Arsenal, and there's the Tunic for the block.
And I love that play. The fact that you just pitch the blue to Mask and then you get your Tunic for the hiss and you still get the Slither over here. Because oftentimes, pitching a blue to get the extra Slither from the hiss or the Fang Strike from Venomous Bite can be a little bit awkward. But when you get to pitch to Mask and then Tunic it out and get the Slither, it feels so incredibly, incredibly efficient. Arthur Trehet over there managing to take 2 cards from Daniel Johnson on that previous turn cycle, 1 from the Mask and 1 from a Force Block because of Leave No Witnesses.
Pretty nice follow-up here, though, from Daniel on just a couple cards left in the hand. The Runic Reckoning is going to go ahead and give +3. We made it rune chant with the Grasp of the Arknight, so that was reduced as well, which means that the Swarming Gloomveil comes in for 7, comes in with a rune chant, creates a rune chant thanks to Viserai, creates another rune chant thanks to Malefic Incantation, and still got 1 left over for the Reaping Blade. So here is going to be a total, let's see, that's 8 on this, and then 5 coming up, so 13 that Arthur has to think about. Daniel, 11 to Arthur's 10. Life totals are getting low.
Frailty token is there, so it will be 12 total from the Reaping Blade. But important to point out, this Swarming Gloomveil, all modes are active on this. 3 rune chants have been created this turn. So if this deals any physical damage to Arthur Trehet, he won't be able to prevent the follow-up 2 rune chants on the back over there.
1 Arcane taken, down to 9 goes our Pro Tour Los Angeles champion. It's one of the curses of doing so well at these events. You're going to be on feature early as you want to check in with our previous champions.
Well, curses are blessings, right? You know, so many of these players are so good. They're just like, they're happy to just show off their prowess on their heroes. So 2 into 2, Rosetta Thorn comes to mind over here when you say 2 into 2.
Pretty good.
Yep.
Locked 3 with that Enlightened Strike, so 4 over the top. Arthur was down to 5, so here's 4. Arthur can go down to 1, taking the 2 damage from the rune chant, so down to 3 here.
Those rune chants were unpreventable, so had to take those. Is he also going to take the physical damage? Mask of Recurring Nightmares at this point might be used as the block over here. Looks like it's going to be the Tunic instead. Doesn't want to go to 1 against a deck that spits out as many rune chants as Viserai does.
I love when players on back-to-back subsequent turn cycles throw the Tunic in. It's like, we know this game ain't going longer, bucko. I'll give my Tunic if you give me yours. Both players here knowing the writing may be on the wall, and we might not be here for a long time, but we're certainly here for a good time. Another starting the turn here for Arthur with just a blue card. I'm seeing why these are 2 daggers. We haven't seen them utilized that much other than early in this game, but many of his turns are just starting with, come in with a blue card, come in with a blue card, make you respect it.
And here we see why he didn't use a mask as a blocking card. He does have another Chi in hand, Sam. So probably going to be using the mask again this turn, but also leaving the 1 floating, threatening a pump on top of this as well. Daniel Johnson needs to try and, maneuver his way around the disruption that Arthur Trehet is just throwing at him.
Let's take a look at what he's working with. These are cards he'd love to keep. We've got a Rune Flash, we've got another Malefic, a Become the Arknight, and a Swarming Gloomveil, but this is going to buy 2 cards, because again, you're losing a card anyway if you let it hit. And now, let's see what the follow-up is. We're going to most likely transcend, if possible. Looks as though Arthur might be thinking, do I want to utilize your Banish Zone, or do I want to utilize my own Mask of Recurring Nightmares? Maybe just putting a card from the graveyard on the bottom, thanks to the Preserved tradition here, which will, of course, transcend once again.
I'm not sure if he has a pump in his arsenal, but if he does, and he's already taking 3 cards from Daniel Johnson, might elect to actually just keep that in the arsenal to make sure he can chain the disruption, because he is at 2. If he gives Daniel a turn of extra cards, he could just, die out of nowhere.
Daniel there quickly went ahead and banished that Swarming Gloomveil, so just the 1 card left in hand. So Arthur's down to 2, but for his trouble in doing so, has taken all the tempo. This is just going to be make a rune chant, swing with the Reaping Blade, just keep the pressure on. 1 arcane, 3 physical that Arthur has to think about.
And this is so awkward for Arthur Trehet. If you want to stop all the damage, you have to give 2 cards, but all Daniel Johnson had to expend was just 1 card, 1 blue, to send the split damage at Arthur Trehet. Looking to be in a bit of a rough spot for our previous Proto champion over here.
Arthur wants to keep the mantle of the Pro Tour champs alive to be 1-0. We saw Shoma fall to our Azalea player. Let's see if Arthur can stick around in the 1-0 bracket.
And we see one of the tech pieces that Arthur has chosen to bring in for this meta in this Erase phase over here. Very good into Viserai, but also very, very good into Dash.io. However, when you're at 2, the Erase phase doesn't really do much. Viserai doesn't need to actually have his ability online to go ahead and send lethal at you. We know that, if Arthur takes his 1 rune chant, goes on to 1, he's going to need to start pitching to the random 1-off rune chants to be able to survive.
See exactly how Arthur wants to navigate this. In this endgame, Nude does often have to keep, like you're saying, more cards to do some of her more impressive things. But from this point forward, Daniel has a nice 1-card play. Make a rune chant, swing with the Reaping Blade. And that's going to be available for the rest of the game, as long as there's a blue in hand. So Venomous Bite has to be committed to the block. Arthur's now down to 1. Every rune chant has to be thought about from here on out, unless there is a persuasive prognosis or more ways to gain life in the deck. Bonds of Attraction going to be the start. I do believe we have the path well traveled in the hand for Arthur, so this will be getting go again. It will be transcending, and there's some life gain right there. Arthur might be able to gain some life with this one.
Also, we have to wonder, not sure the state of Daniel Johnson's banish zone here, but is Arthur Trehet, I don't know if he has good enough blues. I don't think there's too many of them. I think there was a blue rune flash maybe. Yeah, so using the chi to mask over there. But, you know, if there were enough blues, could have done a new play. Looking like he's just going to try and limit the amount of damage Daniel Johnson's going to be able to send at him.
That all you got going to go ahead and be the reaction. That is a perfect card here because Nu is not able to banish anything other than action cards. So that card, Bonds of Attraction, all of a sudden not going to be getting any life gain, and that's really important. Though, here's 6 damage and an erase phase that Daniel Johnson now has to think about just a little bit.
With the Malefic Incantation still there, the race phase on hit matters so much less because a lot of times you need the Viserai trigger to get go again on your Swarming Gloom Veils or on your Rune Rager Swarms. But if you have an Incantation, you don't need the Viserai trigger to give you go again. You just need the Incantation trigger. So Daniel Johnson here just not respecting the race phase on hit. He's just saying, I'm just going to take 3. That's all good. I'll draw from my that all you got, and you're at 1 right now.
Let's see if the Widowclaw Tarsus ever is going to be brought in for Spell Void 1. I think Arthur maybe was hoping to get that life gain off the Bonds of Attraction. At least the 1 would have been so important, but the final that all you got. Asking Arthur that very question, I think I might have a little more gas left in the tank. 11 minutes left on the round timer. Read the runes is the play. No blue left in the hand. He committed a blue to the block.
Yeah, but that's a bit of the risk of that all you got, right? You don't know what you're going to draw.
Wow.
So we have no idea whether Read the Runes was a random draw off the top that he just didn't want to Arsenal.
Wow.
Or, yeah, we're not entirely sure. Maybe that 3 block that he used to block was like his only 3 block and he wanted to be efficient. But Arthur Trehet here, 4 cards. Opponents had 8, but 3 rune chants on the field is representing 3 extra damage. He needs to try and rip as many cards from Daniel as possible for him to have a chance in this game.
What a break, though, for our Pro Tour champion. Has the Undertow Stilettos, does have some block left on the mask, does have, of course, the AB and the Spell Void, but he's going to have to give this one a real thing. 10 minutes, 27 seconds left on the round timer. Our Pro Tour Los Angeles champion at 1 to Daniel Johnson's 8 here, starting us off with an E-Strike, most likely go again. What's the bottom card going to be?
Could be draw a card because of the Stilettos over here. Stilettos can be used on generic attacks like E-Strike. Is he choosing go again? Is he choosing draw a card?
7, and it is most likely going to be the Undertow Stilettos, because now this is so much that Daniel Johnson has to think about, and the CNC also threatens the arsenal as well. There's no equipment. Arthur Trehet trying to utilize, let's both hang out at 1, buddy.
Mm-hmm. Daniel Johnson has committed a 3 block to this E-Strike already. Does he have 2 other 3 blocks to cover the CNC, or will he need to use his entire hand to stop that and not have any offense?
Undertow Stiletto is going to be giving the go again to the E-Strike. I love this move from Arthur, threatening the damage to floating Command and Conquer. Let's take a look. Do we have the 3 blocks for Daniel Johnson? He already committed one. I wonder, was he thinking about the CNC? This is the first one we've seen for this entire game. They just have not been showing up for Arthur.
We also know Daniel Johnson has D-Reacts in as this. We saw 3 that all you got, so you have to imagine he also has Sync Blows as well. Okay, Denaga Stuffed and D-Reacts did have the 3 blocks for this. Now going to his turn, has 3 rune chants, 2 cards still remaining.
But 2 blues as the 3 blocks there. Does he have another blue to try to make... Oh, I guess he can't make a rune chant because we've got the Grasp of the Arcanite, but the Rune Rager Swarm here, so important thanks to the Malefic Incantation, creates a rune chant, comes in 3 rune chants and 3 physical, and of course 1 card left in hand means there's going to be 1 more rune chant and a Reaping Blade at the very least on this turn. Arthur, a huge break on that last turn to have a moment to put the pressure on, but now a perfect follow-up from Daniel.
We have to call it the previous turn where he played the Read the Runes and Arsenal Rune Rager Swarm. That was an incredibly risky move to try and go for a setup piece when you could have just Rune Rager Swarmed into a Swing Reaping Blade. But Daniel Johnson recognizing he still had the life total to go ahead and make a play like that and is being rewarded for it right now, being able to send more offense than he possibly could. And Arthur Trehet did not find a blue on this turn,
No, had to put a red and a Codex of Frailty, commit the 3 block. That means we might be seeing Spell Void activated here because this is 1 Arcane and 3 Physical. Spell Void 1. That means there's no more Arcane for the Arcane barrier for the rest of the game here, folks. All Daniel Johnson has to do on this turn, because look, Arthur Trehet, all he can do, draw up. It's going to be Grasp of the Arcanite, Reaping Blade at the very minimum, and that most likely is going to be all she wrote. any arcane damage will do it from here. We haven't seen any Sigil of Solaces from Arthur Trehet. We know he used it to great effect in Pro Tour Los Angeles. Not sure he has it here in the World Championships in Osaka. Mordred adding insult to injury. Grasp of the Arknight creating 2 rune chants. Daniel crossing his T's, dotting his I's, and he's moving on to 1-0 in this game. Little nod, fist bump, and that's going to do it. Viserai takes it down. Couldn't take down Azalea, but can take down Nu. You see the crowd in the back watching this one.
And that can be a very, very tricky matchup for Nu, right? You would think, hey, Viserai is a very fragile, aggressive deck. If you take the correct card from them, they don't get to do their thing. But there are enough turns. We saw that happen, a surgical hit. Arthur Trehet had a choice of a card from Daniel's hand, and it still didn't matter. Daniel just set up a whole, 11 rune chants and just said, okay, go. I effectively just did 11 damage to you after you sent a surgical at me.
Nice little showcase of one of the most represented decks here at the tournament of Viserai, right? We saw definitely 2 different kind of styles, 2 different kind of takes on the deck, and to various levels of efficacy and effect, but it's a long tournament, and we've got many more rune blades to come for the rest of this tournament. We're going to take a quick break, come back with the metagame breakdown, and we talk about how often we love to cast, how often we love to play, but we have got a luminary of the casting field, Elly Bird from Calling Tampa and World Premier Tampa. She will be our feature match next round, so don't go anywhere. We've got the metagame, we've got Elly on feature, and we'll see you in a sec.
Welcome to the World Championships here at beautiful Osaka, Japan. I'm Brian Gottlieb. This is Gregory J. Krempels. Pleasure to be back in the booth with you one more time, my friend.
Thank you for the introduction. What is my middle name?
Josephine?
Sure. Gregory Josephine Krempels, just like my dad named me.
Yeah, sounds about right.
Yep.
Craig, how are you finding Japan so far? How are you finding the World Championships of Flesh and Blood?
Brian, what a journey to get here. Because we started the year in Queenstown.
All the way down on the bottom of the globe.
The celebrational, the world premiere of Heavy Hitters.
Yep.
And we've taken quite the trip around the globe to arrive here. And I am so excited for the format. I'm so excited for Limited. There's so many things to talk about. It's spectacular.
Yeah, I got to talk about one of the most important things, Craig. That's the metagame breakdown. We got to see what heroes showed up this weekend. And it really is a beautiful metagame, Craig. I have to say, really pleased about how things have shaped up. You're looking there at our most played deck of Enigma, 78 Enigma players in this field. And with 459 players, that equates to around 16% of the metagame. And for a large tournament like this, when the deck wearing the target, the most played deck, is sitting in about that sweet spot, I think that's when really good things happen, because you can account for it. You can think about Enigma, but it doesn't dominate the entire space, and there's room to be creative, which we'll see as we move through this chart.
Yeah, I mean, I look at this board, and all I think is that you need to be ready to play against anything, right? Like, 78 copies of a deck sounds like a lot, but like you said, we've got almost 460 players, so it's just not a huge representation of the event. So, like, what you're going to play against is very diverse. The play styles of what you're going to play against is very diverse.
Yeah, and there's no clearer representation of that, Craig, than our second most played deck. We have Enigma, that illusionist, classic illusionist style, going ahead and setting up in the arena, looking to play maybe a little bit longer game, perhaps with the help of Count Your Blessings. We've seen a mix of the Enigmas thus far. I would say leaning towards no Count Your Blessings has been my perception. In fact, quite a bit less Count Your Blessings than maybe was expected coming into this room.
There was a bit of a scare a couple weeks ago about how much of a problem this card would be, but I think the community went out and explored it. You really don't need to show up with that many answers for it, and some of them, you know, if you poison the well at just the right time, you punish them so hard.
Yeah, the margins are really thin on that card. But we head next to Aurora, as I mentioned, and that is the basic polar opposite of Enigma. This lightning go fast rune blade looking to go ahead and end games in a flash, and we will see Elly Bird playing Aurora down in the feature match area in just a little while. Also looking to get aggressive. It's the kind of talk of the town heading into this event. It is, of course, Dash.io bolstered on the back of that Armory deck, carrying with it Cerebellum Processor, maybe one of the most powerful cards Flesh and Blood has ever seen.
Yeah, I mean, Dash.io is so interesting because we're getting this deck so late in the process, right? Where it wasn't around for most of the ProQuest season. Some of the players weren't 100% sure how much Dash would actually be played for this event. But I think if you want to be playing aggro, the all-in, the all-gas, no breaks, to me, Dash.io was the premier deck to be playing for this event.
Yeah, about 11% of the room on that Dash.io deck. And as you mentioned, Craig, Dash.io joined this format late. It was the addition of Cerebellum Processor that really pushed her to the next level. And that spurred a whole host of metagame changes, maybe none more prominent than the reintroduction of new into the format. And new is taking multiple forms this weekend. Again, Count Your Blessings new, picking up steam very, very late, perhaps spurred on by a ProQuest win in the hands of none other than world champion Michael Hamilton. But I spoke to some folks, including CYK Lionel out of Taiwan. He said even before Michael's win, that deck was picking up massive steam in the Taiwanese metagame.
Sure, new needs to be built just right to me. And I'm a little surprised it's this represented in such a diverse metagame, but it does have all the tools. Maybe it's just because you get so many sideboard slots, you're able to craft it just right for each matchup. But it is a deck that is a very toolbox-esque deck. As I look at these top decks, I just think, all right, there's a bit of control, there's a bit of aggro, there's a bit of mid-range going on here. I love it.
Yeah, new looking to play the disruptive role in this metagame. Then we get to, I want to call him a new hero because he has been kind of reborn, but it's one of the OGs. Frankly, this is an Arcane Rising hero here, the oldest hero represented amongst this top cadre of heroes, this top 7, if you will.
Yep.
It is Viserai returning once more to the fold, and I could not be happier to see Viserai playing a prominent role in a metagame once more.
Yeah, I think you said it right. This deck is back from the dead, right? Just a new life given over to Viserai, and I'm right there with you. It's one of my favorite heroes from the early sets. It was my first introduction to the game, was playing lots of Viserai games, and I love seeing it back.
Yeah, blast to watch in our feature match area for sure. Weird one coming up next here, Craig. This was a deck whose demise may have been greatly exaggerated. Zen, of course, not only the catalyst of those book bannings, but maybe one of the hardest hit heroes of them all, losing key cards like Art of War. But here is Zen, the 6th most represented deck in the field, and I think things have really changed for Zen. Zen, of course, was all about all-in explosive aggro back in the day, but the Zen decks, including one being packed by your team this weekend, Craig, the Runaways, looking a little slower these days, picking up some defense reactions and really just trying to play a good numbers game.
Yeah, and I think when you look at the metagame, if you're worried about Viserai, if you're worried about Aurora a little bit, having a hero that, you can play AB1 and then about half of your deck is blue cards, that plays into that very well. The being able to play a good defensive plan and then pivot into something aggressive is exactly what Zen's trying to do now. So it is interesting to see this deck that was the premier aggro deck in its time come back as a little bit more mid-range, a little bit more of a control-ish deck than it was before.
Yeah, Zen previously all about those combo engines, that explosive combo game plan. I've seen a new combo around some feature matches thus far. It has been a combo of wax on and wax off, actually played by Zen. And I called out Zen in our last Dev Talk as my pick to win Worlds, and a lot of it was on the back of these defensive capabilities, particularly with 12-Petal Kasaya also forming this huge part of Zen's defensive metagame, really good against these rune blades like Viserai. And of course, Florian, who also made a nice appearance here, 23 Florians. And this is where we start to fall off a little bit, Craig. I think we have a big 6 for this metagame. It is Enigma down to Zen, where these are really the heroes that are massive threats. We expect to see them all over the place. Then we get to some more narrow picks, and I include Florian in that run, but also Azalea right behind Florian. We saw Azalea down in the feature match area doing very well in our first round there. And then we get into true oddballs like Victor, who is kind of perfectly positioned to go ahead and prey on those dash IOs we mentioned earlier.
Yeah, it is. I want to call it rock, paper, scissors, but there's actually more like 4 or 5 different things where it's hey, if I show up with new, I need to worry about these 2 heroes, but if I show up with Azalea, potentially there's a different 2 heroes I need to worry about. But then if I want to play Viserai, there's a different 2 heroes that I want to worry about. And it's just so funny that there's not one clear answer to the right way to approach this metagame.
Absolutely. Things have cooled off a bit for the Brutes in recent times. You see 8 KOs, 5 Levias, 4 Reinars making the trip out for this Worlds weekend. And the Wizard class also, maybe not as much representation as people expected after a Wizard-based set. 10 Wizards in the field, 4 Kanos, 3 Asilios, and 3 Verdances. But of course, those Wizards so explosive, a threat to win any tournament they enter in.
They really are, but if you're saying, hey, Enigma is going to be the most represented deck in the field, that is a tough matchup. But we were talking before the event started, Kano is one of my dark horse picks to make top 8 of this event because the metagame is so diverse that players don't have all those extra sideboard slots to work with. I've said it in the past, it's up to everyone to make sure that Kano doesn't win an event, right?
Yeah.
We all need to do our part, pitch in, play that extra piece of AB, somehow find a way to get the Oasis Respite into our deck. But this is a metagame where you can't do that. You have to choose where you're sacrificing matchups, and it gives an opportunity for Kano to just, come in and sneak some people.
I stole a chat with the Wizard Council, if you will, on Thursday, right before the keynote. I was speaking with Majin Bey, Felipe Lime Cardozo, Peter Budensek, and they were asking everyone around them, hey, how much AB are you playing? They're like, nah, I cut that. And none of those 3 players actually ended up registering Wizard in this tournament, but they all started itching as soon as they heard that the AB numbers were going down. They're like, I do have my Kano deck right in the bag here. I could always go ahead and pull it out.
Yeah, I mean, if everyone's showing up with AB1 in order to have some play against, Viserai, then you would love to be playing Kano.
Gets interesting. How about playing some Runeblade? And how about we see none other than one of our coverage compatriots? It is Elly Bird down there in the feature match area. She's going to be representing a Runeblade. It is Aurora Shooting Star going to be taking on that new old hero, Craig. It's Viserai Runeblood on the other side of the table. Tom Escoffier going to go ahead and pilot Viserai this go around.
Yeah, and I think this is a matchup where even starting on turn 0, there's a lot of interesting decisions to be made. What is the equipment loadout that I want to go with? Do I want, more blocking ability, or do I need to make sure I'm playing some AB? And we see the Vexing Quill hand instead of the usual gloves out of the Viserai player.
Yeah, in the mix here already, we have a Sigil of Lightning coming down, getting things ready to go. Of course, that ability going to be very, very useful to go ahead and get wide for Aurora. Aurora able to do, I would say, a multifaceted game plan. You, of course, are able to just go ahead and do 0 for 4s, kind of classic Briar Lightning Runeblade play, I would say. But also there's that combo finish lurking as well. There is Arc Lightning in conjunction with Flicker Wisp that can just go ahead and present so much arcane damage.
It is interesting. A lot of the decks that we see, the aggressive decks, run out of gas later in the game. But I don't know, if you're playing Aurora, you can very consciously, very deliberately have this plan where I'm pitching these cards early on, and then in second cycle when they're grouped together, I do have that pop-off turn for just tons of arcane damage.
Yeah, you see the best Auroras always planning around that combo being somewhere in their deck. Viserai looks to go ahead and become the Arc Knight here, one of my favorite cards of all time. To nobody's surprise, what's it going to find, Craig? Every single time, it feels like.
Yeah, the Mordred Tide comes out. This is the most powerful card in the deck. I mean, Brian, what are you doing? Just give us 3 more copies of this thing?
Sure.
Yeah.
Why not? Why not? Viserai deserves it.
Look at that. I'm a developer.
Look at that beautiful Viserai anime hero down there on Tom's side, of course, taking advantage.
First weekend for these bad boys, right?
Yeah, just
gorgeous.
Just appearing here at Worlds. So many folks walking around excitedly with their anime-inspired heroes. Malefic Incantation coming down. Big pickup here for Viserai. I think this is the card maybe more than anything that has gone ahead and pushed Viserai back into the spotlight.
And I really like what we're seeing out of Tom here, where he's saying, hey, I'm going to arsenal this Mordred Tide on this turn, and the next turn I have this incantation. It's going to pop off even harder.
That is the flow for sure. Rune Flash just going to come down, offer that split damage for the first time here, and also be backed up by more Rune Chants, more creation from the Viserai hero ability.
Yeah.
Something so satisfying about moving these dice around, going ahead and making these Rune Chants. I just love the physical feel of playing Viserai.
Yeah, every time you attack, you get to move at least one of the Rune Chants up and leave some behind, right?
We call that high APMs. So Tom going to go into the next turn with a Mordred Tide in arsenal, 2 Rune Chants at the ready, and that Malefic Incantation. So if you're Elly, you want to go ahead and get the gas rolling right away, and Lightning Strike going to kick things off here, assuming card draw, and that is going to be the choice from Elly due to the benefit of that embodiment of lightning.
Yeah, the embodiment token and the E-Strike are just best friends, right? They just high-fived each other as they're running across the attack zone here onto the chain link.
Peanut butter and jelly combo, we call that, Craig. Go together so well.
It's funny you say that. I don't think they have a combo like that in Japan, the peanut butter jelly.
I had an amazing fruit and cream sandwich, which was kind of a similar stand-in. Had strawberries, other kinds of berries. I've eaten a lot of strange sandwiches in Japan, but I've enjoyed them all. Ravenous Rabble going to kick things off here. Lightning Press is the reveal. That's good information to have for Tom.
A good one to know about going into the next turn.
But is going to face 4 go again damage here from the Ravenous Rabble. 2 cards left in hand for Elly. Of course, Aurora really starts going hard once that Channel Lightning Valley is found.
Yeah. That's a game changer. But also, to me, Tom's already made his decision here, right? He's arsenaled the Mordred Tide. As soon as you take all 5 from the E-Strike, you're saying, I'm keeping this whole hand.
For sure.
I will think on it. Think on this for a moment is what I will do.
Elly deployed this Enlightened Strike, chose the mode of draw a card. Now that Lightning Press is in hand, debating about whether she wants to go ahead and use it on this Enlightened Strike to just push as much damage as possible while Tom clearly has shields 100% down.
Yeah,
I think the answer is no.
It is interesting because arsenaling this, you still get that same 3 damage, but it also opens up the potential for your weapon, the embodiment of lightning in the future. So I think it was the right choice to just...
Channel Lightning Valley trigger being forced. There's a lot of upside. Gone in a Flash combinations. Of course, it's hard to get the buff with Gone in a Flash, but you are happy to just reset in some instances.
It is hard to get the buff there.
Second Malefic incantations here on the Mordred Tide turn. Big things coming for Tom.
Yeah, and this is why he was no blocks, right?
I will Rune Flash.
Rune Flash, no cost here.
Yes.
Tom says, I'll make 400 rune chance.
Yeah, coming for 4 and 4, leave 6 in the bank.
Just 6. My mistake, Craig. Only 6 rune chance made behind.
You have how many in hand? 2. 2 in hand.
These turns, these are the dream.
525.
Yeah, Mordred Tide Viserai turns. They feel like cheating, quite honestly.
Well, also with the incantations is just exactly where you want to be.
Yep. No reactions. 1, 2, 3, 4.
Great communication from our players. You love to see it.
Absolutely.
And it looks like very similar game plans thus far, just going ahead and taking the salvos from each other.
Well,
Happy to go ahead and crack back as hard as possible.
Aurora is a deck that blocks particularly poorly.
6 is pretty good. Trigger Viserai.
Very true. Very true, Craig. There are several instances that make blocking very, very challenging.
Yep.
I would say the exception is maybe Electrostatic Somersault.
Yes.
But that has to line up very well.
But yeah, there are a lot of no blocks, a lot of 2 blocks in the deck. And even if they were 3 blocks, a lot of the cards still just attack for more than they defend for.
And look at the damage being done on this turn. Elly falling down to 22 already. This last card is just going to be Arsenal, though, and I think that's a little bit of a win for Elly. If that card was deployed on this turn, getting even more value from that Mordred Tide, things could have gotten out of control very, very quickly. Hocus Pocus was the close-off there, though, so there are plenty of rune chance for the next go-around. Elly has a fine start here. Burn Up Shock kicks things off on the Lightning Rune Blade side.
Yeah, the Arsenal is a small victory, but it still has to be a pretty solid card for Tom because he had the chance to block with it on the previous turn when Elly was kind of going ham.
True enough. Starfall starts things here. I believe on the back of that tunic.
Yep. And it's going to be really hard not to let this Burn Up end up doing its thing. We know there's a Lightning Press over in the Arsenal.
Yeah, you can't overblock everything. Looks like Sigil of Solace also in hand and a Flittering Charge, I believe, for Elly here. Really love the addition of Sigil of Solace to this deck. It feels like something that came along a little bit later. It wasn't too long after that the Auroras really picked it up, but it's so vital. We're just going ahead and smoothing out some hands.
It is an interesting card because it doesn't play into the all-gas game plan as much, but it always does exactly what the card says it does.
Yeah. And in combination with something like Gone in a Flash, the output really becomes very impressive.
Yep.
It is that Flittering Charge coming down next. Still, Lightning Press at the ready for Elly.
I always get nervous.
Elly admitting to a little bit of nerves down there in the feature match area. How could you not be nervous, Craig? It's the World Championship, the biggest Flesh and Blood tournament of the year.
The nerves are one of my favorite parts.
Yeah.
Like when I know I'm
get those
playing for
butterflies
something.
cranking.
Yeah. It's like, all right, this is worth doing, right? There's not a lot of opportunities in our lives where we get nervous about what we're about to go into.
I agree, Craig. That Sigil is going to be deployed here in conjunction with that Flittering Charge. Go Again is now offered for Elly. Tom thinking about responses here. Did play a little defense on this turn thus far. 2 cards committed to the defense. I want to call out on Tom's side that Face Purgatory. Getting maximum value out of that is going to be critical for Tom in this match.
Absolutely. And this was kind of an interesting turn where, you know, a lot of times the Aurora player isn't going to present a massive over-the-top pumped attack, right? They don't go tall super often. So this was a chance if you were Tom to be like, hey, maybe maybe it's worth sniping a card from the hand, drawing another card, and blocking out this big attack.
Whenever I see those 7s appear out there in the arena, the 7 power dice move forward, you have to think, was there a window for Face Purgatory perhaps? That's really the type of numbers you want to line that card up against. For Tom, though, putting a lot of value on these 2 cards left hand. Looks like a Sink Below and Deadwood Dirge here, so we're going to go ahead and make even more Rune Chance. Just going to sacrifice one of the Rune Chance for 2 more. Still have that Arsenal card from the last turn. And it's going to be another Hocus Pocus here. So just building up more Rune Chance. It is going to interact with those Malefic Incantations. 4 total Rune Chance, I believe, coming down. Unless these Malefics have been missed, potentially.
Yeah, I was about to say, they should trigger. They're not a May option.
Yeah. May have been missed there by Tom. We talked about the nerves. The players are going to be dealing with this throughout this entire weekend.
And this is a matchup where you're always trying to think a turn ahead, and it's easy to miss a little thing like that.
Ball's back in Elly's court now. Going to kick things off here with Starfall.
The jig is up, right?
What does it mean, Craig? Nobody knows.
Just 2 this turn, okay.
Yeah. Simple attack for 1. Nothing can go wrong here.
Oh, yeah, starts at 1 even, yes.
Yeah, turn just ends after that.
Offer accepted.
Tom having a bit of a think here. It is face up, but you still need to go ahead and sort out the turn for sure.
We got a judge coming in. It looks like this is going to be about the incantations, yeah.
Yeah, judge has spotted now. Players are made aware. They will go ahead and issue a fix here. Move down to 1, and those Rune Chants now appear.
Good, I like this.
Great work from our judge staff stepping in, getting things straightened out.
Well, and part of me, often I'm about leaving the missed triggers alone, where if both players have missed this, you just maintain the game state. But there's definitely an argument to be made where it's much more favorable to the Viserai player to have the Malefic Incantations on the board for as long as possible, because they're often waiting for that second Mortar Tide to pop up where you're going to generate all those additional Rune Chants. So I like the fix here.
Agree. It is one of the best ways to go ahead and keep that Starfall rolling. It is Channel Lightning Valley coming down
for
the first time in our feature match area. I think we're going to see a lot of that card this weekend, Craig.
And just like we said, that the burn-up shock was difficult to stop from happening. We're in the same spot here where if that press is still in the arsenal, you're not going to be able to block out every attack.
Yes, Sink Below going to be committed here to go ahead and try and prevent that card draw on this first chain link. I get it.
Where did I put those?
Embodiment of Lightning follow up here on the Aurora hero ability.
And I will play Gone in a Flash for 4 with Go again.
And there we see that Hallmark Majestic come down for Elly. It is Gone in a Flash. A Trixie card, Craig.
Great artwork on that one.
Yeah, beautiful. I mean, the Rosetta artwork, just top to bottom. Stunning stuff.
I feel like a lot of the sets recently, just, every time I'm like, oh man, I got to go get some of these full arts. I got to get some of these Marvels. You guys just come out with another set with all bangers.
Got to give it up.
And my wallet is just
for sure.
screaming at me.
Yeah, Creative has absolutely been killing it. Beautiful stuff. We are going to go ahead and use that Lightning Press to just go ahead and rebuy the Gone in a Flash. Keep it around for this turn, actually. Go ahead and deploy and get another 4 damage out of it. Spellbound Creeper is committed to the defense here.
And this is a huge commitment where you're saying, hey, I don't want to let you draw the extra from the channel.
Yeah, mission accomplished, though, for Tom.
It is, but is it worth it, right?
We'll see.
You're over-blocking by so much on a few of these cards. You're giving up some very critical resources.
We're going to see Tom found it worth it. Gorg Tome, going to refresh the hand a bit.
Wait a second.
Craig,
Wait a
it's
second,
not
Brian.
all books. We were very
I thought
specific.
all the books
no,
were
no, no,
banned.
no. It's not all books.
Explain yourself.
Some books are still allowed, including Burganian Tome. Plenty of rune chants, again, coming on the back of this Swarming Gloom Veil and those Malefic Incantations. Full-powered Swarming Gloom Veil on offer here. Also 4 rune chants coming in as well.
I mean, it's kind of wild that this is like,
8. I don't really want to go.
I don't know, like the 2-card hand out of
Yeah.
the Viserai player, and you're like, oh, I'm going to attack for 8, and I'm going to make another attack for, I don't know, at least 6 more here.
Pretty good. You see why Viserai climbing back up the ranks. A once-forgotten hero, now pillar of the metagame.
And Elly is very incentivized not to be blocking on this turn because you want to ensure you get another draw or a draw out of the Channel Lightning Valley.
Yep. Tom defended successfully first go around. It'll be hard to do so on another turn cycle unless cards can be demanded here from Elly. Eight damage on offer here. Elly sitting at 19. Still a little cushion to play with.
4, okay. Yep.
Is going to take the rune chance. Debating now on this Swarming Gloom Veil.
And I think when you have the channel on the board, a card like Crown of Providence is even more interesting, right? Because you're saying, hey, you know, I don't have to block here, but maybe I do need to switch out one of the cards in my hand. Maybe I can craft that hand where next turn my Channel Lightning Valley is all that more valuable.
Well, it looks like it's going to be equipment committed to the defense here. It is going to be the Crown along with 2 other pieces, Lightning Greaves and Grasp, also getting in the mix for a full cover-up. Going to take advantage of that Crown trigger. Find a new card for the hand.
And, I mean, to me, it's a little bit interesting committing that much equipment because you weren't interested in preventing these rune chants anyway.
2 no-go again, and once the rune chants have been resolved, I'll draw.
Drawn to the Dark Dimension. Follow up here. Viserai now loving these free attacks. They just keep the gas flowing.
Man.
I don't see the card for Tom yet. Has he picked up the card from Drawn to the Dark Dimension?
It's possibly we're waiting for the rune chant resolution first.
Okay, yeah, that would make sense.
I'll take the arcane. Yep.
He's going to take the 3.
Then goes
There we go. Now we can pick up the card.
Yep, I appreciate that. Just very clean play out of the players.
Both these players playing extremely clean. Communication very strong, as you would expect at the World Championships, of course. Elly just facing a vanilla 2 here. Does she feel like she can afford to take a bit more damage on this turn cycle? Does say no blocks, keeping the 4 cards in hand, and is going to commit to trying to get a card out of that Channel Lightning Valley. Has been unsuccessful thus far. Is the texture of the hand right to go ahead and pick up an additional threat? Tunic only on 2 here. Would love to have that line up with your Channel Lightning Valley turn, but kicks things off with that Starfall once more, Craig. Obviously just an attack for 1, and then the turn will end, correct?
Yeah, I mean, that's just too bad for Elly. Just has this rough turn.
Yeah, all those cards in hand going to be wasted. Tom looking at the defensive options here. Viserai does defend well.
Lots of 3 blocks. It has some room to put in some D-reacts now, I think, if you want to be playing that way.
It's funny. I was actually debating this the other day. I prefer, in my Viserai list, to not take that approach against the Aurora decks. I actually just think I can outrace them in a lot of instances. I want to find my spike turns, and I don't want any potential bricks, and I stay away from D-reacts in this matchup. Maybe controversial. That's how I approach it.
I agree with you, but there are some players who are playing a decent number of D-reacts. When you run into Dio, right, -IO, you say, hey, I have such a fridge with my armor suite now.
Yep.
And all I need to do is 3 block and 4 block and then, clean up a little bit with armor here and there, and I will fatigue them 80+% of the time.
Interesting turn cycle here, Craig. So that Starfall did get go again on the back of just a raw electromagnetic somersault. Ooh. But the follow-up is Warmonger's Diplomacy here. And this is the card that was entirely blamed for forcing Viserai out of the meta. I don't think it's quite true. We've seen Viserai's ability to play through this card now.
Sure.
But still has the potential to have a really big impact on Tom's next turn.
No, I mean, this is one of the best cards against Viserai. But the flip side of this is Elly's having a very mediocre turn here.
Absolutely. And
You know,
no value gained from that Channel Lightning Valley
Yeah,
at all.
She took a pile of damage on the previous turn, didn't punch back for anything, didn't draw the card from the Channel Lightning Valley. I think if you're in Tom's seat, you're saying that was actually a massive win.
Both players choosing war here. Elly actually picked up another Warmonger's Diplomacy. What does Tom have to offer? Has Tunic at the ready. That's always nice. Rune Flash going to be the first play here.
Okay.
I'm expecting a pretty anemic turn thus far based on Tunic activated, red pitched. But we'll see if Tom maybe has a little hidden gas in the tank, maybe in the form of that arsenal.
I mean, the most likely thing here is follow this up with a weapon attack, right?
Yep.
You hang on your arsenal for the next turn. You're saying, hey, you were at 10. I still represented, 8 damage this turn through a Warmonger's Diplomacy, like pretty effective turn.
Not bad.
And I also have 4 cards in my hand plus my arsenal for the next turn.
And you called it, Craig. It is just going to be weapon here. That is defended as well. So 2 cards committed to the defense on
That's
this turn.
very
cycle for
interesting.
Elly. Yeah,
Blocking
didn't want
with the
another
second
Warmongers.
diplomacy. Aurora is one of those decks that has, you have a lot of go again attacks, but sometimes they're just a little too conditional. But if you're able to go attack, finish with Warmonger's Diplomacy, it's exactly where you want to be.
Electrostatic Discharge into a Ravenous Rabble, revealing a red. It is Snatch. And now that Rabble comes in for 7. Elly also has a Tunic counter at the ready.
Take 7? Yep. Go to 9.
Yeah, and Tom is going to take 7 there.
Starfall for 2.
Falls down to 9. A little bit of a problem with our life totals here, but we'll do our best to keep you updated as to what's going on. 2 more on offer here from Tom, and it's going to take this as well. So Tom falls down to 7, and now it looks like we're going to go ahead and close things off with 1 more 0 for 4. Tom potentially falling down to 3 here.
And this is so interesting that this is the line that Elly picked, because she could have hung on to the Warmonger's Diplomacy and finished the turn with that card instead.
Looking to get aggressive and challenge Tom's life total. Looks like Tom does have a sink perhaps at the ready. Yep, there we see it. Does effectively cover up that second strike.
Yeah, sure. Understood. Tunic? Yep.
I would have been, if I was in LEC, I would have been so tempted to just fire off that second Warmonger's Diplomacy.
I understand.
Just stifling a second turn in a row. When the opponent chooses war, it means they can't generate the rune chance off of Viserai's ability. It makes it so much cleaner.
I'll say this though, Craig. You know what you're getting when you go ahead and just offer damage. With Warmongers, you don't know exactly how your opponent's going to play out of it. Yes, you expect it to have a big impact on their turn, but right now, Elly is dictating the terms of the game. She is saying, if I offer this much damage, I believe in my ability to go ahead and close this out over the next few turn cycles. Let's see if that gambit's correct. A reminder here, the life totals are 10 to 7, not 10 to 16. They will eventually get corrected, but we'll do our best to keep you informed in the meantime. So things are a bit more dire for Tom than they first appear.
I'll play Become the Arc Knight.
Nice way to start the turn for Tom.
Sounds good.
Going to do some searching here. It looks like searching for an attack in this instance.
I'll take
So it will not be something like a Mordred Tide.
classic.
It is just going to be a nice offensive salvo for Tom on this turn.
Yeah, that's an interesting one to get.
You expect there is some rune chant creation coming from Tom here.
Sorry, top is facing you. I'm right-handed.
Yeah, I mean, that's a card that combos best with Revel.
Swarming.
So we'll see. Okay.
Swarming Gloomveil, that's going to go ahead and make the rune chant. Grant itself go again.
And now I would bet the farm that the last card in his hand is the Revel and Rune.
Makes sense to me. Makes a lot of sense. And that means it's going to be pretty important for Elly to defend here. Elly down at 8, it appears. So 7 to 8. Present life total. Gone in a flash. Going to hop in front of that Swarming Gloomveil.
And one thing we haven't really mentioned is that the Aurora decks don't have this high density of blue cards.
It's true.
So when a lot of your damage is coming through these rune chants, there are times where they just get stuck with the all red hand and they have to take the rune chant damage.
There is that Revel, and it is going to be Amplify the Arc Knight coming in. 6 damage from the rune chants. Elly falls to just 2, so we're going to need some blocks.
And I mean, this
Tunic getting committed here. And Elly falls to just 1. Scary spot to be in against Viserai. Now all of those rune chants are offering lethal.
And we see Elly having to block, to defend with all of these cards that are much better at attacking than they are defending.
Great 1-card hand here. It is just a snatch coming in for 4. I want to point out over on Tom's side, there is that Vexing Quill hand at the ready, potentially able to offer 2 more
huge
rune chants.
And I like this. This turn is not going, this game is not going 3 more turns, right?
Yep. Give up the Tunic here, prevent that card draw. I think Elly picked up a big one. It looked like potentially a Sigil of Solace in hand. That could really do some damage to Tom's math. Elly at just 1, Tom at 7. Malefic comes down. Yellow one this time, but that's good enough in this spot.
Yeah, forcing a card out of the opponent's hand every single time.
Here's Deadwood Dirge as the follow-up. Yeah, gonna sack its own created rune chant there. And then Amplify comes down, and that does get the fist bump from Elly. And I think on the back of those early turns from Tom, particularly that starting Mordred Tide turn, it just put Elly behind very, very early on. Played well through that Warmonger's diplomacy, did Tom, and found the victory with the big purple guy.
And but I think it's also worth noting that the all red hands are just so bad when your opponent is representing, like just presenting all these rune chant tokens over and over.
Yeah. Yeah, it's really hard to go ahead and defend on 2 axes when you're just trying to be redline and aggressive the way Aurora is. And I think this is going to be a defining matchup for the rest of this metagame. And these 2 decks can pivot around each other a little bit too. They can make concessions to each other. And maybe this tournament's going to be determined by who found the best concessions to make in what matchups. Because as we said, there are some clear top dogs in this metagame. And I think everyone knew them coming into this event. They were accounting for them. But it's all about what variant of that hero are you facing. Are you facing Count Your Blessings versions? Are you facing more defensive versions of Zen? You have to really go ahead and prepare for all these things and find good strategies against all of them.
Yeah, and like we said going into the round, you have to decide what you're willing to sacrifice. What am I not going to play around? What if it shows up, am I willing to lose to because I'm not ready for it?
I think it's a question you have to ask yourself for every single high-level Flesh and Blood event you attend. And there's going to be a lot more high-level Flesh and Blood events in the future. And they're coming to you under a new name, the Flesh and Blood World Tour, kicking off in 2025. $1.5 million.
$1.5 million
USD at stake. A huge chunk of that always represented at the World Championships. Of course, that's next year's prize pool. We're giving away a heck of a lot of money here this weekend as well.
How much is that in yen, Brian? Do the math for me.
Craig's broken me.
Got him.
I got nothing. I have nothing to offer you.
Someone at home.
It's a lot of yen.
Post it in the chat for us.
A lot of yen.
I just want to see all the zeros.
So many zeros. Not only dollars up for grabs on the World Tour. Of course, there's prestige. There's being one of the most well-known Flesh and Blood players in the world. And there's being the Player of the Year. Of course, they're going to be crowned annually going forward at our World Championship Award ceremony. And the World Championship next year will represent the final event of the season. That's where we'll go ahead and lock up that Player of the Year race. And you're saying to yourself, I think I can be Flesh and Blood Player of the Year. First of all, I believe in you. Second of all, you better get started, and you want to head to battle-hardened Hiroshima, which is going to be the first event giving out Player of the Year points. There'll be more info on exactly how this point system is going to be working, appearing on fabtcg.com over the next few days. Of course, you have to earn the most point to go ahead and become crowned Player of the Year, and you will go ahead and take home a portion of that $100,000 USD Player of the Year award pot. But that also gets broken down a little bit, Craig. It's not only about a singular Player of the Year, it's going to be region-based as well. So the main Player of the Year may come from, say, APAC,
Yep.
but there will also be a Player of the Year over in the North American region and a Player of the Year in Europe as well. So always something to play for with this Player of the Year on the line.
Yeah, and I'd love to see this new program that just really rewards players for showing up to a lot of events and consistently doing well.
Do you want to take a guess who, if this system existed, would have been Player of the Year for this given year?
I'm always inclined to guess Brody.
You are correct. And I think a lot of people's instinct would be on the back of battle-hardened performances, where Brody is kind of known as this road warrior.
Sure.
It's actually not true. Brody cleared the field on callings alone, just dominated the calling circuit this go-around.
He's one of our top players, does consistently well in a variety of formats with a variety of decks, and it's no surprise that he would have won this year.
Yeah, it's going to be interesting to go ahead and watch this race develop. Of course, it'll happen across all of these events, the World Championships coming to the USA. Craig,
where's that, Brian? Make the announcement.
No, that's not happening quite yet, but it is
New
somewhere
Jersey.
in our country.
Tell me New Jersey.
It's New Jersey, Craig.
I love it. Perfect.
You asked me to tell you. I'll tell you whatever you want me to tell you. Just go ahead and put a request out there.
You guys heard it here first.
Pro Tour is going to be in London, and of course there will be another Pro Tour in the APAC region as well. But there's plenty of ways to get involved wherever you are in the world. There's 60 Battle Hardens planned worldwide in 2025, 22 callings, and of course those 50 national championships. It was so cool to watch our Parade of Nations here, Craig. Players in the flag processional carrying their country's flag with pride.
Yeah, I think it really caps off the hype leading into the weekend, where it's like, oh, this is what it was all about, right? Going from nationals into worlds, seeing the top players representing their countries. It's just awesome. I love it.
Yeah, it really hammers home the World Championships. It feels like this global event. And in fact, going and looking at our players area this weekend, it's surrounded by the flags of all these countries represented. Really a beautiful sight. I encourage you to join us next year for the World Championships in the USA. I promise you, you can speak to anyone who's here this weekend. It's worth it. Everyone having a great time.
Dude, even outside of our World Championship, the hype in this hall, the energy, when you guys opened last night and people were just pouring in, the merch station, the dealers, the artist signing cards, just all of it. The energy is spectacular.
It was impressive stuff for sure. You know what else is impressive, Craig, is the match we're going to kick off round 3 with. How about Yuki Lee Bender taking on Pablo Pintor? Now I know I'm at the World Championship.
These are two big names. Yes.
That is a big match. Ponkage and Sam going to come back to the booth and bring that match to you in just a few minutes. Do not go anywhere.
Welcome back, everybody, to Osaka. The World Championships are well underway, and we have got more high-octane, incredible flesh and blood coming up for you in just a second. But before that, perhaps we should dive through the mist veil, part the trees of the Candlehold Forest in Rosetta, and make our way back into the fires of Volcor, and check out a little sneak peek, a little info at Flesh and Blood's next set, The Hunted. Because this set will pose the all-important question, are you the hunter or the hunted?
I feel like I'm sitting right next to Florian over here. Do you voice that by any chance?
Let's just talk about Arachne for a little fans now. Starks and 4X. Look at this. We are already getting our first look here at the world premiere Hunted Prague, January 17th through 19th. This is the event participation promo. Now, hold up. What are we even looking at? This is... All right, well, let's go ahead. As I ask you, what's going on here in the Hunted? We saw in the keynote last night so many Arachnes out there. What is all that about?
Chaos, apparently, was right there in the hero text line. Chaos Assassin Hero, perhaps a new talent coming in. We know as much as you do, to be honest. So, and we will touch more into that later on today. That was just a little teaser for you guys.
That was, it asks the all-important question, are you the hunter, are you the hunted? But the most important question is who is going to win our round 3 feature match. But of course, world premiere The Hunted is going to be coming to you January 17th through 19th in the beautiful city of Prague. I have heard such wonderful things about that city. I have not been able to be there, make a trip out myself, but I've got a great reason to now, as do so many of you out there. Let's go ahead and take a look at some more key dates for the set. Of course, the world premiere, January 17th, but the pre-release, 1,500 events worldwide, January 24th. We heard from James himself that there is a spicy pre-release promo for this pre-release, so I do hope you'll all make your way out there. And then, of course, the release, January 31st. I just do also need to say, this box art, this key art, is maybe my favorite piece of art in Flesh and Blood. Period. It's gorgeous. It's so striking, the shadows and the colors, and of course the huntsmen, I guess, themselves in the background. You see all the different masks, but I digress. Let's go ahead and check out the marked keyword. Now, we've seen a couple pieces of this in some of the release trailers, right? You can mark your opponent, and then if they are marked, do X, or if the marked hero is X, do Y, right? It's going to be a central theme of the set. Anything getting your gears turning with marked punkage?
Well, ninjas, assassins, and warriors, and we don't know if there's a 4th class in this set yet, but all the fans of these classes definitely going to be rejoicing in this set that's coming up. And this marked mechanic, it's got my brain juices flowing, if you will, Sam. I'm so curious to see what the payoff is for these cards. I believe we have seen some cards that put marks on enemies yet. I don't think we've seen a full payoff yet. I'm going to be very, very interested to see how that turns out. But for now, let's focus on 2 of our new royal heroes coming out in the Hunted. Fang, Drakai of Blades, our new royal draconic warrior hero, and Syndra, Drakai of Retribution, our royal draconic ninja hero.
Bruh. Look at these freaking heroes, dude. I'm not as much an aesthetic player. For me, I think about how the deck plays, what are the mechanics. That's what draws me to a deck. This is the first time I'm looking at a hero art, and I'm like, I need to play that. Syndra is just calling my name. Look at the composition of that piece of art. Look at Fang, the way he's staring down all menacingly. But you want to talk about menacing. You want to talk about chaos. You want to talk about the true meaning of the word fear. The name Arachne comes to mind. The hunter becomes the hunted indeed. And nobody knows what any of this means, but I am seeing a lot of different figures here, all of them looking honestly more frightening than the next. What could this possibly mean for all of these, as I am now seeing agents of chaos?
6 different Arachnes. Some of their titles seem to be blurred. I can't even tell. Is it you pick one of them to reveal yourself at, after hero reveal or something like this? Can you be any one of these 6, kind of like a demi-hero situation, except at the beginning of the game? Kind of like a shapeshifter style assassin. You don't even know who you're facing under the mask. Do you flip into one of these as the game goes on?
Dude, look at the art in the middle. Look at the art in the middle. All the masks on the big homie, all the eyes and the cowl, this is so cool.
It is beautiful
it's
for
just
sure.
Insanely cool looking. Well, let's go ahead and dive into exactly what chaos means. And you're going to find out on December 17th.
That is way sooner than I thought.
I know.
I thought we have to wait all the way until January, but just next month. We're going to find out next month. I think we're going to start November. I don't remember.
Yeah. It's November 1st.
It's November 1st, yeah. So next month we're going to find this out. I'm so looking forward to this.
Countdown to chaos indeed. So that's just the first little sneak peek at our next marquee set here in Flesh and Blood. But we're going to have more announcements after the next round about all of these exciting events, dates, and of course, new mechanics and cards. But we are still firmly rooted here in the World Championships with all of the new cards from Rosetta making their mark on the metagame, as well as the new cards from the -IO Armory deck. And who better to show it off than one of the greatest players our game has ever seen, facing off against one of the other greatest players our game has ever seen. I'm just going to let their names speak for themselves. Talk to me about what this match is going to be. Punk.
Well, first, let's focus on the two players. Both of them, did, have an appearance in the Night at the Armory trailer over there. Both of them, gave Jacob a hard time, if I remember correctly. But Dash.io versus Nu. Now, fun fact about Yuki Libender piloting this hero. She actually last minute pivoted to this hero just about yesterday or this morning. She was quite firmly locked on Enigma and then finally decided she wants to play Dash.io instead. This matchup is tricky for Dash.io because Nu is one of those decks where she can block very, very well, which means she can threaten fatigue on Dash.io, but she can also punish the Dash.io every time the Dash.io takes an off turn to set up, because there's so much disruption in a Nu deck. If Dash.io says, I'm going to put on the brakes for a little bit, play a couple of items, spark a Genius for something, and pass it over to you, it's very, very likely the Nu gets to say, I'm going to punish your setup. You've given me a big hand. I'm going to attack your arsenal, attack your hand, play a Siren's Call, or do something that doesn't let you leverage the setup that you just did. So it'll be on Yuki to try and navigate this matchup to success.
And it will be on Pablo Pintor to continue to show that he is the master of all heroes, winning marquee event after marquee event on different heroes, classes, styles, play styles. Depends on the meta game. It doesn't matter. This dude can pick up a deck and take it to the promised land. Here on Nu, a deck that we haven't seen him play yet at a major tournament, and yet 2-0 here, getting ready to face off against what many consider the boogie mech coming into this format in Dash.io, but the threat of fatigue will of course be ever present throughout this clash truly of the Titans. Sometimes you get to watch an unknown player break through on feature match, have their first moment in the sun. This is not going to be one of those times. This is a clash between two of our game's brightest stars.
Pablo just showing us his flexibility when it comes to hero choice, winning the first Pro Tour on Chain, a very, very aggressive hero, recently winning Calling Leon on Enigma, a very, very control-y type hero. He's also known to be a Riptide enjoyer, brought that to Amsterdam as well, and now he is on Nu. I'm not sure if I've ever seen this man play the same hero twice, and honestly, similarly for Yuki Libender as well. Both these players just incredible at their craft, able to pick up heroes and switch heroes on a dime, it feels like.
The equipment has been presented. The heroes have their weapons at the ready. The Tunic counter gets its first tick to 1 on Pablo Pintor's side. It is Yuki Libender on Dash.io versus Pablo Pintor. This is about as good a match of Flesh and Blood as I imagine we're ever going to get to watch. Let's dive down into it. Pablo's got the first action of the game, and we are going to allow a little bit of filtering. It's time for that gorgeous Japanese beckoning Mistblade to hit the combat chain.
So this can already tell us a little bit of how Pablo maybe expects him to be able to win the game. Normally, you don't want to let your opponent filter like this, but if one of your potential win conditions is fatigue, you are actually very, very incentivized to send attacks at them turn 0 because you're effectively getting cards out of the deck for free. So Pablo showing us maybe showing a little bit of his hand here, saying he's setting himself up to potentially win by fatigue by sending this attack through. And Yuki Libender recognizing that, saying, I'm not going to give you any cards right here. Fine, have the dagger on hit. Let's see if we can actually leverage its effect.
Yeah, it turns out they're pretty good at this game. We're going to be saying that a lot throughout this match. Let's see what the follow-up is here.
And that's the amazing thing about these, top-tier, high-level international events, right? We get to see, this is round 3 of the World Championships, and we're seeing two, arguably, two amazingly good players clash off against each other.
Art of Desire Mind here, threatening 2 damage, and of course, banishing the top card of the deck if it hits, but if it banishes a blue, drawing a card and gaining a life does have the go again. No reactions. We'll go ahead and banish that red Fender Bender. that's not going to be the first time we see a Mechanologist card get banished this game, if I had to put my money on it.
And Pablo Pintor passing priority over there, still with the action point remaining.
Yeah.
So is signaling to Yuki that if she tries to play an item off the top or something like that, he could still punish her for it.
We'll be getting to see Yuki take a look at the top of the deck. It's not truly an extra card in the hand, but it adds so much depth and complexity to these Dash.io turns. Knowing what you have coming up, either to play off the top or that's going to be boosted, just adds just an enormous amount of complexity and intricacy to what Yuki is going to be able to be doing.
Especially, you know, when you have new cards like the Cerebellum Processor from the new Dash.io Armory deck, getting to look at the top card of your deck before you draw it is so incredibly powerful when you have these card draw effects. On Pablo's side, interesting that he has Chi in this matchup. Some news have opted to actually cut all the Chi into this matchup and just run Mask of Recurring Nightmares as a 2-block, because if you want to have the alternate win condition of Fatigue, you have to make sure that every card in your hand blocks, because what Chi does is it locks you into certain play patterns. It doesn't let you block with the rest of your hand, pretty much. So interesting that he still has that in this matchup, going to show that, you know, he wants to still put on a bit more pressure than perhaps Yuki might be expecting.
And importantly here, and as long as that's not a D-React in the arsenal for Pablo, this is going to buy the first of those 2 battle-worn pieces of equipment. New does not have a great fridge whatsoever. Once you buy those pieces of equipment, without something like Black Tech Whisperers to come back around, it is challenging to find and be able to block the breakpoints when things like Boom Grenade are on the table, threatening so much damage. I will say, when you're trying to beat Fatigue as the Dash.io, you need your Boom Grenades to hit. You need them to connect.
And that is the risky thing about having these cheese in your deck. It's cheese as in CHIS, not cheese as in like cheddar or something. But that is the risky thing, because you sometimes, you know, can't block out his boom grenades, as you rightly pointed out. They're so very critical for Yuki Bender to get over something like Fatigue. You know, locks you into pitching the chi to do something else with it. So let's see if that sort of punishes Pablo here as he faces down his first boom grenade of the game.
Yuki can present a couple more breakpoints. It's going to be challenging with no floating, only 2 cards left in hand. The Boom Grenade needs to be an attack action card to hit in order to go ahead and threaten those 4 points of all-important damage in a Fatigue matchup. Cerebellum Processor headed to the pitch zone here for an outpace. Looks like it's a blue one. Banishing a Fast and Furious. This is massive. One of the new cards from the Dash.io Armory deck, when it's banished to pay the cost of a boost, you get to put a Steam counter on an item. So now, even though this outpace is certainly not going to hit, that Boom Grenade is now around for a whole extra turn cycle. A massive hit there for Yuki Bender, and she knew it was coming. She could see the top of the deck.
Totally knew it was right there on top, and sort of punished Pablo for the block on the Fast and Furious. Got the armor block, but saying, I'm going to keep this Boom Grenade for an extra turn as well. You'll still need to deal with this, even if you block it out right now.
To go again. This is not an attack that Pablo would love to spend a 3-block on, but it represents 6.
And a bit of awkwardness over here. Yuki Bender also going off an Arsenal, and Pablo has a CNC in his hand. I think it's also a CNC in Arsenal, if I remember correctly. So, you know, those disruptive pieces just going to be vanilla damage over here, something Yuki is very likely going to be happy to take. And the other cards is a Chi and a Bonds of Agony. If you want to turn that Bonds of Agony on, you're going to have to use the equipment over here. And this is very, very early in the game to actually just cash those in.
First point of damage being taken by our new player, Pablo Pintor, down to 38. From the Symbiosis shot. 2 floating. No item off the top of the deck. Unless we're going to play one here. Yes, off the top, it's going to be a Techlocore. What a get for Yuki. It's not a card for the arsenal, but it is 2 resources on the next 2 subsequent turns. When you're trying to beat Fatigue, this is a good start. Threaten the Boom Grenade on a turn and critically Ponkage. Now keeping it around for a whole nother turn cycle.
And going off an Arsenal is Yuki Bender, but as you point out, Techlocore, 2 resources at the start of a turn is effectively an extra card in hand as well. So while it looks like Yuki is only holding 4 cards, she's effectively holding 5. With the Boom Grenade as well, that's potentially a 6. You play an item off the top, especially with a Cerebellum Processor. The Dash.io hand size can just keep getting bigger and bigger.
Let's see what the follow-up is here from Pablo. One with go again, threatening, of course, the +1 and the go again on the next blue attack. Elegantly designed, I will say. I just love what this card represents and creates in these new decks. Yuki's not interested in blocking much if she doesn't have to.
When the opponent only has 2 cards remaining, the Backling Misplay does become a lot less threatening because there isn't too much they can do with the go again from there. The +1 can be quite annoying from like surgicals or whatever. But the go again is really, really able to be capitalized on.
Was curious to see if these news were going to be bringing in Scale Peeler into the Dash.io matchup. One thing I was hearing when people were kind of dooming leading up to Worlds is that, you know, the fridge just makes it impossible for the disruption to really get there. But it seems as though Pablo here opting just for the classic Mist Blade and Spider's Bite. 1 damage being taken here by Yuki down to 33. Let's see if this is just going to come across for 6 points of vanilla damage. But it's a Codex of Frailty, not a Command and Conquer, though it might grab a Command and Conquer in just a couple seconds.
And now Yuki being a little bit punished for going off that arsenal over here. Codex saying you have to put a card back there to give me a card as well to discard to the Codex, and then I'm going to attack the arsenal anyway. Now, of course, she has opted for the Crown of Providence as a headpiece of choice. So, you know, could sort of just dodge the CNC effect, but that is just a one-time use over the course of the game. Could still be a very, very early use of the Crown of Providence. But at the same time, she wants to leverage a boom grenade that still has a counter on it. So if she, you know, if she blocks 6 on the CNC, she won't be able to threaten the boom grenade. She uses Providence. It's a bit early in the game, and this is the sort of thing that we were speaking about, Sam. She took a bit of a setup turn, right? All she did was send Fast and Furious in a blue outpace, and now Nu is punishing that, saying, "Oh, I see you with 2 items like a Tackle Car and boom grenade, but here's some disruption. I'm just gonna keep you on smaller hand sizes, and this way eventually fatigue you out."
Before any of that can happen, the 6 damage from the Command and Conquer on the combat chain. That beautiful, I believe it's the Team Poland frailty token there. Gorgeous piece of art from our friends over on the Poland team.
Bit of a rough hand for Yuki as well. I saw there was a boom grenade discarded to Codex of Frailty, and I believe she's holding another yellow boom grenade as well.
Do you think that is true? And of course, that 3 block ain't exactly a 3 block after that Spider's Bite hit. Fast and Furious is a great card, but not as good when there's a frailty token on the field.
Yep. And McNaughton is not known to have blocking cards. Well, Dash.io not known to have blocking cards other than attacks. So, you know, you spoke about the Spider's Bite versus the Scale Peeler. Sometimes in moments like this, the Spider's Bite actually just gets quite a bit of value.
You can see another new piece of equipment, the Heavy Industry Gear Shift, a way to get a little bit of block value as well as still be able to create action points like the Achilles Accelerator. Looks as though this is the time for the Crown of Providence. This is a huge moment in this game because the Crown of Providence can also protect something like a maximum velocity turn. Something that is going to be majorly important as we see Yuki really agonizing over this block. Perhaps just going to go ahead and put 2 blocks and the Teklo Foundry Heart blocking for 6 here, which means that boom grenade probably not going to get that much value.
Yep, Yuki deciding she's going to fold its hand, which makes a lot of sense, right? Those 2 yellow boom grenades and 2 blue attacks as well. If you try and expend your Crown of Providence on this hand, you're sending a bunch of blues. Yeah. You've got this yellow item in your hand. She's saying, you know what? Fine, this red boom grenade, I'm just going to have to lose it. And hopefully, you know, and then cash my Crown of Providence on a different turn where it's likely to be a lot more effective than just sending blues at my opponent.
Yellow boom grenade. Deciding on crank, not going to crank here, just setting up with another yellow. Let's see if Pablo wants to do anything on end step. Frailty's going to break, so not just threatening the 2 points of damage that the Fast and Furious would represent, or 3, I guess, after the Frailty if she had cranked, because knowing that would just be blocked out easily. Yuki's just starting to do another setup. Let's see if Pablo can punish again.
Yep, these are the moments where Nu has to find a disruption to punish Yuki for taking a setup turn like that. Because Teklo is still going to be around, still going to be an effective extra card. And one thing to note about the red boom grenade that no longer has a counter on it, it will go away at the start of Yuki's turn, but for now is available to galvanize to adaptive plating's effect. So that's an effectively 3 block on the arms piece on Yuki's side of the field because of the red boom grenade.
Taking a look here, you can see pass over, Warmonger's Diplomacy, Codex of Frailty in the hand, and a sink below. So not exactly the easiest way to go ahead and utilize every single card in the hand. We don't know what the random ponder off the top was, thanks to the Codex on the previous turn cycle. 38 for Pablo, reaching for the Spider's Bite to Yuki Lee Bender's 33.
Warmongers can be a very, very effective card against Dash.io because a lot of the power cards are, funnily enough, non-attacks. High Octane, Sparklet Genius, Cerebellum Processor, all the items, all, you know, non-attack actions. So if you choose War, you can't actually play any of those. but it's typically only very, very effective when your opponent has some processes already in the field, because they can't activate them to draw a card, because those aren't weapon actions. It's just, you know, they're not that. So currently, the Warmongers without processes in the field, you know, it's a bit of it could be an iffy play, but it might just be his best play looking at that hand there.
Like Yuki took the one off of the Mistblade. Pintor shaking the head a little bit.
Yeah, if he didn't draw an attack off the random pond on the top, he just doesn't have an attack in his hand. Looks like he will just go for the Warmonger. It's going to be IPing too, effectively.
Could still pass over in response to activate new. Ooh, saying which one would you like between War and Peace? That is going to be the selection of War from both sides.
That is some beautiful art. That's a gorgeous War token.
You go ahead and banish the Zipper Hit. That's a nice target, and most likely activate new. Look at the top. If it's blue, it can be banished. Looks like gonna stay on the top there. Both players now know the top of Yuki Lee Bender's deck.
That's really funny because yeah, Yuki knew exactly the card you were showing to Pablo. So going over to Yuki's side, got a bit of a break there. Not too much disruption from Pablo, just a Warmonger. So as if she's not holding, you know, a High Octane or a Spark of Genius, if it's just holding a whole bunch of boost cards, which can definitely happen, you know, she will be able to send quite a bit of damage. With this yellow Boom Grenade still there, still threatening the on-hit.
And no items off the top, because even though they are technically played as instants, they are still non-attacks when played. Warmonger still checks to see if you are adhering to your compact of war. So no items off the top for Yuki Lee Bender on this turn, but the Fast and Furious from the Codex going to banish a red 0 to 60. That's a power card. Probably not happy to see it hit the banish zone, but still 3 damage. There's a nice play you can make where if you crank something off the top in reactions, you can still give it the +1. However, Warmongers is going to make that impossible on this turn.
Yep, so that makes this block very, very easy for Pablo. Knows that no shenanigans can happen after this. But does look like on Yuki's side, she's just holding a whole bunch of attacks, just straight gas coming out from his Dash.io side right now. Also a soup up, which remember, the red Boom Grenade did get destroyed at the start of this turn. So that soup up that she's holding is actually going to come in for 4 and have go again.
Yeah, nice card. I've heard from many Dash.io players that card has been overperforming in these recent days post-Armory deck. All the items just destroying either through the destruction effects of on-hit or just like you say, you destroy them at the start of the turn. Even the Teklo Core was gone at the start of this turn. Pulse Wave Harpoon, we boosted 3 times. That's going to take an outpace off the top. We're going to show 3 and can take a 3 block here. Can't take the Sink Below, but now Yuki knows there's a Sink Below in the hand, so can utilize that to play around and see if we can make this Boom Grenade hit, because here's the thing, you're going to place a 3 block in front of this, and now Pablo has to think, do I want to give the Undertow Stilettos to keep the yellow Boom Grenade from ticking down and blowing up?
And this information is so important, not just because you know there's a Sink Below, but also it's a new. You know that there's no reactions in that hand. You know if Pablo sends a Persuasive, for example, you can safely just block 1. And Pablo, knowing this, might end up choosing to block with that Persuasive, because if he knows that Yuki won't need to respect any reactions, kind of no point just keeping that.
And that Sink Below is going to cover up the soup up, so no blocks, no reactions. The only damage that Yuki has been able to get across has just been 2 shots of the Symbiosis shot. So I think it's a Zipper Hit that's headed to the arsenal for Yuki, if I'm not mistaken. We'll have to wait and see, however. So Yuki, once again, threatened the Boom Grenade, but it is going to remain inert for the time being. We'll have to wait and see if she can get them off, because that will be absolutely critical to her winning this game.
And that is the second piece of Pablo's not a lot of armor on that side. That is gone now. Future Boom Grenades from Yuki's side gonna be a lot easier to get through as well. Well, just rewinding a little, looks like his random Ponder draw of the Codex was the Fate Foreseen. So unfortunately had a bit of a break that turn here. He had no attacks the turn he played the Warmonger's Diplomacy. And Yuki on her side had all attacks not get punished by the Warmongers at all. I think she had to boost an item way. She couldn't play that off the top because of the Warmongers, but still, the fact that she was able to steal all that tempo back is putting her in very much on the front foot right now.
Is this the life total? I'm at 32, right?
Oh, yeah.
Well, let's not touch it, but we can tell.
It looks like, yeah, they're just making sure that they can make the life totals reflect accurately. Looks like Yuki said she's at 32, not 33. They're just going to go ahead and make the life totals accurate there. Our friends are going to step on in. Pankaj, at this point in the game, Yuki 33, Pablo 36, we know the game plan you set out. We know the general trend of the metagame. So much Dash IO, so much new here, kind of to prey on the Dash IOs. We know Yuki here has had some powerful turns, but Pablo's now down the equipment pieces. What are you thinking about the general timbre of this game? Who's ahead, who's not? What are you feeling?
I think Yuki is slightly ahead simply because we haven't seen a single power card from her yet. We haven't seen a single processor. I mean, it was pitched early on, but we haven't seen her resolve a processor or a high octane or a spark of genius. All incredibly strong cards. And she has the tempo right now and is holding one of those said power cards in that Spark of Genius right there. So I'm hoping Yuki is slightly ahead, but of course, Pablo being on the new, being on the disruptive deck against a hero that has all these non-blocks in form of items, definitely nowhere close to being out of it right now. I think we're still in for a nail-biter of a match.
Backup protocol red off the top, an important piece against these defensive, disruptive decks to recur a powerful piece like that 0 to 60 we got banished, like the Fast and Furious. It is a zipper hit in the arsenal. It is coming in for 4. Now here for Pablo, Yuki has to be bummed to see a high octane hit the banish zone there. Did not see the second card, so can just make sure to put that one back on top. But Pablo now knows, thanks to, you can see the Dash IO tap their turn sideways. There is no threat of a boom grenade in the reaction step here. So this is face up in terms of the damage represented. Still 4 damage that Pablo doesn't want to just take on the chin, and that's going to buy an Enlightened Strike block. So at the moment, 1 damage over the top. The first damage from an attack action card has landed. Pablo down to 35.
Yeah, Pablo knows there's no shenanigans going to be happening on this turn. The first card that Yuki played this turn was a backup protocol off the top. Dash IO, of course, a once per turn ability over here, so no boom grenades coming off the top for her. And unfortunately for her, couldn't see the second card, and so didn't know that by playing the backup protocol off the top, you're going to be boosting right into a high octane. But that is one of the fickle things about Dash IO deck. Sometimes it does some incredibly almost broken things, but other times you just have to boost away your high octanes and your max Vs because you have to use the tempo that you work so hard to get.
Yuki here already has a Cerebellum processor pitched away from one of those most recent turns. Let's see if that's the grab for her. Important with Spark of Genius, you already have an extra action point here for Dash IO because cranking the backup protocol as an instant just grants you that second action point. So Spark here basically has go again, and it's going to draw a card upon resolution. And if you grab the Cerebellum processor, all of a sudden things are starting to look pretty good.
Yep. And if you crank the Cerebellum as well, then your Spark has go again, and you have the extra action point from cranking the backup protocols. You can immediately use the Cerebellum processor to draw a card. But Yuki looking like potentially choosing a red boom grenade instead as well. And with the extra action point that she got from cranking the backup protocol, means that she might not need to crank this boom grenade and can threaten it this turn and leave it around for the following turn as well. So many options available to his Dash IO deck, and that's what makes it very tricky to play. Looks like Cerebellum processor is the call.
Both players saying, it's a good card. It's a good choice.
Yep. And looks like Yuki did say she's going to crank it, which means she's still going to have 2 action points after the Spark of Genius resolves, which means one of them can go right into the processor to draw a card. And just like that, we already saw a zipper hit come in. Spark of Genius used. She's going to be back up to 4 cards after she activates the Cerebellum processor. That is the power of this Dash IO deck.
Pretty strong indeed. Draw a card off the Spark of Genius and now the Cerebellum processor. Because we still have 2 action points thanks to the crank, we got 2 turns of just being able to draw a card with this thing. Dash IO has hooked into the mainframe. Her and Datadol are ready to download all the data that Metrix has to offer. And on this turn and the next turn, it's going to be in the form of a single card. But in this game, in our great game of Flesh and Blood, a single card can sometimes make all the difference.
And being able to see the top card of the deck at all times as well, knowing exactly what she's going to draw off the processor. Now, Yuki, 4 cards, still 1 floating in the pitch zone. How much more damage is she going to be able to send at Pablo Pintor?
Nice to see some blues be banished for Yuki because those are the power cards that she wants to, or not, the less powerful cards that she's happy to see banished. But honestly, Pablo's also happy to see the blues, given that he could sometimes perhaps play them with News ability. That would require playing blue cards, playing Chi, and transcending. And right now, Pablo's doing mostly blocking.
But once again, though, he's holding the Chi again, and we spoke about this limits your options as the new player. You don't get to block with that. You're forced to pitch it, forced to send something. Don't quite know what this arsenal is, but if it's something like a CNC as what's being blocked with already, you might be forced to send it when your opponent doesn't even have an arsenal again. So could be very punishing for Pablo here, choosing to bring Chi into this matchup.
Cracking the backup protocol, still got 2 floating, so can grab a red card. Looks like it's going to be the Fast and Furious, have cranked, so this is coming in for 4. Banishing the top, which is a twin drive. That's an important piece for maximum velocity. But here, this is just 4 with go again.
No maximum velocity to speak of in Yuki Bender's graveyard. You know she would have loved to grab that on this turn when you've boosted. This is the 3rd boost already, is Fast and Furious, and you've drawn so many cards. Instead, though, a disruptive piece in his Pulse Wave Harpoon. Gonna force the last card and show to her that Pablo is holding a chi.
Persuasive Prognosis now once again going to hit the combat chain as a blocking card. Symbiosis shot every turn now has gotten over. Pablo down to 27, card left in Arsenal. And this is just a chi in Pablo's hand. It also gives an attack +1, so we can't even just play it. This is going to be pitched into a dagger, most likely, depending on what's in that arsenal.
Also, I believe Yuki arsenaled a twin drive, I want to say.
Yeah, I think so. I saw that in the hand. Now here's a Persuasive Prognosis. We saw one blocking. Now we see one from the arsenal. So both players know about the grain that tips the scale in Pablo Pintor's hand. So this now threatens a card out of the hand with the Mask of Recurring Nightmares and a card out of the hand if the attack hits, and banish the card from the hand with the same color.
So one interesting thing about this card in this matchup is that Yuki knows exactly the color of the top card of her deck.
Oh, yeah.
So depending on what it is, she might not care about his on-hit or Persuasive at all. It's one very unique thing about his matchup. Now, Pablo, if he has something like a Justinic, could get around it because you can order the Justinic banish before the Persuasive one and not let Yuki know. But both players know the card in hand is not Justinic, and just goes back to how good Pulse Wave Harpoon is in this matchup, because Yuki knows exactly the sort of tricks that Pablo might have up his sleeve, and knows whether or not she needs to respect, how much she needs to respect this Pulse Wave, Persuasive Prognosis.
And just like that, a blue card played off the top. If there are no blue cards in Yuki's hand, that means this Persuasive Prognosis threatens nothing but information for Pablo. Both players also know that a card is being lost, most likely to the Mask of Recurring Nightmares here. But perhaps the Teklo core will look to shore up some of that problem. And look at this, the Crown of Providence is just going to go ahead and block 2, try to filter the hand some. We know from both sides here that this is not going to connect unless the Tunic is pumped into that Arousing Wave. That would be the way to get over the top here. Maybe Yuki having a think about that exact thing. Resolving Crown of Providence, blocking 2.
Crown of Providence, yet another incredibly powerful card, particularly in Dash.io, because she knows exactly what she's going to draw. We keep coming back to this Processor, Crown of Providence, cards like this, High Octane even. You know exactly what you're going to draw. It'll just help you plan your turn so much better.
Time to lose a card to the Mask of Recurring Nightmares. Be a Fender Bender. I believe Yuki spoiled that card.
Yep.
And there is the Arousing Wave to push over the top. It's going to depend on what the top of the deck is here. Fang Strike going to make this 3 instead of 2. Yuki tried to just block 2, but that arm piece is going to go ahead and make this on-hit effect trigger.
Again, she knows the color of the top card. Let's see whether it's even something that matters. It's a red, I do believe she is holding reds.
Banish the outpace, but still has a Spark of Genius here.
Yeah, with the Processor still on the field, being reduced to a small hand size is not what Yuki wants. She wants to capitalize on the extra cards, and this is, we spoke about this from the onset, Sam. This is why this is quite a tricky matchup for Dash.io to navigate. Nu is just not going to let you have big hands.
Teklo core ticking on down, 2 resources floating in the pitch.
Now, it is important to point out as well, with the Arousing Wave gone, now Pablo's potential Bonds of Agonies do get worse because you have 1 fewer equipment piece to fuel more attack reactions on that. So it did come at a cost, but he got to disrupt Yuki on a turn where she was sitting on a Cerebrum Processor, so he probably is still very happy with that exchange.
Wonder if this is going to just be Spark of Genius for another Cerebellum here. Set up, still draw a card off the Spark of Genius and have a 5-card hand. So 2 damage over the top from the Twin Drive. Spark of Genius, both players know about it, going to enter the arena here. Let's go ahead and grab a card with cost 0 or greater, an item that is to place into the arena.
Speaking of information that both players knew about, we saw Yuki knowing about Pablo's reaction on the previous turn, but Pablo now knows about Spark of Genius in Yuki's side, and maybe that's why he's chosen to just hold on to her Warmonger's Diplomacy in his hand, because if Yuki tries to find a Cerebellum Processor over here, the Warmongers would be an incredible punish.
So it is going to be the backup protocol red. Perhaps Yuki playing around that exact scenario, getting a card that's going to make it easier on her next turn to sculpt a good hand and get some damage over the top. We're really seeing why both of these players have won major events. These are two calling winners we are getting to watch face off here, round 3 of the World Championships. It's the highest level of competition between two of the highest levels of competitors we have.
And this is sort of play Yuki has spoken to me about. She says sometimes she'll just spark for backup to not be vulnerable to Warmonger's diplomacy. As you correctly pointed out, just incredibly heads-up play by Yuki Libende over here.
Oh, interestingly, did she crank the backup protocol?
Looks
No
like
steam counter represented on the card.
Looks like she might have. I mean, she, maybe was gambling to try and draw blue off the top with a Spark of Genius. You're able to crack the backup protocol immediately and get something with it. Also have the option for Foundry Heart, worst case if you didn't find the resource.
Let's see what the move is here.
But have to point out, Sam, the clock is ticking in some sense. I don't mean the actual timer. I mean the clock that is Yuki Libende's deck. That is so many cards in the graveyard and banished already. And Pablo's still at a 25 and holding quite a few cards over there.
Maybe the backup protocol going to be used on Yuki's defensive turn to grab a card. Just going to be Bonds of Attraction to start things off. For Pablo Pintor, it looks like he's saving that Warmonger's diplomacy.
Yeah, when your opponent, doesn't have a processor, you kind of don't really want to Warmongers. He might just get punished again, like with the previous time where he played Warmongers and Yuki just had a bunch of boost cards that all had go again. So he's saying, until you show me a processor, which you definitely will play because that's one of your best cards, I'll just park those Warmongers in Arsenal and just save it for when I'm going to be able to stop your extra card draw.
Teklo Pounder off the top and a zipper hit as well.
So if he chooses a blue or a yellow from the yard, we'll be able to gain a life off of the Bonds of Attraction as well. Which, when you're threatening fatigue, the last few points of life can definitely matter.
Nice for Yuki here, that at least it's not a blue.
And no disruption threatened this time. Once again, just a bit more of a break for Yuki Libende. But part of that was because of her own heads-up play to find backup protocol instead of Cerebral and Processor, because had she found Processor, she would have been disrupted by Warmonger's diplomacy. So lots of back and forth and high-level play going on here.
And if this had been a red off of the top, the Bonds of Attraction would have been able to banish perhaps a red that Yuki Libende would have wanted to use with that backup protocol.
I thought that doesn't see the first one. Maybe we should call it Joe. It's just the one?
Yep. It is just one life gain from the Bonds of Attraction for banishing 2 yellow cards.
So 25, 26?
25 plays 26 here. Both players near equal life. Pablo has leaked some damage, doesn't have nearly as much equipment left over. Looks as though Yuki is thinking on the backup protocol red here. Does have the Tekla core in order to power up the turn as well.
And has 2 blues in hand, but one of those is another Cerebellum Processor. It's probably something she wants to try and resolve on this turn. And she's holding 2 heists as well. Both of them 2 cores. While the Tekla core can power up her turn a little bit, those are still very expensive boost attacks. Perhaps that's why choosing not to use the backup protocol. So a bit of a...
Meant that Spark of Genius didn't really get her much.
Well, yeah, it didn't get her... I mean, it did get her a dodge of Warmonger's diplomacy, if you will. But, Sam, look at Pablo's.
Wow.
That is 2 cheese in there. That's the risk you run when you want to bring these powerful cards in. It turns on your Mask of Recurring Nightmares. We've seen him activate it a couple of times this game already, but sometimes this happens. You draw 2 non-blocks and your opponent starts the turn playing a Boom Grenade off the top.
And the Boom Grenade off the top, off of Teklo core resources at that, so the whole hand still available to try to get this Boom Grenade to connect. You really need 1, you really need 2 or 3 to get to get over a deck that is trying to fatigue. Zipper hit. Coming in 4-5, but of course threatening 3 more. I think Pablo here, the writing on the wall, he's taking this Boom Grenade on this turn. 2 cheese in hand are going to make it near an impossible proposition for Pablo to get around.
100%. And one awkward thing about when you hold 2 cheese as well is that you want to use your mask maybe to like block breakpoints, but then your cheese don't do anything because you're not really going to play Dash Io's cards. You can't boost them because you don't have any Mechanologist cards in your deck, so they'll never have go again unless you get a blue dagger through, but that's all still just vanilla damage. So Pablo's just stuck in a very rough spot over here facing his Boom Grenade. Also, second action point from Yuki Libende because she cranked the boom grenade at the top, and she's holding a
Cerebellum.
processor, which means she can just immediately play it, immediately cash that in for another card draw.
This could be the turning point of this game. We watched Yuki just count up her deck. I believe it was 23 or 24 cards. So we are less than half of the deck remaining after all these boosts and banishes. The question is Yuki going to be able to finish the job here on this turn? Or if not finish the job, at least put herself in the driver's seat, if you will. Let's see if the Mask of Recurring Nightmares is going to join as well. 2 over the top, so the boom grenade is going to trigger. That's 5 damage. Like we said, Pablo saw the writing on the wall. He knew this was happening. 3 more damage, so Pablo down to 21 here. It's the first boom grenade connect, but will it be enough to propel Yuki to victory?
And you have to make those calls sometimes in this matchup. You have to recognize that, look, they're just going to get the boom grenade through. They have way too many cards for me to be able to block out, especially when I'm holding 2 non-blocks. So Pablo's saying, I just need to hope that, after this turn, I'm able to block a little more effectively. The processor coming down, being cranked as well, so, having go again effectively, immediately being used to draw a card. How much more damage can Yuki present this turn? Dash IO has been used.
Their card drawn. Can she find a way to resolve a maximum velocity, something that is so important to getting over the top? First, activating the Teklo Foundry Heart. That's the last Cerebellum processor, but perhaps thinking she only needs the 2 to finish the game, but it's also a red boom grenade.
Yeah, but she is holding 2 heists, remember, and she has 4 resources right now, and Pablo can't block. So they see the last Cerebellum processor being banished, but it might come right back in because it's 2 heists and Pablo can't actually block this out.
Wow, and another red boom grenade off the top, so this would have maybe been disastrous for Yuki if Pablo had the defensive pieces on the turn, but it's looking like Pablo is unfortunately up the creek without the proverbial paddle here. 5 go again, threatening to grab an item from any banished zone. Let's be clear, it doesn't just have to be Yuki's, it can be any banished zone. I have to imagine Yuki's is going to be the one that she's looking for with this heist. That can grab the processor, that can grab either of those 2 red boom grenades. This first one at least, taking that Mask of Recurring Nightmare, so now those cheese doing way less in this deck.
Yeah, we spoke about that. Sometimes you're forced to block the mask because you're holding no blocks, but then those no blocks are so bad because you don't have mask anymore. But little does Pablo know is that there's just yet another heist that's going to come his way on this turn.
Yuki's maybe sniffing out some of this as well. Already just a boom grenade immediately taken. Pablo didn't even really take too long. Now a heist is buying the Mask of Recurring Nightmares block. Yuki may be thinking, dude, if I send this heist now, perhaps I'm going to be able to get one of these pieces, and she might need it. Based on how many red boom grenades, 2 of them are now sitting in the banish zone. In the deck, it was 24 to start this turn cycle. It's already significantly lighter.
What a nail-biter of a match we have here, Sam. Round 3 of the World Championships here in Osaka. 2 titans of our game facing it off.
25 plays 21. There's another life total being counted in it. It is Yuki's deck size. Feels like she might need to throw down this heist. If she doesn't throw down this heist and sniff out the lack of defensive capabilities from Pablo, I'm not sure she's going to be able to close the gap. And she does go ahead, 2 of a kind. Fast and Furious is going to put another scene counter on the Cerebellum processor. A massive, massive turn in this game. An item is going to hit the arena from the banished zone thanks to the heist's on-hit effect, and now the Cerebellum processor sticks around for another turn as well.
And you know what's wild? If she can grab the Cerebellum processor in the banished zone, bring it in, crank it, and then draw a card right off of it immediately, especially if she sniffs out that Pablo doesn't have blocking cards.
Let's see here. Pablo. Those cards still don't block, my friend. No matter how long you look at them, they will not spawn a 3 in the bottom right-hand corner.
You ever have that moment where you look at your cards and you just wish they were other cards?
Oh, I think every Flesh and Blood player thinks to themselves, man, what if this was better?
What if
wouldn't this be cool if these were just all awesome right now?
What if I didn't draw 2 no blocks when my opponent went yellow boom grenade into double heist?
This is part of the deck building tension that these new decks face. How many 3 blocks can you bring in? The heist connects for the full 5. Maybe the first time I've seen this on coverage. We're grabbing the red boom grenade, not the Cerebellum processor here. Yuki perhaps trying to get this Boom Grenade on this turn or the next. She's going to have to give this a real think.
Once again, she's just playing around the Warmongers. We know Pablo's arsenal. We know it is
Yeah.
still the Warmongers from previous turn.
Absolutely.
Yuki is playing this so incredibly heads up. She knows if she brings the second processor in, she'll be so vulnerable to the Warmongers card, not being able to cash in it. So just saying, all right, you might be sitting on some no blocks or something. I'm just going to bring this Boom Grenade, not even crank it. Because I just played it as an instant, not play as an instant, just Heist just puts it in. Not crank it, leave the counter around. And yeah, now I'm not as vulnerable to Warmongers.
This is a Boom Grenade that can change the entire timbre of this match. As we said, Yuki probably needs 2 at the minimum to get over the hump here. And now not only is she going to be able to have this for the next turn cycle, she also gets another turn of the Cerebellum Processor. The question is, does she have enough cards left in deck to actually get over the finish line? She's been pitching a lot of blues. Those are going to come up sooner rather than later.
Yep, and now she's going to see. She might be wondering now, what sort of disruption does Pablo have planned for her that he took all the damage and gave her a free Boom Grenade? Oh, and Pablo didn't even pitch any of those cheese. He's just saying, all right, I'm just going to Warmongers you. And Homage, gain a life, activate new, perhaps, is the rest of the turn here for Pablo. Choosing instead to do that instead of swing a dagger, which, potentially takes the blue off the top for from Yuki Libender's deck, which is much more effective than sending 1 damage on a dagger.
Both players here once again reaching the compact for war. Yuki showing the top, it is a blue. That is just a card out of the deck here.
That's big. That's way better than just swinging a dagger into Warmongers. You just say, okay, cool. I just got a free card of your deck. And, sometimes these matchups can really come down to Dasher just not having the 1 extra card needed in deck, either for an extra resource from Foundry Heart or just an extra boost to turn on maximum velocity.
Boom Grenade ticking down. Looks like a bunch of 3 blocks in the hand. So the question will be, how many breakpoints is Yuki Liebender able to present? Because those cards all block on this turn. Here's the first. It is a zipper hit. There's the second high octane. She's going to need to see one of those perhaps.
Or a maximum velocity. Like, with Pablo at 15, just 1 more power card from Yuki could seal the deal over here. Maximum velocity to basically guarantee that Boom Grenade hits will do it if she's able to find one of those. We haven't seen a single one banished or blocked with this entire game, Sam, so you have to wonder, it has to be coming up soon if she doesn't have it already.
Here comes Zipper Hit for 4 with Go Again. Another classic staple of all these Mechanologist decks from Arcane Rising.
And we know the arsenal's not a D-react, so this 4 is incredibly awkward. Either the Tunic has to go, or Pablo might need to make the same call from the previous turn and just say, I can't stop this Boom Grenade. So you're just going to have it and just hope that your rest of your turn isn't as good. But this time, I'm holding a bunch of 3 blocks, so I can block a little bit better.
Yuki here counting the deck, perhaps counting her pitch stack as well. Wondering, have we seen a maximum velocity?
We haven't seen one banished or blocked with.
Did she bring them in?
She almost certainly brings them in, yes.
Well, where are they?
Maybe in a hand?
I mean, like, we're near the end of the deck. We haven't seen them blocked. We haven't seen them played. Like, where are they?
So Dashout does shuffle her deck, right? We've seen her play Sparkle Genius twice as well, so it could end up the case where it's like, oh, yeah, max fees just to the bottom. She maybe doesn't bring all 3 in as well, because oftentimes New puts you on smaller hand sizes. So bringing all 3 can sometimes be a bit clunky, so that could also be one other thing that's happening. And, you maybe leverage the backup protocols to help you resolve more than 1 or 2. If you have to in the game. Looks like Tunic is going to be the block of choice from Pablo over here to cover up the Boom Grenade. Is that going to be enough, though? How many more breakpoints does Yuki have? A Fender Bender coming in.
Fender Bender gets plus X, where X is the number of equipment defending it. Second time she's played her spoiler card in this match.
Coming in for 4 and no equipment left for Pablo. No D-react. Just gonna have to say, I just have to suck this up and just take the Boom Grenade.
Take 1, take 4, 5 damage. Pablo making the same call. I can't block this out this turn, so I'm not going to be inefficient in my blocking. Still going to get the value where I can and potentially keep the on-hits for something else, like a maximum velocity. Get that block value in that way. Pulse Wave Harpoon here. Going to look at both of those cards.
All 3 Pulse Wave Harpoons from Yuki Liebender this game have gotten to see 3 cards on Pablo's side. Well, I mean, it's got the X value of 3 over here. Very, very strong Pulse Waves from her this game. And we've seen that be very, very effective for the information that we are speaking about, if nothing else.
And now Symbiosis Shot once again just joining the party. 2 more points of damage. Pablo's certainly going to block this. That deck is looking so thin from Yuki.
It's going to be one final turn, huh, Punkage? She's going to need to really, on this turn or maybe the next, find the way to close 10 points of life because her deck is not going to cooperate any further than that. Let's look. Spark of Genius, Twin Drive. Not sure that's going to be enough. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 cards.
Maybe she doesn't bring maximum velocities in this matchup. Maybe she just leans on boom grenades.
I am not seeing any in this deck so far. I'm pretty sure we've seen the whole deck at this point. I don't think she's trying to go maximum. I think she's trying to go boom.
Yep, 0 maximum velocities makes a lot of sense. You know, we spoke about it. Nuke keeps you on too small of a hand size to try and resolve 3 boosts. Although in this game, we have seen Yuki have a couple of 5-card hands, but yeah. Not the sort of game plan she wants to commit to from the beginning, saying I'll just get there with boom grenades. 6 cards left in the deck for Yuki Liebender. This is going to be a nail-biting finish.
12 block value in the hand for Pablo. That's all he's got here. Yuki's got to do 22 to be able to finish this thing out on this turn. And this is her last chance. I mean, if she doesn't boost here, unless Pablo has no disruption. The heavy industry gear shift gives you action points upon boosting?
No, it just gives you action point. You'll net you 1 action point, so it's kind of like Achilles Accelerator, except you didn't need to boost beforehand to actually activate it. It just nets you 1 action point. But it costs you cards from the top of your deck.
Yeah, I was going to say, I think you do have to banish from the top, so that is going to be challenging on this turn when there's only 6 cards left in the deck total. What does Yuki Liebender have up her sleeve to try to finish this thing out? I'm trying to do the math. I'm trying to do the calculations to find the combo of cards that can do it.
And we do know she pitched a blue boom grenade, I believe, in the previous turn. So she does, I believe the last card or the second last card in those 6 cards left in the deck is a blue boom grenade, which, you know, it'll be wild if we see that come in to seal out the deal against this game, in this game against Pablo Pintor.
Yuki's just going to go ahead, put those cards back. He knows what the top card is. 9 minutes remaining. Both players know how this is going to end. Either Pablo is going to fall to this barrage on this turn, most likely, or Yuki Liebender will end up fatigued and Nu and her daggers will whirl through the mist and take down the mechanologist as she has run fully out of gas. Tank on empty. But Yuki still has 1 more turn, 1 more push to try to close this thing out, move to 3-0 here at the World Championships. One of these calling winners is going to be 3-0 after 3 rounds. This turn may decide just who that will be.
11 cards total for Yuki Liebender, 4 in hand, 1 in arsenal, 6 in deck, and 10 life to go through.
Yuki probably really just having to think about what are these 6 cards, you know? I know what these 6 cards are. She just said it. All right, okay. She knows what she's got. She knows what's in the deck. Spark of Genius getting pitched for a red zipper hit coming in for 5.
And Processor still on the field over here. She can find an item off the crank. If she find an item off the top to crank, she could go ahead and get an extra card draw. But, you know, that is still just 1 card away from the deck as well.
Soup up off of the top. That would have been tough to get go again on this turn. In the banish zone here. Here's 5. Oh, it looks like it's a codex, so oh no. It's not a codex.
Overblocking this, Pablo perhaps respecting boom grenades, or perhaps making a bit of a gamble saying, I think all you have are blue attacks left. So if this is only going to block 2 on a blue attack anyway, I could just use it here and insulate myself against a boom grenade. Remember, we spoke about how Yuki knows the contents of a deck remaining. Pablo probably does as well. These 2 players are the best of the best in this game.
He's got to get 10 over here. That is going to be a tall ask. She's got another red zipper hit and a twin drive. Has to reach for the heavy industry gear shift here. That's going to take cards off the top.
2 cards off the top, giving you an action point for each. So going up to 2 action points after this is Yuki Liebender. Going to be able to draw a card of Processor as well with one of those if she chooses to. Or maybe it'll just be so she can play the soup up and not need to go again on it. Oh, no, she banished the soup over the top. Never mind.
Oh, yeah, taking a second, leaning back, trying to do the math. Pablo has 6 block left in hand. Yuki's still got to find a way to do 17 here to close this thing out. It's feeling like it's going to be challenging. Let's see how she can do it. She's pitching the red zipper hit.
Pitching a red, not where you want to be if you're Yuki
In for
Liebender.
twin drive. Gonna boost twice.
There goes the high octane. Boost.
And no floating. Is that last card the blue boom grenade that she pitched on the previous turn? I think that might be, and she can't even play it because she doesn't have resources.
What does she have, if anything, up her sleeve here? Maybe
Boosted
gonna draw the
twice.
card with the Cerebellum?
I have to wonder if that's a max V in the arsenal. Why else would you boost twice? You can draw into a blue from the processor, and then use that and use the blue to send a max V in arsenal. But we don't know if she even sides them into this matchup.
Draw a card off the Cerebellum. It is a blue. And it's the maximum velocity! She had it in the arsenal. No cards left in deck. Dash.io showing she is still the fastest deck in the land. The one of in the deck. And it was in the arsenal. Vindication for my broadcast partner. He said, no. She brings him in. And she brought it to the combat chain at the perfect moment to win the friggin' game.
The one of maximum velocity is an incredible choice as well, because we saw there are multiple points where she had the space to actually use big cards, especially off the back of stuff like processor. But also the one-off means that even if it ends up in your graveyard because they force to block with it or you send it, backup protocols let you bring it right back in. So one-off is probably like a perfect number to bring in, and we saw that being used to incredible efficacy over there.
Dude, come on! Are you kidding me? You can't tell me this is not just the highest level of flesh and blood that we have seen on camera in quite some time. All the games today are just absolute stunners. What a match from those two players, and what an endgame navigated exactly through just perfectly by Yuki. And we've got another calling champion on our next matchup for you. The next matchup this round, Lucas Oswald, is coming up for you in just a second. But I gotta say, that end game from Yuki Lee Bender just masterfully piloted. Not only we were talking like, oh no, she needs to take the cards off the top for the gear shift, but that's exactly what she wanted to do to get the exact amount of action points to draw the blue for the maximum velocity. Just perfectly piloted.
It was perfectly calculated. She knew exactly how many cards you need to go through in her deck to actually draw that blue for the maximum velocity. She also knew she needed an extra action point to be able to actually activate the processor to draw that blue exactly and finish it off in such a flashy fashion. We've had so many nail-biter matches on stream so far already, and this was just round 3.
Well, let's go ahead and take a quick 3-minute break before we've got another calling champion. It's just round 3 is just, I guess, where all the calling champions decided they want to come hang out on coverage. So we thank them for not only their work and their wins, but also for hanging out with us. We thank you for hanging out with us there at home. It's going to be Lucas Oswald on Zen for you in just a minute. So don't go anywhere. More Flesh and Blood right after this. Welcome back, everybody, to the Flesh and Blood World Championships here in Osaka. Sam O'Byrne, Pankaj Bajwani. We have now had our moment to catch our breath, our moment to recuperate after that just unbelievable game we were so lucky enough to witness. We have got another titan of the metagame and titan of the competitive circuit coming up for you in our next round. But before that, let's go ahead and take a look at how you all at home can join us here on the World Tour, the Flesh and Blood World Tour, as just reintroduced to the world, shall we say, of course, with the Player of the Year honors. Look at these events. Any events sticking out to you, Pankaj, as we look through these?
Living Legend calling Chicago seems
baby.
really, really exciting. This is the first time we're seeing a Living Legend tournament being at that high of a level, calling for a Living Legend format. That's going to be incredibly, incredibly cool. But I just want to point out, I mean, I feel like this slate of events just keeps getting more and more dense as we move on over the years. And that is just, it's so cool for the game.
Absolutely. Calling Kuala Lumpur. I heard a huge cheer for that event yesterday during the keynote. Of course, Calling Portland will both be there, I believe. That's going to be a fun one. Calling in Florence as well. And the slate of battle hardens between now and the Living Legend Calling in Chicago. Though that one, big important calling, Living Legend Calling. We want that format, of course, to be such a pillar of our game moving forward. So I do hope you go ahead and hang out with us over there, either in the stream or in the event. And of course, our Team Cup here at the World Championship is the Living Legend format as well. So it's an exciting one to keep your eyes on. We do see Living Legend dotted throughout the World Tour events between now and Chicago as well. We talk about Living Legends. If you missed it yesterday in the keynote, Zen is actually returning to Blitz because of how dominant that hero was in the format. And I think it was pretty dominant in Classic Constructed as well. Warranted.
It
was pretty good. It warranted a couple of bans. Of course, our last Pro Tour was dominated by Zen, but was won by Zuri. It's time to see, though. I've been hearing rumblings. People are thinking Zen's pretty good into a lot of the most represented decks here. What are your thoughts on the deck, Pankaj?
Rumors of his demise were definitely exaggerated over here. And our next match, which is going to be Lucas Oswald, is piloting Zen, as we spoke about. But yeah, I do agree that he does have a lot more game into metagame than you would think. Off the back of some of his really efficient ninja defense reactions, Wax On in particular comes to mind against something like Aurora and Flick Flack as well. Both of these defense reactions very, very good into Aurora, into Dash IO, even into Nu to some extent, because defense reactions into Nu just helps you dodge all that disruption.
Absolutely. I believe the match is ready. The players are shuffling up, so it's time to dive into our second match here of round 3. Got a great matchup for you. I feel like we're in the new blender. It's just like how many different heroes are being thrown up against the disruption. I know Nu, it was thought of by many, clearly in development cycle, but also just throughout the events and throughout the world, that Nu was thought of as a natural predator for Zen. But I spoke to Mr. Oswald, a player, man, just what a treat to have him in the community. Just an A1 person, A1 competitor. And he was of the mind that this matchup has gotten a lot better for Zen, given that Nus are teching a little more for Enigma, and that Zens are playing less towards that big combo turn and more just for consistent value on a turn-to-turn basis.
It is interesting how that has shaken out. In the previous meta where Zen had massive combo turns, kind of what Nu had to do is just not let them have that one big combo turn, and the rest of the turns are pretty bad as far as things go. But now, Zen have a little bit more of a mid-rangey style almost, running defense reactions, running, better just small hand size hands, that this matchup certainly gotten a little bit better, but still unfavored for Zen. And already at the start of this game, we see one of those defense reactions we were speaking about in the form of the Wax On coming in to block a dagger. Very, very effective against the Persuasive Prognoses, against the Leave No Witnesses, against the Bonds of Agonies that Nu is so incredibly famous for.
Yeah, Wax On, a card that we haven't seen in really ever in competitive play, but doing a lot of work here. And there are two on the combat chain right there, going to go ahead and be paired if they want to be with Wax Off as well, creating even more Zen State tokens. And the Zen State might be the real reason why Zen finds his way into the winner's bracket here, if he is going to do so.
And that's a risk that you take when you let your opponent filter like that. Derk probably regretting sending both the daggers there. He had a bit of a break himself as well. He pitched a Shred and a Justinic, I believe, to send those daggers. But allowing your opponent to get rid of 2 defense reactions when it's supposed to go second, that definitely does not feel good.
Tiger Tame and Kakar are going to be the start of the turn here for Lucas. He's got 100 wins to follow it up, so that's going to be 3 damage. Looks like Derk is just taking this all. And now a nice Flex Claws coming in 4 with Go again. and if it hits, can create a Tiger in the Banish Zone that can be played on the turn as well.
And the Tiger will come in for 1 as well because of the Tiger taming Kakara. Chain has not been closed, so that effect is very active. So this Flex Claw is coming in for 4, but threatening 5 if it hits.
So there's, an example of the kind of consistent value that we're seeing from these Zen decks. A little more big spiky combo, a little less, big spiky combo, a little more Flex Claws, right? Oh, you don't want my Tiger taming Kakara to get value? You need to give me some block. You need to take some disruption out of the hand. Just a nick. I'd like to see that as 3 block rather than pumping up a big Persuasive Prognosis or Bonds of Agony, But it is going to be a Scale Peeler coming in to start things off for our new player. 1, go again, making that Fridge a lot less powerful to block with.
Yep.
And
Zen with the 7-block Fridge here now being reduced all the way down to 3 off the back of that Scale Peeler. Now coming with the Bonds of Memory over here is Derk. Not Disruption, but is a blue card, and he has a Transcend card in his pitch zone, so you have to wonder, is this a mask activation? He also blocked with a Just a Nick. So let's see what the follow-up is here.
Going to be Rising Sun, Setting Moon, draw, and bottom. That now transcends. Might go ahead and create Banish to the Mask of Recurring Nightmares. Make sure we get that in the double sleeve. We don't want that to be, it's an important card.
And banishing a Wax Off is Lucas Oswald. Funny thing, that's actually playable by the new on defense. Just if you're caught on cheese towards the end of the game, you can just pitch it and then play the Wax Off from your opponent's Banish Zone. Unlikely we're ever going to see that happen, but it is an interesting thing to talk about. Interesting choice from Derk over there to block with the Justinic along the Rousing Wave, because he was sending a 1-power attack. So Justinic would have converted to +5 damage. Perhaps he's just saying, if I let this game go out long, me being a new, me being the assassin, I'll be advantaged. So I'll just maybe take a slightly inefficient line numbers-wise just to keep my life total a little bit higher.
Blocking this perfectly. The numbers working out very nicely with the 3-block and the Sink below. Derk 2-0, so clearly knows what he's doing in these matchups. Perhaps this face is then leading up to his feature match moment versus Calling champion Lucas Oswald, of course, taking down the Calling in Tampa Bay during that world premiere event. Tunic here, ticking up.
Nope, looks like just changing the die, making sure it's nice and big for the stream.
Thank you, Derk. Blue Wither, Blue Shred as well. These are some interesting deck choices that can do a lot of work if you're facing a lot of dash IOs, you're facing a lot of players that are utilizing their weapons in their arsenal. Really important on turns like High Octane to really keep that from getting too insane. Blue Shred, something that, I think was maybe tested a little more at the beginning of New's life cycle, has found its way out of favor to some extent.
But not too amazing in the Zen over here. Derk so far hasn't really been able to find some of the strong new turns that we've come to expect from this hero. The most disruption he's actually sent is just, Mask of Recurring Nightmares on a previous turn. And this turn is just 6 almost vanilla damage. Like the Wither, the Frailty could maybe do something. Wax On coming in, though, blocking 5 on this Wither. And we spoke about how strong this defense reaction is against New. A lot of 0 cost in this deck that get pumped up to well above 5.
3 blues in the Banished. New's happy to see that one. Frailty as a result of the Wither On hit, but that's the 3rd Wax On that has now been committed from Lucas Oswald, so there will be no Zen states created thanks to the coupling up of Wax On and Wax Off, unless there are yellows in there as well. Mauling Chi just going to be the follow-up. This is 5 with combo, but looks like Lucas is keeping a card in the hand.
We spoke about how Zen is a little bit more mid-rangey these days, and this is one of the things that can happen. He has also become a little bit more bricky. And that's exactly it. Just too many combo cards, no starters, none of those Flex Claws, none of the cards that just naturally have Go again. Didn't even have a blue to swing to the Kakara, it looked like, even though it would have only come in for 1. So honestly, both players at the start of this game kind of just exchanging middling weak turns.
Yeah, we had, some high-octane action last round. We had that photo finish. This game is starting off a little more pedestrian, but that's what happens sometimes when you have an assassin slowing things down a bit, as New is wont to do. Scale Peeler into Mistblade. Going to be the start, 2 floating.
Yeah, so this is an interesting sequencing from the daggers. Because the Scale Peeler on hit happened, and you swing the Mistblade afterwards, if Lucas had chosen to actually just use an armor block on the beckoning Mistblade, like say the Pouncing Paws, sure, it blocked for 0 on the Mistblade, but it consumes the Scale Peeler debuff, and it just unlocks the rest of the armor pieces to block for their full value. Now, of course, he hasn't transcended yet this game, so unlikely to want to go for a play like this, but that is something to keep note of when you sequence your daggers in this way.
Yeah, an important note with the daggers. Red Chase the Tail hitting the Banish Zone is an important threat no longer remaining here. and now gets to banish a red 100 wins. And with cards like Preserve Tradition, those are important to get those red threats out of the graveyard, as well as the blue cards.
And
conquers the follow-up.
And gains a life as well off of the Bonds of Attraction on hit. Banish red up top and one off the graveyard. Coming into CNC. No debuffs on the attacks because there's no Spider's Bite to be spoken of. Just gets 6 block from Lucas Oswald.
Just a blue biting breeze. Little smile here from Lucas as we can see these players not having the power turns they want, though Derk did buy some nice red attacks. Let's see if Lucas can still string together enough in the offensive department. That's just going to take the Undertow Stiletto's block so that the Crouching Tiger is not created in the Banish Zone, which would have been pumped up by the Kakara. We can see a blue biting breeze in the pitch as well.
So Blue Biting Breeze actually has quite a threatening... It is an on-hit you need to respect because that was telegraphing a potential Transcend. And if you give them the free Tiger, when they activate Zen to get a second Tiger and you Transcend to get a resource from Kasaya, it just unlocks... it just gives them the ability to play a Chase the Tail kind of for free without needing an Aspect of Tiger or without needing to use a Pouncing Paws because of the extra Tiger from Biting Breeze. But Lucas, once again, just having a middling turn again, just didn't have to Transcend. He just sent a Blue Biting Breeze and pitched another Biting Breeze to send the Kakara. And that was it. That was the entire turn. Going over to Dirk's side is just 2 daggers using 2 cards.
Scale Peeler into Mistblade. Once again, same sequencing decision you were talking about, but now the levels of Enlightenment can pick 2 modes, so looks like it's going to be Go Again.
It already has Go Again from the
true.
dagger, so you can effectively get all modes for free. It's very, very strong here.
Of course, that's going to take 3 block in the Warmonger's Diplomacy. Does have the Go Again. What's the follow-up here? A little head shake, it seems, from Derk. Little Grimace as well. Another levels of Enlightenment. That is quite strong as well. Perhaps choosing modes.
Yep, 2 modes to speak of this time. No free Go Again this time. It's going to be 5. Draw a card looking like the play. So what's he doing with the extra card? Potentially telegraphing a Mask of Recurring Nightmares being used since he doesn't have an action point right now.
That's going to take that's another Tiger Swipe as well. 2, if not 3, have been committed to defense on this game from Lucas. What's the play from Derk? Any reactions? He drew a card off the levels.
Yeah, perhaps he was just fishing for better arsenal. We saw the earlier head shake from the draw in the first levels. Maybe he's just saying, I just need a better arsenal than this. I'm not doing a Mask of Recurring Nightmares play. I just want to be set up better on my following turn.
3 Go Again from a Growl. When this attacks the next Crouching Tiger you play this combat chain gets +1. You see Lucas immediately flip that card around for Derk to read. It's not one I've seen played often. You have to imagine it's not one that has been played much in the earlier Zen days. This one, of course, from the Tolarian Community College Blitz decks in that round the table product.
Works very well with the Flex Clause that we've seen from Lucas's deck already. Giving you a +1 potentially without swing Kakara, but if you do swing Kakara, it gives +2 on the Tiger. 0 for 4 Go Again is a pretty good rate, I've heard.
Scale Peeler here once again is the lead up. 27 plays 26 after the Scale Peeler. 2 Sink Belows in the hand as well for Lucas.
Yeah, we spoke about this. When you add D-Reacts into your Zen deck, into your aggressive deck, this can happen. You just get a whole bunch of turns that just aren't super functional, but he is at least well insulated, and while the opponent is just dinking you with daggers, you're still probably fine. You just need to find the Transcend and actually have a good turn while using this D-Reacts to dodge any disruption.
2 Go Again with the Persuasive Prognosis. Do have that card in the arsenal from the last turn.
Yep, so interesting to point out that has a Surgical Extraction in the pitch zone over here. So chose to send Persuasive instead of Surgical, meaning that he has something else he wants to do with those 2 resources. And just looking at the expression over there, perhaps it's a CNC. Didn't want to see a D-React come out from the arsenal. It's going to be looking for a scrap.
Looking for scrap. Banishing the Bonds of Attractions. Now here's 5 more with Go Again. A lot of pressure coming out now from the new deck.
Yep. No attack react on the Persuasive Prognosis over there, so couldn't punish the exact block from Lucas. But of course, we know that he had another sink in hand. Looks like we have Codex follow-up.
Huge follow-up here from Derk, especially now that Lucas has taken that D-React out of the arsenal. That's going to buy the discard of the Sink Below. That can't be played to the Command & Conquer whatsoever, so 2 more 3 blocks committed there.
All these mid-rangey cards in Lucas Oswald's deck.
I know. E-Strike, Command & Conquer, Sink Below.
Yeah.
Truly, these are just such a
Wax
different flavor of Zen than we have seen. Turns out when you ban a bunch of cards from the hero, the identity changes.
Yeah. like we've seen E-Strikes and CNCs before, but seeing them along with the Sync Billows, it's what's really making the Zen deck kind of look... It's more mid-rangey than most of the Zen decks as well.
Beckoning Mistblade here on the combat chain. Both pieces of equipment have been blocked with now for Derk. He's going to take the Pouncing Paws.
Yep.
Make sure that no more attack with Go again. So we've been talking about the sequencing, right? This is one of the first times the Beckoning Mistblade went first, and Lucas, again, player of his caliber, recognizing now's my chance to utilize my equipment, get my value. He didn't start with the Scale Peeler, so I can stop something with Go again, as Derk has been utilizing that dagger actually quite nicely. A lot of blue attacks getting Go again this game.
Yeah, and potentially seeing maybe if the Mistblade had hit, maybe he would have sent that Bonds of Agony that's in his pit zone right now. So CNC follow-up still it has a rousing wave, to potentially threaten to make this go up to 7.
And an Undertow Stiletto available to potentially give a Go again.
Yeah. Scale Peeler debuff is active. Lucas Oswald's entire fridge only blocking for 3 right now. Doesn't really want to cash it in anyway because the Traverse isn't even online. Hasn't found a Transcend yet, Sam. This is 5 turns so far.
Has either player transcended? Man, Lucas down to 17, just taking the E-Strike. Kind of feels like he's just taking some licks and slowly dying.
Yeah. And no, Derk has transcended, has activated Mask, I think once or twice this game, but Lucas Oswald, no such luck on his side. You have to wonder, maybe he cut some chi as well to make space for those Sinks and the E-Strikes and the CNCs, right? I mean, hasn't transcended yet, is playing a little bit more of this mid-rangey Zen list. Maybe he's on fewer chi than most Zens.
Growl here going to go ahead and give this crouching tag created from the Pouncing Paws +1. So 3 blocked into 4. Wow, Talisman of Cremation there in the pitch zone. What a cool little piece of tech. Breed Anger, of course, going to go ahead and create a Crouching Tiger thanks to being the card following a Crouching Tiger.
Cool piece of tech against the Count Your Blessings decks that have been pretty popular this meta. There's been rumblings of them as well, and new potentially being one of those Count Your Blessings decks, so you have to wonder, maybe Lucas was like, I don't know what this new has. They might be Count Your Blessings, so I have to just bring this in just in case to insulate myself from it.
1 with Go again. Derk kind of leaning back. He's already committed 2 cards to block. A 3 block at the first part of the chain. 4 on the Breed Anger for 4. Following that up with the Chi Unleashed Yellow. So this one's going to be coming in for 6. Following that up with the combo. Players here having a bit of a laugh, perhaps just about the oddities present within this game of Flesh and Blood. But a game of Flesh and Blood, it remains. So someone will have to walk away from this. 2 E-Strikes going onto the combat chain. So Derk happy to take a defensive turn here, saying, you took a bunch of damage to set something up. I'm going to make sure that you have to just draw 4 cards off the top and make that as good as you want. And also, he's got a Codex of Frailty to follow that up. That is the perfect 1-card play here. Going to rip another card out of Lucas's hand. It's going to hit the graveyard after he grabs whatever he wants. Lucas grabbed an E-Strike last time. We'll have to see if that's the same pick. But that E-Strike just got eaten by a Command and Conquer eventually.
And Yellow Chi Unleashed is very, very interesting, is that it's because it's a base power of 2, it actually gets the buff from Shuko if you had, sent an attack with 2 less base power early on, something like a Tiger, right? Which is going to be followed by the Chi Unleash. So you can make the Chi Unleash come in for 7 unpreventable damage. It can be very, very good.
Also hearing from members of the Runaways that the yellow Chi Unleashed can also be for Essence of Ancestry body, because it's a way that if they're utilizing the damage prevention floating from Enigma's most represented deck in the room, it's a way you can still get a big finisher and get through that prevention effect. Going to be a Command and Conquer here. That was the pick this time. 5 damage thanks to the Frailty token.
Lucas Oswald still on the hunt to find a Transcend card. Hasn't been able to find it. We are seeing these Cosmic Awakenings as well being pitched and blocked with. So he definitely has some amount of chi, just hasn't been able to find them.
Let's see precisely how Derk wants to handle this. Just going to give Blue Infect and the weakest link to the combat chain.
That has to set off some alarm bells in Lucas Oswald's mind. Seeing them block with a disruptive piece, a pretty effective disruptive piece, when they know you haven't transcended yet, in the form of their weakest link. So Derk definitely has something else up his sleeve if he's willing to part with that card. And on Lucas Oswald's side, he's finally drawn the first Transcend card, a drop in the ocean in his hand here, but has some disruption he needs to deal with first before he's able to employ that card.
Hey, listen, if there were no attack reactions, the Beeper's pretty good here. You just give the prognosis -1. All of a sudden, it's an attack for 0. You don't got to worry about the on-hit.
But but won't be able to transcend with it if he just uses that.
Nah, and there's also a Rousing Wave and 2 cards in hand. So you
Yep.
have to imagine something's getting added to
And the weakest thing was blocked with, so...
Yeah.
Two block.
Yep, blocking for 2.
And it goes up to 2, this persuasive so far, so currently not going over.
And just right now, utilizing the mask, not utilizing the Arousing Wave to get over the top.
Well, waiting to see what Lucas banishes first, and then he can decide if he wants to do the rousing. A Chi banish, a
Wow.
Transcend card banish from Lucas Oswald over here.
Traverse still not finding any value. Let's see what the top of the deck is. I think he's probably trying to protect that Ancestral. Oh, and the blue Wind Chakra is found off the top, so the Ancestral Harmony is going to go and hit the Banish Zone. That's a devastating blow here from our Calling Tampa Bay champion, because that card, you have to imagine, is one of the last remnants of that combo Zen deck that can just do huge turns. Ancestral Harmony is part of the keys of that puzzle.
It's a very good card to start your turn with when you draw the Transcend card, which we know he's been playing towards so far. Got out of his hand, and unfortunately was forced to Arsenal to chase the tail as well. And this, when he popped the Pouncing Paws earlier to unbrick his turn, to play the Breed Anger, one side effect of that is that now Chase the Tail is just harder to resolve. You need to have an aspect of Tiger Body almost to be able to actually get the full effect from the Chase the Tail once you've lost the Pouncing Paws. And that's just in his arsenal right now, being attacked by Command and Conquer as well. 3 cards being held on to by Derk. You have to imagine the boots are coming to play this turn, Sam.
This Command and Conquer can get go again on demand thanks to the Undertow Stilettos. This already feels like a classic matchup in Flesh and Blood. New versus Zen, 2 heroes. They came out in the same set. Hard-fought battles, really challenging for Zen to get through. But this style of game is not one we've seen in quite some time, at least on the games I've had the privilege of covering. But Command and Conquer here is going to get go again thanks to the Slither.
Gonna blow up the Chase the Tail that both players know and the Arsenal.
And that's the second Chase the Tail gone. 1 was banished randomly off the top of the deck. 1 now in the graveyard. Lucas sitting at 10. He is in a challenging position with New up at 28. E-Strike. Let's see if this is just going to be... Oh, it looks like go again. What's a good follow-up to go again? 1 card in hand, no floating, Ponkage.
This is a card that I've heard Brian Gottlieb has never read. It's a book. It's called Codex of Frailty.
It's tough. He's got a lot of... He's really busy. He ain't got a lot of time. Yeah, reading a whole book is tough, but I'd recommend 1 at least. Oh, it's not a Codex of Frailty. It's a Leave No Witnesses.
After you've already blown up the Arsenal, a lot less good, but 4 damage. That's half of Lucas's life total right now, and he still hasn't transcended, Sam. It's been eluding him. He drew that drop in the ocean, was forced to get rid of it to the Traverse, to the Mask of Recurring Nightmares. And he's just waiting for a break that Derk is not giving him. Siren's Call drawn by Derk over here. Now you have to imagine Lucas has finally found some Transcends, and now to find a Siren's Call to punish it.
Yeah, just statistically, it's so likely that Lucas has found some of those Chi cards. Siren's Call going to look in right away. Let's see what Lucas is going to be able to show.
If he has 2 Transcend cards, he could just cash them in right now. One of them will get pulled to the combat chain as a defending card, but at least he'll still be holding on to a Chi.
Got to imagine that's what he's thinking.
Yeah.
The only reactions that could be accessible. Going to start things off with both of the Transcend cards. First, resolving the pass over, so banishing a card, of course, from the graveyard of our new player.
Yep.
Maybe a, Weakest Link, because that is a nice, juicy Codex target. That'll transcend, grab a Chi, and now we resolve the Rising Sun and the Setting Moon.
Remembering his resource on Quasaya as well. Unlikely to be able to use it on this turn, but still,
Better to have 2 resources than not, even if they're going to be challenging to use.
And keeping both the Chis in hand, saying, fine, I'll lose one of them, but at least I can go to my turn, still having 1 Chi, potentially, as long as lethal isn't threatened.
But a card drawn as well for Derk here.
And the Mistblade still goes through. The Chi does not block, so his next blue attack is going to have +1 and go again. I believe there's a Surgical Extraction in that hand.
Oh, 5 go again. I wonder if we're going to see any equipment block be committed here. 1 floating as well for Derk.
So one play that was available to Lucas with the Rising Sun is that if he had bottomed the Chi, the passover that flipped to a Chi and he bottomed that, he could actually use Traverse immediately right now to draw back that Chi that he bottomed from the Rising Sun. So he could have turned on his Traverse in that sense without actually activating Zen yet, and start cashing in the block value on the Traverse. But it looks like he opted not to do that, and now you have to wonder whether he's regretting that, because you know, when you're this low, you just want to cash in your armor and actually potentially have a turn. But now it's like with the Traverse not online, don't know if you're able to do it. Maybe it'll be a Zen state. You see the Kasaya blocked, you have to wonder whether that's what's going through Lucas's mind.
We know there's a sink below. Both players know this, so perhaps Lucas thinking he's going to put the sink below on top of this to block out the rest of the damage. The Venomous Bite is in the hand. Just a little head shake from Lucas. Not much you can do about that. That's another 4 over the top. So I believe if Lucas wants to, can respond to the Surgical Extraction trigger by activating the Kasaya. Just going to go ahead and do so now in resolution before the Surgical Extraction has a chance to resolve and grab that Essence of Tiger Body that does sit in Lucas's hand. Both players, of course, know about it thanks to the Siren's Call.
Mm-hmm. And the Zen state is going to stick around, give Lucas, one turn of better defenses against Derk, turn off those daggers, which can be very, very annoying.
Zen state loses the counter. Is it a Zen counter? Is it
balance counter, I
balance
believe?
counter?
I want to say it's balance.
Well, it's not there anymore.
Yeah.
It's gone. Start a turn, it gets removed. It is a balance counter. I just know when I played against it that it's tough to deal with.
Yep.
That's what I know.
And you can see that right here, Derk not being able to start his turn with a dagger, just starting with the infect that
Currently is basically an attack for 0.
Yep, basically an attack for 0. But just the Knicks have been known to end tournament runs before, so let's see whether he's found some of those. I mean, Hiss also an option to potentially go wide and actually come in with something else after this.
I think we've seen all Justinix either used or blocked with in this game so far. So we'll have to see what the follow-up is. It is a Venomous Bite, pitching the blue, so putting 4 over the top. So at the moment, Lucas is sitting at 1.
And this is coming in for 5. Zen State's still active, so
yes, of course.
2 will go through, put him down to 2, and the Zen State will blow up at the start of his turn, so won't be able to, stop, won't be able to prevent the damage from the Blood Rot. But it looks like he did heal 1 from the Hamad, so he's actually out of lethal range from the Blood Rot. But he has 28 life to get through.
28 life to get through, and the Blood Rot does threaten to bring Lucas down to 1. Cosmic Awakening is going to be the start, and we've got 3 G, so it's coming in for 20. Wait, what?
Yeah,
That's how this game is going. Yeah, I'm with you, Lucas. We have just watched kind of, whatever, but Enlightened Strike, I'll block, I'll lose the Enlightened Strike. Nothing's really working, but we had the Traverse. We had 2 more Transcends on that, 1 from the hand, 1 from the arsenal. You can see both hands in the air. He's just going to attack for 20 on this turn.
A whole bunch of middling turns from Lucas Oswald this entire game, and now just shoving 20 on the combat chain right here with 1 card. Once again, I'm surprised that we have dice that go up this high. Why die comes in for 20?
Heavy hitters dice indeed. The Ancestral Harmony has to be committed to save a little bit of life for Lucas there, but that's certainly more manageable, getting your opponent down to 15. They're keeping a couple cards left in the hand to try to pressure that 3. These daggers are starting to get even more challenging. And the first one hits the combat chain here in the Beckoning Mistblade. I will say, Pongage, I feel like we are just in, flesh and blood heaven with the games we're getting to watch. We just saw an attack for 20 already. The game's not even over. All the other games today have been so unbelievable. But the Beckoning Mistblade is going to be followed up by the Infect. So 2 go again. 2 all of a sudden is very threatening for Lucas.
With the Blood Rot as well, and potentially threatening a Mask of Recurring Nightmares, potentially threatening an attack reaction with the floating, but it's actually a Codex of Frailty, Sam, with the Tunic up as well. This is looking quite rough for Lucas. I mean, it was already looking rough, and it's still looking rough. Yeah.
It's been a rough game all the way around for our Zen player here, as now the Tunic allows for the Command and Conquer to come in for 6, take 2 more 3 blocks out of the hand. Not much left for Lucas to do. Let's see. It's going to be a Command and Conquer of his own, just coming in and threatening the arsenal. But these daggers are certainly going to be challenging for Lucas to deal with. And all of those D-reacts really clumped together at the start of the game for him. The 2 wax-ons at the beginning, multiple sink belows. That's just going to buy the headpiece and a 3 block from Derk. Gets to keep 3 cards in hand and an arsenal. This might be the writing on the wall that we've been looking for and feeling from quite some time. Here comes an attack for 4. That takes 3 block and a 2 block, blocking for 5. And the hiss goes over the top, and that is the game. A tough match for our calling champion, Lucas Oswald, but Derk Lee moves on to 3-0. New Alluring Desire putting in work. Couldn't take down the last game, but does take down this one, as that hero highly represented for a reason.
Very, very interesting build from Lucas coming out there. The more mid-rangey Zen, as we kept, calling attention towards. There was some wax-ons, there were the wax-offs as well. Unfortunately, not quite able to get there, but definitely not the end of the road for him. But for now, Derk moving on into the 3-0 bracket on New Alluring Desire.
Now, if you're a fan of New out there and you're happy to see players doing so well with her, but you're saying to yourself, man, Guardians aren't that present in the meta. I'd love to play cool big blues with the hero ability. I have got great news for you, because we have Armory Deck Origins Jarl Vatrethi coming to you November 29th with some cards that are just, I don't want to just say busted, but the fact that we have an Ice Earth action that is a 3-block on the bottom right corner of your screen is something that is going to give me nightmares. Let me be clear. I'm gonna play with it. I'm gonna fuse Oakenold with one card. Am I gonna feel good while doing it? Yes. Yes, I am. It's going to be fantastic. Are you excited for this one, Pankaj?
I'm not a Guardian enjoyer myself, but what you said earlier leading into it, that New can steal those big Guardian cards, that I am excited for. Of course, it's more than just big blue Guardian cards, it's also Ice cards. And I do like Ice as a talent. I was an Ice enjoyer back in the day. Well. So, if I get to play big Guardian cards as well as Ice cards from the New side, that I'm definitely excited
You excited to play Channel Lake Frigid as a New?
Well, no, because I can't put an Ice card in my pitch zone.
But you still could do it. You still could do it.
I guess let's just do it.
Style points.
Stop the
D-react,
I guess.
That's what I'm saying. Well, we have got more Flesh and Blood coming to you from the World Championships in just about 3 minutes. We've got, of course, Craig and Brian bringing you the next round, so please don't go anywhere. We've got round 4 coming up for you in just a couple minutes. We'll see you in just a moment.
Carnage consumed the Third Age as the Old Ones fed upon Wraith. The Olin defended our destiny, our very existence. Yet one of their own they feared as deeply as their foe. To kill is human, to slaughter is desire. And Jarl Vatrethi was filled with the lust for war.
Welcome back to round 4 here at the World Championships. I am Brian Gottlieb. That is Craig Krempels. And we have some more incredible action from you here as the rounds heat up as we go to see who will be our 5-0 players playing 5 rounds of CC this go-around. Craig, we've added an extra round on day 1.
I love the extra round.
I agree. We're just loading you up with classic constructed action in this early going. We're going to have a really, really exciting match. We did see this matchup before. It's a Viserai versus Azalea, but I think this is a very important match for us to understand in the context of this format. It kind of shows, is there a predator lurking out there for these Viserais?
Sure, yeah. I think it's super interesting as the event goes on. If we see a lot of these Viserai decks rise to the top of the metagame, then the question is, how do you attack it, right? Is there a vulnerability there? And we were talking earlier in the day about how potentially showing up with Red in the Ledger and these types of effects could be that angle where you're attacking them from.
We saw defending Pro Tour champion Shoma Yamamura fall to an Azalea in the first round of our day here, so we'll see how this particular Viserai fares. Before we get into that, though, Craig, obviously World Championships headline event this weekend, stealing all the spotlight, and deservedly so.
It's all I want to talk about.
Well, too bad, because we're going to talk a little bit about the future. Of course, we're always looking forward to our next event, and I have to talk about a really, really exciting world premiere. It is, of course, the world premiere of The Hunted, and that's going to be occurring in Prague in January 17th through the 19th. I believe I will be there, Craig. I'm sure you will as well. You never miss an event in Prague.
You've already said that you're going to foot the bill for my plane.
Yep, I remember saying that.
My
private
ticket
jet
out there, so
Craig,
how could I miss
Craig
it?
only flies by private jet. He's a very costly member of our coverage team, but he's worth every penny, I would say. And it's going to be worth every penny you spend to go ahead and head to the world premiere of The Hunted. Of course, this set revealed for the first time last night, and we saw none other than a lot of Arachnes, Craig. How about one more? How about one more Arachne for that collection?
This is so sick. I mean, Arachne slipped through the cracks. I mean, we see the ability here. The first attack with stealth, each turn gets go again.
And I want to point out, Craig, that's first attack with stealth. Each turn, it doesn't care if it's your turn or your opponent's turn.
Sure, yes.
And I will clue you in on why that may be, Craig. That is because of a new, exciting addition coming with The Hunted. It is the introduction of the Chaos Talent. What does the Chaos Talent mean?
What does the Chaos Talent mean?
Nobody knows. And you're going to have to keep watching and following along with our preview season to find out, to understand exactly what is going on with Chaos, with this litany of Arachnes that has shown up to participate in the early preview season.
Litany? How many?
A lot of Arachnes. In fact, this set was called Oops All Arachnes at some point. And by the way, everyone out there, I told you. I just said this was going to happen, and for some reason you all doubted me. I am nothing if not forthright and honest. Oops All Arachnes has arrived.
I ask you questions all the time that you don't answer.
Okay. Well, believe who you want, crowd. Believe who you want. Either believe myself or believe Craig. We'll see. Well, maybe we could get an informal poll going in chat, and we'll see exactly whomst they believe thus far. But Arachne Slipped Through the Cracks is the event participation promo for that world premiere. You want to get this beautiful extended art hero at that event. It's the only place to go ahead and get this cold foil, by the way, extended art Arachne Slipped Through the Cracks. Of course, that's not it on offer. We're going to have our Fabled package as well. And you get one random promo pack with this Fabled package. You can either follow the path of the ninja or the path of the warrior. Of course, 2 royal draconic heroes appearing in this set. We saw Fang, we saw Syndra, one of them a ninja, one of them a warrior. Craig, what are you thinking about a return to these 2 classes in The Hunted?
Oh, it's going to be so much fun. Yeah, I mean, this is a part of the world that we only explored a little bit of previously in previous sets, and I feel like there's so much more, incorporating some new heroes, some new classes into it. It just, I don't know. I mean, I'm always, every time you guys preview a new set, I'm like, this is the most exciting set I've seen.
I love to hear it. I love to hear it.
Then you do it again. And really, I love to give you a hard time.
Yes, I know.
And sometimes I can't.
Where?
I'm just like, what? Like, no, this is all exciting.
This is all I think about while we're in the design tank, and I'm working hard. And I'm hearing that chat believes me, Craig, for what it's worth. So 60 to 40%.
This is that is unbelievable.
It's basically a landslide in this political economy. I'm just going to point that out.
It is, but also, I mean, I bet you cook the books on this. You're the one who said that we should have a poll, so you definitely just have, all the AI bots out there just running it up for you.
All right, Craig now believes I have fixed the election.
The fix is
Unbelievable.
The
The
fix is
path
in.
he's following. I always thought better of you, Craig, but now I've seen your true colors.
Listen, you are just following the American political landscape.
Let's not talk about that. Let's talk about Majestics instead. And in fact, I will tell you that these two cards, Art of the Dragon Blood and Jagged Edge, these are Majestics in the main hunted set. These are some bangers. Let's start with Art of the Dragon Blood. It is a ninja attack, 4 power, 3 defense, and it reads, when this attacks, if it is Draconic, it gets go again, and the next 3 Draconic cards you play this turn cost 1 less resource to play. Remind you of anything, Craig?
Oh, that's so sick. This is just like Blood of the Drakai, just amped to the absolute maximum.
That is the call out here. And in fact, all of these Art of the Dragons calling out various cards from Draconic's past. You'll see that reflected in Art of the Dragon Claw, Art of the Dragon Fire, and Art of the Dragon Scales. I want to talk about this Path of the Warrior because this Jagged Edge actually references a point that came up in James and I's Q&A last night. And it was a question about Illusionist and whether we were totally happy with kind of the way Enigma presents Illusionist in the game now, if we thought we'd made some progress from Prism in terms of reducing polarization. The answer to that question is yes. I do think Enigma's a healthier Illusionist than Prism was, but there's still some cleanup to do, still some work to give some heroes that have long suffered under the oppressive reign of Illusionists a little bit more oomph in those matchups. Maybe a card like Jagged Edge is what exactly does it. This here is a warrior attack reaction. It reads target weapon attack gets +3, and damage this would deal can't be prevented. That's a big deal when you're facing down an army of Ward.
Yeah, I mean, all of the Ward permanents just get cleaned up in one fell swoop. Nice, clean answer there. Powerful card. Blocks for 3, costs 1. Loving everything I'm seeing here, Brian.
Yeah, Warrior's going to love this card for sure. A couple stances as well going to be included in this Path of the Warrior. Those are nice aura effects that can go ahead and buff a future turn. There's more, though. There is the Calling promo card as well. Everyone who participates in the Calling will go ahead and get 1 random of these rainbow foils. And again, Craig, these are really good cards.
These are bangers.
Really, really good cards. Obviously, there's a lot of questions still unanswered. I'm not going to dive super deep into these right now. I promise you, these are key cards for all 3 heroes in this set. You're going to want to have these beautiful rainbow foil versions of these cards.
So there's 3 heroes in the set?
Yeah, that is clear. If you go to our website, you will go ahead and see there's 3 hero tiles.
3 heroes.
3 hero tiles.
Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Does chat believe me or did they believe you? We'll see, Craig. We'll see who they want to side with. Let's go ahead and take a look at our next slide here. Of course, it's not only a calling going on at this world premiere. There's a battle hardened too, and you get these 3, again, just stunningly beautiful cards. I have to give so much credit for the look of everything going on here to our creative team. They, of course, have hit it out of the park one more time. You see for the Emperor, for the Drakai, and for the Realm, similar effects across different cost profiles here. All of them read, when this attacks a marked hero, mechanic revealed last night at our keynote. Create a fealty token. Again, another mechanic revealed at the keynote. You're going to want to go ahead and take a look, see if you can find exactly what a fealty token does. It's critical to the way these Draconic heroes function.
Oh, you're not just going to tell us.
It's out there. You can go ahead and find it. We don't need to rehash that. And I want to encourage our fans out there to go ahead, explore our website, and find the information for themselves. You want to head over to fabtcg.com. Of course, endless updates come through there. You'll know about future events. You'll know about future cards. You'll know about all the good stuff going on in the future. So now, with all of this revealed, Craig, have I talked you off of the need for a private jet? Can I just ask you to pay your own way for once and just be a decent human and show up and do some casting?
Listen, if I have the option to either show up and enjoy the event or have a private jet show up and enjoy the event, I will take option B every time.
Okay, I'm going to give you neither option for this one. You are no longer invited to the world premiere, but all of you are. Please come hang out with me so I don't have to hang out with Craig. But I am stuck with him for this particular round. Thankfully, we have an awesome match. It's not just Craig this entire time spewing nonsense at me. It is instead incredible flesh and blood played by some of the best players in the world, including Francesco Giorgio. Of course, Francesco has very much made his mark as a limited stalwart, although I say that every time Francesco's on stream and is doing well in CC.
Yeah, he's always
as well.
playing constructed.
Yeah, has been playing a lot of KO in recent times. Famously won one of those early heavy hitters limited callings on the back of KO in that format as well. So very, very comfortable with Brute Life. But switching over to the big purple guy this go around, it is Viserai in the hands of Francesco.
Yeah, and on the other side, we see Tomaz. We were talking about this earlier, showing up with the Azalea deck. And I think the onus is really on Azalea to be disruptive turn after turn. The Viserai deck is going to have a better armor suit for blocking. The cards generally block much better. So it's up to Tomaz to have those, dominated big attacks that disrupt what the Viserai player is doing.
Always keeping a close eye on what Team Poland wants to bring to the table. We saw them famously back in that Lexi meta at Pro Tour Baltimore show up with Katsu, sort of out of nowhere, and looked very, very strong into the best deck in the format. They did not quite convert in that tournament, but they've shown a propensity for going off meta and finding unique solutions. Have they done it one more time with Azalea in the hands of Tomaz?
I mean, it's hard to argue with 3-0 to start, right?
Yeah, beautiful start thus far. Arcane Rising showdown here, Craig.
Love it.
Throwing it back to the second Flesh and Blood set.
That's a few years ago.
It's quite some time ago. Not quite 5, but almost 5 years ago.
5 years of Flesh and Blood.
Yeah, it is honestly unbelievable, working with the team that brings this amazing game out of New Zealand. They've accomplished so much from such, honestly, trying circumstances. Think about this game just launching in the very midst of a global pandemic.
Yes.
And a game rooted in playing in the Flesh and Blood.
Yes, yep.
And they made it through. They survived. We've now reached this 5-year milestone. I think there's going to be many, many more milestones to come in the future.
Well, and also those early years, the development team had to be so small compared to what it is now.
Absolutely. It has expanded.
I see the foundation that was put in place, a lot of the rules that we kind of take for granted now, and I just think about how important they were for the game progressing over time.
Yeah, James did some impressive work that made mine now work very, very easy a lot of the time, frankly. Ravenous Rabble kicks things off here, does unfortunately reveal that blue. Just going to be followed up with a Swarming Gloomveil and an Arsenal.
If I am the Viserai player, that's a disaster of a first turn for me.
Not ideal. No rune chance made either.
Exactly. There were no rune chance. You weren't able to leak any damage, and you're kind of letting. You're just not set up for the next turn. You're going to let the Azalea player do whatever they want. Especially, you made 2 attacks, right? They got to block with the 2 cards they wanted least in their hand.
Perfect filtering, basically.
Yeah.
So things back in Tomaz's hand now. Death Dealer activation. See this shift to yellow line Azalea, which has become the norm.
Mm-hmm.
Curious if that's going to hold in the aftermath of Jarl's release. We will see for sure. Here it's a double buffed Endless Arrow coming after Francesco.
And then another reason that Azalea is okay in this matchup, you don't have a ton of blue pitches, but you do have a lot of incidental Arcane Barrier on your equipment.
Yeah, very true. Bullseye Bracers, a very, very powerful offensive effect, but has defensive utility as well by carrying that Arcane Barrier. Francesco already having to think about this Endless Arrow and just says, yeah, it's good. It is going to go ahead and connect here, and that's going to bring with it the Seek and Destroy effect as well. Endless Arrow can go ahead and return to Tomaz's hand.
Yep.
But had a card in hand already.
He did. I mean, there's always the consideration, will my opponent, want to use the Snapdragon Scalers. We're very early in the game for the Snappies and the Bullseye Bracer line, but it's always a consideration.
This will bounce. Sick will be active.
And it looks like the answer is no. Just going to go ahead and return that Endless Arrow. Codex of Frailty at the ready in hand. Thinking about the arsenal here, it is going to be the Codex. Keeping that Seek and Destroy out just to remind players that that effect is going to be present. Pretty light disruption there from the Azalea, frankly. Seek and Destroy, of course, going to have an effect, but a future effect. And that means Francesco is kind of just free to do exactly what he would like on this particular turn. Kicks things off with Malefic Incantation and Vexing Quill Hand as well. Going to get some rune chance out there in the arena immediately.
Yeah, I mean, when Francesco goes no block on the opponent's turn, you're expecting a big wide turn here.
Blue pitch as well, so plenty of resources going to do their thing. Rune Flash kicks things off here. It's reduced by 2 due to those 2 rune chants. Another rune chant is going to go ahead and back up behind 2 more rune chants, excuse me, Viserai ability and the Malefic Incantation.
Some resources floating.
Yeah, two resources floating.
Sure. I'll AB2.
So rune chants are going to be prevented by the Arcane Barrier. Endless Arrow gets put to the defense here. Only 1 damage going to go ahead and get through.
Yeah, we see, Tomaz is kind of setting up for a bit of an off turn. It might just be the Endless Arrows out of the arsenal, and then, arsenal another card. Maybe a couple of pumps into the Endless Arrows, but
Yeah,
he pitched the best card in his deck to AB2, so that tells you a lot about what his hand looks like.
Yeah, makes sense to me. An additional Rune Flash going to come down as well.
So I show you my hand, correct?
And really, really powerful effect here from Francesco. Going to go ahead and succumb, and that means we'll get to take a look at the hand and do some disrupting. So we're expecting very little output from Tomaz on this next turn. I think this hand has come together with like beautiful Viserai math, I would say.
Yeah,
just a very interesting combination of rune chance, cost reduction.
Dealt a lot of damage.
Yeah,
was disruptive to the opponent's hand. Used all of the resources perfectly.
Yeah, becoming clear why Francesco wanted to take some damage on the previous turn.
Yep.
Used every card while under Seek and Destroy. That looks really nice. Has the Malefic Incantation ready to head into the next turn. And it's just tick up Tunic here. Is going to cross wrap and take a peek. Does have the Codex in arsenal from the last turn. That's a really great spot to have a Codex. Going to be happy with that decision. We saw a little debate between Codex and Endless Arrow as the arsenal. Made the right call 100%.
Yeah, a lot of decisions for Francesco here where he has to decide what direction he wants his turn to go in.
Swarming Gloomveil comes back to the arsenal. That's not so bad. Willing to make that change a lot of the time.
I mean, that's an understatement, right?
This card's Yellow Rune Ridger Swarm, and here is that Endless Arrow. It's going to hit again. Endless Arrow returns to hand. Ponder token. So this Endless Arrow for the second time, not really getting the value you would like to see. Just a redundant Endless Arrow, if you will.
It does, but it gives you the option, right?
Sure.
Where you get to decide what you want to end up in your arsenal.
Sonata Arcanix is the play here.
Oh, man.
Looks like a whiff for Francesco.
And, Sonata is one of those high variance cards in this deck. To me, it's powerful enough that I want it in the deck. It's that zero cost starter for Viserai.
Yep.
But when you miss, it is painful.
Pain is real. Yeah, there is some variance inherent in Viserai. Of course, those famous Runeblade hands, as we call them, all attack actions, all non-attack actions, they can be really trouble to navigate through, but there's also some not Arcanix whiffs. Just going to be Swarming Gloomveil from the arsenal here. Frailty going to have something to say about its output. Very defensive posture from Tomaz thus far.
Yeah, I mean, he's had a lot of arrow-heavy hands, which, I mean, you can't use all of those cards, so it makes sense why he's blocking so much. And he's done a good job of both threatening some damage and mitigating what he's taking on the back end.
Nice close to the turn here from Francesco. Has Revel in Runeblood, followed up by Amplify the Arc Knight. A lot of output derived from those last 2 cards in hand.
I'll take the 7 for sure. So 24.
7 Arcane going to make its way through.
It's not a slow matchup.
It's moving quickly, Craig. I do want to point out no disruption from Tomaz thus far.
Yeah, and there's one of the key pieces that's often important in the matchup, but you need to draw the right mix of pumps and, the knock the death whistle along with it. And we've seen just a lot of arrow-heavy hands for Tomaz.
Yeah, would love to do something like a dominated red in the ledger. So we do have a Skullbone Crosswrap activation here. Looks like it's going to bin. An Endless Arrow kicks things off. Just the Endless Arrow thus far. Going to have some options here. Is Tomaz can look at something like Rain Razor's Snapdragon Scalers. I believe that's Heatseeker as the last card in hand for Tomaz. The Searing Shot, possibly?
I believe it's a Searing Shot. Okay. But, I mean, this is 100% the Snapdragon Scaler's turn, right?
Yeah,
like,
it feels like it.
You can't present this attack and then, you know, take that intellect penalty, so to speak, and arsenal one of these cards.
So no blocks? Yeah, no blocks.
Yeah, no blocks here, and it is going to go ahead and get the Snapdragons as well as the Rain Razors.
20.
And this means this Endless Arrow is going to be ready to do some work.
Yeah, I mean, this is almost perfect where you can load it with the Death Dealer. You're drawing a card that you're going to end up in the arsenal.
Have the option of loading the Searing Shot as well. But no, it is going to be the Endless Arrow. Card drawn off the Death Dealer. Does find a perfect one in Premeditate. And Endless Arrow now coming in for 9.
And so much value out of this Rain Razors as well with the multiple attacks. This is a great turn out of a smaller hand.
Both these heroes kind of showing off what I love about them. Just these strange turns cobbled together in unorthodox ways. Nice math, nice value floating throughout the turn. A little bit of tricksiness on the part of Azalea.
Well, and there's a lot of decisions to be made, which is what I like so much. I mean, when you're the Azalea player and you draw the 3 arrow hands, like, you're going to be blocking with these cards a lot of the time. But the flip side is Francesco. Every turn, it's what are you going to be doing?
What Francesco's going to be doing is going ahead and shoving in that face Purgatory here. Finds a spot on a tall arrow to go ahead and maybe get a little bit of value off the face Purgatory. At least gets a card back in hand.
I love this. No, this is a ton of value because you deny the Ponder token and the Endless Arrows doesn't go back to the opponent's hand.
Not bad.
So you're saying, hey, I'm eliminating that Arsenal card, which is just so important for Azalea to keep doing what she does.
Mordred Tide is the starter here for Francesco, and it's followed up by a Malefic Incantation, and that means there's 2 Malefics in play.
Perfect.
It has the Tunic at the ready. It's Snuff Out is the follow-up here. Plenty of rune chance to be made.
And Snuff Out's one of those cards you need to block out this card.
Yeah, very, very threatening here. It would be very easy for Francesco to cash in one of those 6 rune chants and just take a card out of Tomaz's hand.
Again, both of these decks just doing very powerful things off of not 5-card, 4-card hands.
Yeah, it's cool to see. It's cool to see a little bit more of that mid-range style creeping back into Flesh and Blood. I think particularly in the aftermath of the book bannings, you're seeing much more of that. Nice 2-card and 3-card plays are becoming quite common.
Oh, and he just took it. Wow.
Yeah, and Francesco more than happy to go ahead and cash in a rune chant to take a card from hand. So you have to assume Tomaz now has a nice 3-card hand to come back with.
Yes.
Death Dealer activation.
And, I mean, Tomaz has to be somewhat happy. You've taken most of the opponent's equipment already this game. You're still hanging on to the rest of yours.
Yeah, this game feels tight to me though, Craig. I'm not really sure that I would give.
It's definitely not over, but
yeah, I don't think I could give a player an edge, honestly. Blue Bolton Shot buffed here by Premeditate. Gonna have go again. Also has that on hit, which is very tricky to navigate.
I think it's big here. You know, you don't want to give your opponent that free reload. Make them use up the Bullseye Bracer at this point in the game.
Yeah, that becomes important as well because that is the source of Arcane Barrier at the moment.
I'll make a ponder.
There is a second source. There's also that Skullbone, so it would not be the end of the world.
And yeah, both of these players are really leveraging their life totals here.
Yeah, they're kind of just saying anything you can do, I can do better. Here we see an Azalea activation for the first time. That means a dominated arrow, and it is a red in the ledger.
Oh, this is a perfect time for this. Like I was saying, the opponent having no armor left over there on the other side of the board, it means the small red in the ledger is still so threatening.
Yeah, this effect just absolutely going to be active for this next turn cycle. It is possible that Francesco can still get out of this with a decent turn, but you suspect some inefficiency absolutely going to creep in under that red in the ledger.
Well, and we already saw Francesco take the damage from the previous attack. So Francesco's saying, no, I want all of these cards. I want to have a wide turn.
Yep.
And now it's just not possible.
The top of the deck for Tomaz says too bad, and red in the ledger is at the ready.
Sorry? 13, 14, 13, 14. Yeah.
Life total so tight.
It's the turn.
Francesco kicks things off with a tunic here. 5 rune chants at the ready, so you expect there will be a decent damage offering this go around.
Yes.
But we know only one action to come. Malefic is going to make it so Francesco can go into the next turn with rune chants. That's big.
Yeah, I you know, these are like the little victories, right? Where you're saying, hey.
Look, that's all you're going to get under red in the ledger. You're not
Yes.
going to get a big victory.
Yes, absolutely. No, I mean, the big victory on that turn is if you have the D-React in your deck, right? You slide the tunic plus your D-React in front of it,
Yep.
and you manage to worm your way out. But not the situation here.
Yeah, the number of D-Reacts, a real question for Viserai. I've seen that number float all over the place so far.
Well, and when the opponent plays Sonata, you're thinking that they do not have D-Reacts in their deck. These are kind of some of the deck building restraints that we see.
Yep. Oh, and I think this was a bit of a disaster turn for Francesco. Only
Absolute
able
disaster.
to deploy Malefic Incantation. And now going to be facing down a full grip from Tomaz. Has to hope for a bit of a brick here, I believe.
Yeah, but I think this is a great turn for Tomaz. Yeah, he's got the Bolton shot for the Gogan attack.
Getting a bit wide on the combat chain, something Azalea does occasionally, but when it happens, really challenging to deal with. I think there's further pumps in this hand as well. Looks like maybe double release the tension. And just throws it all down. And a huge Bolton shot heads the way of Francesco. It's going to be 16 on offer.
Wow, 16. We got some on hits going on here. This is.
Yeah, this is offering a Ponder, Lace with Frailty, also at the ready to go ahead and maybe blunt something out of the arsenal, slow down that Reaping Blade. Big play from Tomaz.
Yeah, and Francesco's at 13.
Yeah,
Like,
there's going to be some defense here.
Gonna take care of a huge portion of his life total.
And that means things get so scary off the top of the deck for Francesco. Any dominated arrow is threatening to go ahead and just end your thus far unblemished run here at the Flesh and Blood World Championships in Osaka.
I mean, I even think of the Codex of Blood Rot that we've seen in the pitch zone. Those get more and more threatening as the game goes on.
For sure.
Where you start presenting these attacks where you're saying, hey, you have to block this, but you also need to hang on to a blue card to prevent the Blood Rot Pox token.
Yeah.
But you also need to present damage coming back at me so I don't just do this back to you turn after turn.
We saw Codex of Blood Rot effectively end the game in round 1 against Shoma, piling up those Blood Rot Pox. So are we about to see a repeat? Looks like just 2 cards committed to the defense here. One of them, the Tunic.
That's an interesting block with the Tunic. Because you're not stopping any of the on-hits. I guess, yeah, he just wants to stay at 1 life. I suppose that makes a lot of sense.
Yeah, that's a pretty important on-hit to stop. Death, my least favorite on-hit to suffer.
Yep.
Another Sonata. This one is going to mercifully hit, and it's going to provide a Rune Rager Swarm.
Oh, and this is interesting. When you see Francesco thinking about do I want yellow or red, he's saying I'm a little resource light on this turn.
Is going to go ahead and take the red, though, so opting for the damage. First point of arcane damage comes through on the back of that Sonata. Viserai ability now ready to go. Also has those 2 Malefics rolled up. So there can be some damage on offer here from Francesco. How many cards can he strip out of Tomaz's hand? That's the question.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, he started with 5 rune chance. That's a lot of damage he has banked. But you know, if you're sitting behind the Azalea seat, you're saying, hey, I still have a little bit of armor floating around here. I haven't used my Bullseye Bracer yet. I do have that life total buffer.
I think that's going to evaporate quickly here, Craig. I think
I agree,
set
but
up
I'm just
pretty
saying,
well.
You know, the opponent's at 1. There's a lot of things here where you're saying, I have a little more to work with.
For sure. Mauve Skies here. Mauve Skies kind of falling out of favor in recent times in Viserai's.
Yeah, it's not one you see as much.
Yellow Mauve Sky is the offer. Drawn to the Dark Dimension. On the back of Mauve Skies, it's going to pick up go again. The turn is going to continue here.
Yep, 6 rune chance, then draw the card drawn from Dark Dimensions.
Mauve Sky's looking real good here. I'll say that. Combining with drawn to the Dark Dimension is a nice little trick. And now the Tunic comes forward from Tomaz.
Yeah, I mean, you can't just prevent these. You can't allow these extra rune chants to just hit the board.
Agreed. No way the Mauve Skies trigger can be allowed to do its thing. Does have to push in the Tunic to do so, though. An awkward defending hand. That's maybe a bit of a leak of information here from Tomaz. And if I'm Francesco and I see that, no breaks anymore. We're pushing everything we can on this turn.
Francesco, it looks like not an easy line to take in this situation.
Revel in Rune Blood.
That's a
still
big
in
one.
hand. Yeah.
I mean, you know the opponent almost certainly doesn't have a blue, right? You already got in for 6 free damage with some rune chance.
Yeah, very unlikely in Azalea in general.
Yes.
3 rune chants already ready to go. Can push that to 7 and then maybe offer at least 1 more attack.
Well, you're getting the Viserai rune chant in there as well.
Very true. Chain gets closed here.
Yeah, I don't the question is, Francesco's asking, can I make 2 more attacks? Do I bait my opponent into blocking with that yellow card that might be in their hand or the blue card that might be in their hand?
Sequencing very important here for Francesco.
You don't want to give away all of the information at once.
Here we see Dirge going ahead and clearing
Oh,
out.
wow.
Frailty. Love that interaction. Deadwood Dirge does so many powerful things. Love it in Chain and LL, getting rid of a Soul Shackle you don't want any longer.
Oh, and Francesco, yes. Oh,
And
wow.
Here's the Revel. And you saw a shake of the head there from Tomaz. That's going to go ahead and push this up to 12 rune chants.
This has got to be lethal here.
You have to assume so, facing down an Azalea.
Yeah, yeah. This has got to be. I love this. Francesco just getting every last little bit, every point of damage out of his deck. We see the very clean board, no armor left, one life, and just crossing the finish line perfectly here.
And it's just Reaping Blade that's going to be shoved forward, and it's going to carry a mess of rune chants with it. 12 to be precise. 15 damage on offer here. And Tomaz is shuffling those cards around looking for an answer. I don't think he's going to find one, Craig.
Again, if he didn't think for a second about preventing the damage the first time around when the first 6 rune chants came in, I can't imagine he has multiple blues sitting in his hand this time.
Doesn't matter.
Marking the attack die, but Tomaz feeling defeated, saying it does not matter, looking desperately for an answer, but cannot find it, and offers the fist bump to Francesco.
Wow. Yeah, Revel, just such a powerful card.
Man, I feel like that particular match showed off the power of Viserai so well, because honestly, there was like nice disruption there. Red in the Ledger came down at a really good time, and Francesco had to play some really mediocre turns. Just was not offering much, if anything, on a few turn cycles, but was able to use those malefic incantations to pass things forward to future turns. And that's the thing Viserai does so well.
Yeah, even the Azalea player, though, they got to do what they were trying to do. We didn't see a whole lot of the dominated, disruptive attacks, but just going tall, making multiple attacks on certain turns.
Yeah.
Getting a lot of value out of Rain Razors. Like, there's just... It was really impressive seeing Viserai take that game.
I agree. Facing down Endless Arrow multiple turns, there's that huge arrow for 16, just buffed to the moon with Frailty on hit, with Ponders on hit, and Viserai just took it all in stride and did very, very well. Well, if you're like me right now, after watching that, you were itching to go ahead and play some Flesh and Blood yourself. Of course, there's no better place to do that than your local armory. That's where we're headed whenever we get the chance, Craig. I know you're a huge proponent of your local scene. You're always there battling in your armories.
Every Monday night, we play at one of the local stores. A couple times a month, I try to get out to one of the other stores, whether that be a Friday or a Saturday night. So, I mean, you're being a little bit facetious here, but no, I love the local scene. I love the players. I love, for me, it's a big social outlet, getting to go and play with everyone, just keeping on top of the metagame, getting reps in. It's great.
See, Craig, now I feel bad because I actually was not being facetious. I know you legitimately do a lot to support your local community. You care a lot about that local armory experience. I feel like I've been ragging on you too much when you just assume I mean the worst right off the bat. You are a pillar of your local community, and I give a shout out to all the pillars out there who are going ahead and inspiring people to show up to their armories. And I have to say, one of the things that stands out to me about the Flesh and Blood experience are these armories and how welcoming they are to new players. If you walk into an armory and you're like, hey, I've never played Flesh and Blood before, and I don't own a deck, but this armory thing seems neat. You're going to be offered 6 different decks to play. You're probably going to leave with an armful of cards, a play mat. Everyone there is going to take the best care of you possible. And it's just one of the many joys of being involved in this scene. Of course, there's awesome cold foils available.
Yes.
Play mats available,
the
as we
promos
mentioned.
are great. But
Shout out to Chris Gehring, who's been picking those promos lately. I know he's been working really hard to find some bangers.
Sure.
Yeah.
Our Monday scene, we have a Facebook group where people post cards that they need. And most of the time, the commons and rares, you just get them.
Yours.
No one expects anything for these cards.
Yeah, if you're on the fence about attending one of your local armories, just go.
Yeah, get out there.
I promise you, just go. You're going to have a great time. And we're going to have a great time as this day continues. That is going to wrap it up for round 4. But we have an awesome match for you in round 5. We're going to see Max Klein, 2-time Pro Tour top 8 competitor, of course, famously fell to Arthur Trehet in that epic final out at Pro Tour LA. He's playing Florian this go-around, and I'm excited to get our first look at Florian. We'll have that down in our feature match area for you next. Do not go anywhere.
some Rosetta heroes on your screens a moment ago. I think it might be nice here at the World Championships to see them highly powered in action and trying to take down their classic constructed round. Does that sound good to you, Ponkage?
Sounds excellent to me.
Because I don't want to prattle. I don't want to dither. And darn it, I don't want to dally. I want to get down into the match, so let's just make this happen. We have got some of the brand new heroes on the block. We've got Aurora, we've got Florian, and we have got a perennial top 8 competitor in Maximilian Klein, finalist at Pro Tour Los Angeles, Pro Tour top 8 player, I think 2 times over before that as well, on a Florian deck that, correct me if I'm wrong, Ponkage, but has been contentious in the community.
Yeah, Maximilian definitely favoring the mid-rangey style heroes. At LA, we saw him on the Hatchet Dory, and in this tournament, choosing Florian, but a version of Florian, which not many people have seen, I think, channel the Millennium Tree with Scepter of Pain, the weapon of choice for Maximilian Klein over here. This is already looking incredibly spicy, Sam.
And to start things off here for Maximilian, channel the Millennium Tree, making an enormous amount of rune chants like you're describing, but to channel the Lightning Valley in response and the Aurora activation on turn 0. So both players have connected to the flow in Arya. They have channeled their respective terrain. It is now time to see which hero can truly utilize that power to come out on top. 4 rune chants looking pretty nice for Maximilian, but an embodiment of Lightning and a channel Lightning Valley here to threaten some card draw. Gone in a flash, coupled with the embodiment of Lightning. That might be coming back to the hand, threatening card draw again and again.
You have to give the edge of the beginning to Max Klein there a little bit. He leaked 4 damage because Aurora has presented 0 Arcane Barrier and made 4 rune chants to boot. So effectively dealing 8 damage on turn 0 is Maximilian Klein. Of course, on the other side, there was a channel Lightning Valley as a response along making embodiment, making his Gone in a Flash very, very strong already. Let's see whether Ray Lam can do something impressive with his turn off the back of the Gone in a Flash.
Seeing a bit of almost like a hybrid equipment suite. We often see the Snapdragon Scalers with the Arc Lightnings and the Flicker Wisps. Maybe we are still going to see those as well, but not the Dominion nor the Ironweave here in the matchup. Looks like the Gone in the Flash is going to be coupled up with the Electrostatic Discharge in Resolution after the damage has already been taken. So this is in the Resolution step when the Gone in the Flash can still come back to hand, draw a card off the channel Lightning Valley here. Maximilian saying, listen, you can have a card. I'm not too threatened. I'm not too worried about that card. Interestingly here, you have to imagine the Scepter of Pain is mostly here to couple with the channel the Millennium Tree, right?
Yep. And similar to what we saw in the Dash.io game, Sam, sometimes you just need to accept that your opponent is going to get the Channel Lightning Valley draw, just like how into Dash.io. Sometimes you have to accept that the Boom Grenade is just going to hit. So Maximilian Klein being a little bit disciplined there, saying, I can't stop the draw this turn. Go ahead and have your card. Maybe I'll use my defense reaction more efficiently on a future turn. Now, Ray Lam over here showcasing a little bit of the inefficiencies that you sometimes get into with Aurora. A lot of reds, you have to pitch a red lightning card to keep the Channel Lightning Valley around, but pitching a red never feels good. You're just converting that card to 2 damage over here.
Maybe feels a little better when it's the Gone in the Flash you've already brought back into your hand. The Lightning Press can couple with the Flittering Charge. 3 block presented with the Arcane Seed's Life from Maximilian. See if there's any defense reaction to be played here. See those beautiful Irit Scarlet Revenger sleeves, but that will go ahead and buy the Fate Foreseen, completely covering up the Flittering Charge. But in some ways, the damage has already been done on this turn. Ray Lam has already found the card draw and now threatens another in the form of the Snatch, looking to snatch a card right off of the top of the deck. Our Aurora player here, I hate to say it, I hate to do this, off to a lightning fast start.
I was going to say electrifying.
Yeah,
but yes, that works too. And Maximilian Klein, I mean, this is one of the drawbacks of when you play something like Florian into a lightning hero, is that you take a while to come online. The Well-Grounded isn't online right now. The Barkskin, the Millennium Tree isn't online right now. So you just had to use a Phase Purgatory there to stop the Snatch draw effect and not get the value from a Phase Purgatory as well. Because he just needs a bit more time to decompose and get the hero ability online. Meanwhile, the Lightning heroes, their ability is on from the beginning, and Ray Lam's using that to an amazing effect.
Now look at this, Warmonger's Diplomacy, a card that even these Aurora decks will play. Doesn't affect them too much. and able to power up the Scepter of Pain. So 8 rune chance for Florian because that turn 0 channel, the Millennium Tree, getting a full 6 value, 2 sets of amp, but these are also able to prolong over multiple turns. But now it's time for the Arc Lightning to come and ride with the Channel Lightning Valley. We talked about AB presented Arcane Lantern here to couple up with the Scepter of Pain. Time for Maximilian to give this a real think. How possible will it be to stop the card draw on this turn, as every point of damage threatens it with that Channel Lightning Valley, and Arc Lightning is going to be arcing throughout all the Go Again on the turn.
And it's going to give Go Again to the next action card as well, which will also make the next action card come in for 1 more arcane damage because of Arc Lightning. It's going to be Arcanic Shockwave, so going to be 1 arcane damage from its own effect because it is fused. Going to deal 1 more arcane once the Go Again resolves, and it will reveal the Electromagnetic Somersault as well, so very, very likely going to be able to even put this back into his hand and just send yet another piece of arcane, really, really threatening the draw effect from Channel Lightning Valley.
So let's see, I guess it's just 2 cards left in hand, so yeah, we're going to be able to buy it back and of course then continue from there. Card draw might work well for the Arsenal then at that point.
Also, I believe the other card is a second strike as well, so Max Klein needs to block the 4 physical to prevent the on-hit, but also, unknown to him, to stop the second strike from getting Go Again for free.
1 damage over the top, Maximilian saying the draw is going to happen. That Electromagnetic Somersault just proving to be too powerful on the turn. Go Again, though, going to go ahead and pitch into the grasp of the Arc Knight. Go Again from the grasp will, of course, also trigger the Arc Lightning here. Float 1, which means the Starfall can come for 2 and 1, thanks to the Arc Lightning.
And the 1 rune chant as well. Sort of a Rosetta Thorn at home over here with 2 arcane and 2 physical.
So powerful, this Arc Lightning card is so fun to play with. You can really, it feels like you're watching electricity just course through your cards and abilities and activations on your equipment, as the second Static Shock here is going to follow up the chain known. It is one of the cards from the first strike decks making their way in here. A nice 3-block Lightning Flow card. When this hits a hero, if you've played a lightning card this turn, deal 1 arcane damage to them.
Yep. So not the second strike as I thought it was. So this will not have Go Again. Won't deal an extra damage from Arc Lightning, but will deal an extra damage if it hits, because Lightning card has definitely been played this turn.
And that means the Electromagnetic Somersault gets to hang out in the arsenal. Max is going to know about that, going to have to play around it on these subsequent turns. Was revealed to the Arcanic Shockwave.
It could go to Arsenal. It could also turn into a Static Shock to put the Static Shock in Arsenal instead, or even the Shockwave should Raylam choose to do so. Choosing instead to Arsenal the Shockwave, deciding that's going to be a lot more versatile, a lot more flexible, and just keep that there in my Arsenal. You know, sometimes you do want the instance. It is also a lightning card after all, so you know, you draw a Flittering Charge or something, it can pair very, very well with that.
Starting off, Enlightened Strike. Thinking about the mode is the call from Maximilian here.
So draw a card is the most efficient mode typically, but when you're a deck that runs a whole bunch of clunky blues, you can just get punished if you pick the draw a card over here. So Max Klein deciding between +2 or draw a card. You still take a gamble when you choose +2 versus draw a card. You're saying, if I choose draw a card, I'm gambling that it's going to be worth more than 2 value when you make that call.
Looks like it is going to be the draw on the mode. And just like that, taking 5. So after all things, you know, at the end of all things here, somehow Maximilian... Yeah, you can hear he's just saying, you know, that was 8 rune chance and 5 damage, and it was a lot. And Raylam is looking to be down to 19. No AB means all of those rune chants putting in so much work. Maximilian has blocked as well as he can. He's up 11 life after these turn exchanges. I feel like that should be backwards. I feel like all the powerful things we're seeing Raylam do here makes it feels like he should be significantly ahead, but he's actually down 11 life. At least, you know, silver linings. Scar for Scar's now online. Get Go Again on your Scar.
Typically what happens in this matchup is that the Earth hero falls behind as they work to get the hero ability on, and then they catch back up later on in the game. But Max Klein saying, nope, I've got Chal Millennium Tree, even the Chal Mount Heroic that he blocked with as well. He seems to be sporting a bit more of an aggressive Florian build over here. And he's saying, I've got the 11-point life lead against the Lightning Hero, and my hero ability isn't even turned on yet.
Block 3, grab the electromagnetic somersault here. Very nice. Just basically becomes a 0 for 4 from the arsenal as well. With Go Again, looks like we're just going to play it again immediately on the same combat chain here. 4 more damage with Go Again. So ironically, pretty good for Ray to be lower life. Allows these, you know, ostensibly 2 Scar for a Scars to be coming in with Go Again. Still has 3 cards left in the hand because really most of the damage has been arcane presented to Ray. He's got no AB, so he's just had to take it all. Can't block even if he wants to. Felling of the Crown, first Decomposer we're seeing here, headed to the combat chain as a blocking card. Another generic 0 for 4 to follow things up, but a red on top, so still coming in for 4. For a second I thought it was a yellow lightning surge, and I was going to be shocked. Confused, dismayed, but no.
Shocked. A nice pun there, Sam. But Felling of the Crown being used to block with over here, it is one of those cards that is a little bit awkward before you've done your first Decompose, because if you have no other cards in your Banish Zone, no other Earth cards in your Banish Zone, when you first play that card, it's only going to come in for 4. It does need 4 Earth cards in the Banish Zone before it actually gets a +4 damage. So here's why perhaps Max Klein has decided to block with it instead, saying, I need to find some other Decompose first before I start cashing in Fellings of the Crowns and Plow Unders.
But at the end of this turn cycle, as we're seeing, Ray significantly closed the gap. 3 0 for 4s into the Starfall. Swarming Gloomveil is going to be the play. No auras created. This is just 3 damage, 0 for 3, no Go Again. It's head. Instead of head jab, it's just head.
Oh, yeah. So Max Klein getting rewarded for his choice to draw a card on the previous turn. We spoke about how if you choose a +2, you just guarantee the +2, but you can gamble that your card you draw is going to be more than that, and in this case it was +3 damage from the Swarming Gloomveil instead of the +2 on the E-Strike.
Ray Lamb really having the first chance truly to block that he wanted to. I suppose the Enlightened Strike was an option, but we saw the hand. It was Scar for a Scar and Ravenous Rabble. Those are much better on offense, as we saw him aptly denote as well.
And we also know he drew a Lightning Surge. It was revealed off the top from the Ravenous Rabble, so we know he has a Lightning Surge in hand, at least.
Blocking a fair bit there. The second strike and the grasp, yeah, overblocking.
Yeah, perhaps maybe being a little worried about the arcane damage that Max Klein is potentially going to be able to present. So wants to make sure he gets the life from his armor blocks before he is unable, before he just gets overcome by raw arcane damage.
Gone in a flash, maybe getting together with the Snapdragon Scalers here. Something I did want to point out earlier in this game, Snapdragon Scalers, we talk about it being kind of part of 2 different types of sideboard plans. Lightning Press here, now this is interesting. This is a nice kind of weird niche interaction. It's you can't get the value out of the Gone in the Flash if you use the Lightning Press. It has to just, you have to, you know, not resolve the trigger or else you don't actually get the +3 from the Lightning Press. But the Snapdragon Scalers with Gone in the Flash, normally you see, or you've seen often, the Lightning Greaves to couple with the Gone in the Flash to make some incredibly powerful turns. Right here opting for just that 1 Go Again rather than utilizing that Lightning Greaves.
Of course, that does mean that he has played Lightning cards this turn and is able to cash in the Aurora hero ability. However, is putting a Lightning Surge in Arsenal, so is looking to find something else to cash in the embodiment of Lightning, because otherwise he just had a bit of an inefficient turn this turn cycle.
Max also aware that that is a Lightning Surge because it was revealed to the Ravenous Rabble. Ooh, and we're about to see that most likely hit the bottom of the deck as it's time for the first decomposition of this game. As Florian looks to plow under as the Rune Chant comes along for the ride. It won't be for 6 because it'll be the first decompose of the game. We're going to grab Earth Action and Earth there, so that is going to make both heroes put a card from the arsenal on the bottom of the deck. So there goes that Lightning Surge that both players knew about. This is just a measly attack for 2, but it did its work, it did its job, and the arsenal is now cleared.
And this is some of the awkwardness that the Earth heroes sometimes get into. If you don't find the more efficient decomposes, like the Rootbound Carapaces, sometimes even Summer's Fall is something that, you know, Earth heroes don't mind running into Aurora, just snipe embodiments of lightning or channel lightning valleys. If you don't find those early, you're forced to send your Plow Unders or your Felling of the Crown for less than their maximum value. And this Plow Under is coming in for 2. It kind of, you know, saved himself 4 damage, so it still was, you know, pretty good, but not exactly where you want to be.
Going to be a Flittering Charge here with the embodiment of lightning to power it up. Continue this Go Again, continue this wide chain. But again, Maximilian still at a higher life total. just putting together efficient attacks and a nice full block here. The Haunting Rendition blocking 4. I love this card in these decks. In Twine Lightning, showing the Lightning Surge. We're just doing what this Aurora deck likes to do. 4 into 4 into 4 at the minimum. Buys another 3 block. 1 damage over the top for Maximilian. 21 plays 16, and the Lightning Surge follows things up. Yeah, let's just get our, 3, 6, 10 points of block value. Keep a card for the arsenal. That's going to mean Ray is going to put a card into the arsenal for his next turn. Let's see what Max wants to do and what that one card is.
It's the Rootbound Carapace that he's putting in his arsenal. Very, very disciplined by him, saving the 4 block for a following turn to potentially block out an on-hit like a Snatch or maybe even a Channel Lightning Valley. So he's just saving that defensive piece. Interesting to note that he blocked with a Channel the Millennium Tree. We saw how good that was at the beginning of the game, but in that hand, unfortunately, did not have the resources needed to go ahead and resolve that card and start chaining the Scepter of Pain Rune Chance.
I wonder how much, depending on how this game ends, that we are going to be thinking back to that turn 0 channel, the Millennium Tree. It's hard, seemingly, for Max to really keep 2 cards in resolve. He's having to do so much defense, but the 6 damage he got from that turn 0 play, especially with AB0 presented from Ray, pretty important. There's the Flicker Wisp, so the combo package has been brought in, but not the entirety of it that we're used to seeing with the Crown of Dominion, the Aether Ironweave, the gold to really power things up. But the Flicker Wisp here are going to be powered together with the Arc Lightning. Walk me through the turn, Pankaj.
So now every single point of Arcane coming in this turn, because of the Go Again triggers from Arc Lightning, are going to be coming in for 2 instead of 1. And this is just an incredibly strong combo. It's one of the strongest things that Aurora can do right now. And remember, Arc Lightning does give the next action Go Again, so E-Strike can come in with a draw a card. It'll deal 2 more arcane damage as a rider almost at the end of this. Starfall is now actually Rosetta Thorn because it's going to be 2 into 2. This is looking to be a very, very strong turn from Raylam.
Very strong turn, especially because the card drawn was a lightning card, so that Entwine Lightning in the hand now gets Go Again, which is another 2 points of arcane damage as well. Massive turn here from Ray, who somehow has been on the back foot, even though he's been putting together so much power. That's going to be 3 Earth cards placed into the Banish Zone, because these Earth heroes, you really want to go Banish 2, and then Banish 3, Banish 3. That gets you to 8 as efficiently as possible to turn on the hero ability. And you think, yes, Embodiments of Earth. You think, yes, Rune Chance, but we also saw a Canopy Shelter in the pitch zone. That makes 2 Might tokens, giving you a blue card for value when you defend with it. Pretty strong.
We also saw Haunting Renditions. You can discard it to prevent 2 damage and make 2 Rune Chance once Florian is online. Also, 5 Earth cards in the Banner Zone means Well Grounded is online as well to try and stop some of the breakpoints and maybe even some of the Arcane, because once Arcane's at 2, you're always leaking because you only have AB1 unless you cash in something like a Well Grounded.
Yeah, it might be. Yeah, you can see. I agree with you, Max. Is this the time to utilize those Well Grounded? Just get the 2 points of value. You'd like to use it maybe to stop breakpoints on things like Snatches, but at this point, perhaps the value, do you think this game is going to go long enough to see another Flicker Wisp Arc Lightning turn? Imagine, though, if you have the Crown of Dominion, you have the gold, you have the Aether Ironweave, those are 3 more points of Go Again that you just have on demand on this turn. That's 6 more Arcane that would have been present had Raylam brought those equipment pieces in. I have to wonder if it's even in his 80.
It is one of the forks that a disruptive deck like Florian can sort of put you into. You kind of want Providence because their game plan in the early half of the game is going to be send disruptive attacks like CNCs they choose, some are even on like weakest links. So you kind of do want the armor for it because the combo package just doesn't have a lot of armor, right? Your Crown of Dominion, not having Providence to bail you out of CNCs. So you kind of need to make that decision, and Raylam has chosen to go for the plan where he brings the cards and deck for the combo package in, but not so much the equipment.
And I want to point out
a lot of damage.
Yeah, I want to point out, as it looks like Max is just going to say no blocks, taking this Starfall here. They're just checking, make sure life totals are accurate.
Yeah, I wanted to.
Let's listen in.
If maybe I think I prevented, and can that be possible? That I prevented it? I think 14. Yeah,
They're just going to double check and make sure everything is accounted for. We also have attendants at these tables to help, make sure that life totals and all sorts of other board state pieces are all well accounted for. So sure, we'll get that cleaned up from now. Looks like another Rootbound Carapace is going to be going to Maximum Klein's arsenal. He's doing a very, very good job of cycling these 4-block defense reactions into his arsenal, just making sure he has it in case Raylam starts sending breakpoints with on-hits, say off of Channel Lightning Valleys or just Snatches.
I also think like I put it away and even, so I double, I removed it and put minus. So
Yeah, they're discussing probably, I think there's maybe a discrepancy. Max might be 1 life higher on his pad. No floating. Take the damage here. Put the blue cards on the bottom of the deck. Down to 10. Yeah, that seems right to me. The arcane damage from the go again, the 2 physical from the Starfall. I wanted to point out utilizing that blue to prevent the arcane damage, even though it was not going to be able to prevent both of them. It was a 3 block in the hand, but because you have the go again spread out across multiple things, you still can get your block value because you're coming in with attacks for 4 and attacks for 2. It's not easy to get the block value out of your card using it for physical defense there, but Max, even though it doesn't feel good to AB1 when 2 damage is coming in, there still probably the right call.
Definitely an excellent point there, Sam. And speaking of things that don't feel super good, I believe Raylam has drawn into a Scar for a Scar, but this time though, he has the life lead over here. So maybe Snapdragon Scalers can come in to give that go again manually in a sense, or maybe he's gonna bottom that to the E-Strike. Actually, that's probably the more likely thing.
Yep. E-Strike here, yep, sending the card to the bottom. Let's see if it's 4 or 7, or excuse me, 5 or 7.
Yep. Still has the Snapdragon, so could we draw a card looking like he's just going to save the Snapdragon Scalers, perhaps maybe saving it for an Arc Lightning turn, where it's going to come in for 1 more damage. And for now, just choosing the go again. Threatening the Burn-Up Shock.
Yeah, Burn-Up Shock here, of course. The only Lightning and Runeblade action in the set here is not a specialization.
Burn-Up Shock is an interesting inclusion into a deck like Florian, because Florian is very, very good at blocking breakpoints. We've seen so many defense reactions come out from Maximilian Klein. The Barkskin and Millennium Tree there as well. Lots of 3-block non-attacks in the Florian deck to help cover up these 4 attack breakpoints to help stop a Burn-Up Shock. So, but Raylam saying now he still thinks it's good enough to bring it in.
And now 4 damage once again coming over the top, and I think we do have D-Reacts ready for this one. No blocks, move to reactions. There's the red Rootbound Carapace. That's going to go ahead and get 3 Earth cards, which means, of course, the hero ability is online. And when the hero ability is online, all tokens will be created with that many, +1 for the rest of the game. Burn-Up Shock, not going to get the damage there, but took most of the cards out of Maximilian's hand, and he is only down to 9. Just going to be a Scepter of Pain coming in for 1, threatening a Rune Chant upon the hit. And there's no Arcane Barrier, there's no prevention. Unless we see Trip the Light Fantastic, this thing is coming across.
Very, very efficient here. Dealing 1, creating 2 Rune Chants on the back because of Florian's ability. Something, Grove rots and leaves fall.
Yeah. They should have just put you in the trailer. And of course, because of Florian's hero ability, instead of just the 1 Rune Chant, it is 2 Rune Chants created. No blocks on the Starfall. There's the Channel Lightning Valley. Now we're going to utilize the Well-Grounded here to prevent the 2 points of damage. At least he's reaching for it, because now the Starfall not only has Go Again, but threatens to draw a card to the Well-Grounded here, basically acting as a pseudo D-React to prevent the card draw on the turn. It's easy to sniff that one out most of the time when you're sitting against the Aurora. They normally don't actually just end their turn after attacking for 1 no-go again.
Yeah, especially when you see a card like Red Lightning Surge
in the pitch.
Pitched. Yeah, it's not only is a lightning card, it's a premium lightning card you would love to arsenal. So you see that being pitched, you know that there's lightning card in the pitch zone for a reason. So Max definitely sniffed that out, says I'm just gonna commit to well-grounded here. But now this Arcanic Shockwave with the split damage, the rare split damage Aurora deals, could be a little bit awkward because you kind of want to pitch to stop the card drop, but then you're losing an entire card to deny 1 card from them. So how efficient is that really?
These players playing for much beyond just this game. This is our final round of Classic constructed before the draft rounds. Only one of these players can move into draft undefeated. Such a confidence boost, such a nice way to sit down, sit at your draft table, really feel that you have conquered your first 5 rounds of CC, an extra round in this premier event than we have had in events gone past. So these players not only trying to take down this game, but move into the all-important first draft.
And
undefeated.
You'll also be guaranteed to make day 2, regardless of your draft record, if you come out of the CC rounds completely undefeated. We go the full 5-0.
Only 14 players will be undefeated at the end of this round, and both of these players with 491 total in the tournament, 459 total in the tournament. To be one of that final 14 undefeated, it's a small, exclusive, and very enticing club to join.
Electrostatic Discharge went to the arsenal for Raylam over there, was revealed to the Arcanic Shockwave, but gonna be bottomed because of this Plow Under. While it is an instant, playing it right now isn't gonna do him much good, so probably is gonna go to the bottom and you won't have much to say about it.
Now looking as though maybe he wants to play it. First the Rune Chants, those have to be taken, so 2 damage over the top. Ray down to 13. Electrostatic Discharge has to head to the bottom as Plow Under is going to go ahead and plow it away under the deck to the bottom. Ray does have the Sigil of Solace, which lets me think that Lightning Greaves is most likely present in the list. It's also very good with cards like Flittering Charge, cards that care about instants being played on the chain link, but pretty nice when Lightning Greaves also makes the action points. I want to see when those Snapdragons are committed because I know they're here for a reason. He's 4-0, trying to become 5-0 here in the World Championships in Osaka.
Sigil of Solace also very, very good just with Gone in a Flash. Even without an extra action point, if you just go Gone in a Flash and your last card's a Sigil, you get to gain 3 and just put the Gone in a Flash right back in your arsenal, making it effectively a 1-card 7, which is very, very strong as far as raids go. And what we're seeing here is exactly what we spoke about earlier. Max Klein, you know, fell behind a little bit before the hero ability was turned on, but now that it is on and he has enough Earth cards in the Banish, cards like the Plow and the Felling of the Crown that he's putting in his arsenal are very, very key cards to let him catch back up from the life deficit that happened from the Lightning Hero.
Max Klein at 9 to Ray Lam's 10. Players both at 10 or under here. Final round of Classic constructed here at the World Championships in Osaka. This is an important turn. Max just drawing back up. Let's see what Ray's able to string together. It's going to be Entwined Lightning fusing with the Burn Up Shock. Maybe it's the only Lightning card in the hand to give this thing go again. You know, Burn Up Shock would have be nice to have been played on this one. Go again, threaten not only damage, but drawing a card. Wonder if the Barkskin's going to get in here. Little loud there behind. Max saying, is everything all right? Just making sure the play space is secure. Here comes our 2-block and a 2-block from the hand. So that's why the Barkskin is joining the fray here, creating not 1, but 2 embodiments of Earth. Any non-attacks in the hand are going to be nice and powered up on the defense here.
And you have to wonder, maybe that's why Raylam chose not to play the Burn Up Shock at the beginning. Although very, very likely it was just the only Lightning card. But this card doesn't look very, very impressive when your opponent can just 1-card block all your breakpoints over here. Of course, the shock side of it can be incredibly, incredibly annoying, giving up a full card to stop the draw from the Channel Lightning Valley.
Sometimes snatching victory from the jaws of defeat. Your opponent goes to 1, keeps a 5-card hand. They come at you with their first attack. You say, shock? 1 damage? Good game?
Yep. Sigil of Suffering, also one other way for Aurora to deal damage on the opponent's turn. Getting the card draw of Channel Lightning Valley on opponent's turn can be so incredibly, incredibly effective. We speak about, you know, these Earth heroes sort of eventually outmathing the Lightning heroes with Fellings and Plow Unders. The Lightning heroes might have something to say about it when they draw cards on your turn.
Ravenous Rabble, let's see what the top reveal is. It is a red, so coming in for 4. Is there a non-attack in the hand for Maximilian Klein here? Let's take a look. Rune Rager Swarm and more Monger's Diplomacy. That is going to be an important one here to go ahead and shore up this Ravenous Rabble with just a 1-card block. Not a D-React, not a Haunting Rendition, just a powered up sense of diplomacy.
There is a problem here though, Sam. His arsenal's a Felling of the Crown and he just gave up his last blue on defense. So he's just folding this entire hand, blocking again with the Barkskin. Didn't end up getting too much value from that, to be honest. Just 1 non-attack getting the benefit of those embodiments of Earth, and now all armor gone from Maximilian Klein. Has a Felling of the Crown in his arsenal, but full tempo on the side of Raylam there on that Aurora.
Tunic to 3 as well. This is nearly as powerful as the Aurora deck can be, but it all comes down to the top 4 cards of the deck. No Embodiment of Lightning, no Channel Lightning Valley. This is some God's honest flesh and blood. Let's see how he wants to string the turn together. Going to start things off looking like perhaps just coming in for a measly little 1. No go again. We've seen this movie before. We know how this ends. Max Klein's got nothing to worry about.
So this could be Channel Lightning Valley, which is something Max definitely is going to be scared of. But we know the top card is Electrostatic Discharge. It was revealed of the Rabble on the previous turn. So Max Klein has sufficient reason to believe that perhaps it is just the Discharge that's going to give this Starfall go again. And maybe he doesn't need to respect the Lightning Valley over here. Because Heaven's Claws in the pit zone, you know one of the cards is Discharge. Are you going to respect one of the other 2 being Channel Lightning Valley? Looks like Max Klein is going to respect it.
Respecting it. playing the Electrostatic Discharge, of course giving Starfall Go again as well as +1, making our embodiment of Lightning, thanks to having played a Lightning card on the turn. That means we can follow this up, it looks like, with Gone in a Flash, coming in 4/4, threatening to come back to the hand, for 7, thanks to Electrostatic Discharge, and we do know there's another 0 for 4 in the hand, so 11 damage total coming Max Klein's way. He's already committed 1 card to block. How many more are headed to the combat chain here?
So slightly punished for that block, since it did end up being an overblock, but he did want to play around the Channel Lightning value, which is definitely quite heads up over here. But also, Sam did not find the resources in his hand, who didn't really have an option with his hand, to be honest. This hand was just 4 reds with a whole bunch of expensive cards. So maybe actually not punished for the overblock. He couldn't really do anything else with the card anyway. Still can't play that Felling of the Crown that's in his arsenal. But while he's waiting to draw the hand that can play it, he is just leaking damage right now. He's just been getting nickeled and dimed down to 6 life points.
6 life points. Draws up a hand, a couple 3 blocks in there. There's that Canopy Shelter. What has Ray been able to find? Start things off. Ravenous Rabble, show the red on top. Here's another 4 damage. You can see Max.
Yeah.
Could have been a blue.
Could have been a blue.
All 3 Ravenous Rebels this game have revealed reds off the top. It is obviously very statistically likely. Still, it's been very, very fortunate for Relam over there. And Max Klein, a couple of 2 blocks in that hand, Sam. The Canopy Shelter and the Blue Summer's Fall.
Uh-oh.
Though probably wants to hold on to one of those blues anyway to try and resolve the Felling of the Crown, but will he get the space to? All this time, Relam has kept those Snapdragon Scalers up, which means he's insulated from one of those Aurora bricks. It's very rare that Aurora bricks, but when she does, the Snapdragon Scalers completely bails her out. So Relam still has access to that. Max Klein is going to need perhaps a little bit of a miracle to come back.
Again, this also, this has that classic feel to it, right? These are 2 heroes that came from the same set. This is their powered up version in the World Championships, and it is a matchup that goes back and forth. One hero looking to grow as strong as an oak, grow throughout the game, but Aurora trying to just parlay that early advantage, including cards like Ravenous Rabble, getting 1 damage over the top, have the Tunic, need to play a Lightning card for that Starfall. 10 life here. Poison the Well, a nice, easy include for these Aurora decks, making the Rune Chant, thanks to the Grasp of the Arknight. Honestly, such a powerful card in the Aurora deck. Snatch coming in 1 and 4. If this comes over the top, though, Snapdragon Scalers could join the party.
And as we get closer and closer to these small life totals for Maximilian Klein, 2 things happen. 1, the little points of Arcane that Aurora deals gets really, really incredibly annoying. You often need to use a whole card just to prevent 1 Arcane damage when you get too low. And the other thing that happens is that Lightning Press becomes an incredibly terrifying card. It's already scary, but Lightning Press can just suddenly deal you lethal out of nowhere if you don't have the defense reaction.
2 might here. Are we going to utilize the Snapdragon Scalers? Because if it's a blue in the hand, that means this Felling of the Crown is going to come in for lethal.
It is the Summer's Fall, a blue Summer's Fall in hand. So he does have the blue. Will he be forced to block with it is the question. Looks like Relam is moving to Arsenal.
Wow. This could be the moment, Ponkage. We're seeing Maximilian get to keep a card in hand. The blue Canopy Shelter getting powered up by Florian's hero ability. We have that card in the arsenal, 2 Might tokens, and there's the Felling of the Crown. You can see a head shake from Ray. He was thinking about if he wanted to threaten the damage on the turn, but the decompose here from the Felling of the Crown means 2 Might tokens and a card from hand has to go to the bottom as a result of the decomposition. But because of the Might tokens, we're coming in for a total of 10.
Incredibly strong card for Maximilian Klein here, and he's at 4, so comfortably out of a reasonable amount of arcane damage that Aurora can do on your own turn, off cards like Burn Up Shock, off cards like Sigil of Suffering.
Haven't seen a Sigil of Suffering yet. Wonder if Ray took them out inside boarding.
For this matchup, it could be definitely quite clunky.
Let's see what card is headed to the bottom. If this game goes long enough and Ray goes low enough, Scepter of Pain becomes a win condition.
Especially when Relam has 0 AB to speak of.
Let's see if Ray is really whipping those cards around, so I've been hesitant to check out the hand. We can see Current Funnel, we can see Snatch and Arc Lightning. Those cards work nicely together here, so that's just going to buy the Current Funnel.
Yep, you can't go to 1 when you have no Arcane Bearer and the opponent has both Grasp of the Arknight and Scepter of Pain just sitting there. So Relam recognizing the position that he's in, needs to go ahead and give up a card to block, even though he really doesn't want to. But gonna have an Arc Lightning Snatch follow-up, which is very, very strong.
Maximilian draws 2 Sync Belows. That's a way to get around the Snatch here beautifully. But the Arc Lightning is going to go ahead and get 1 damage over the top. Does he have any blues to stop? Current Funnel also coming in with Go again. There's at least 2 more points of Arcane, 3 more points of Arcane on this turn, thanks to the Starfall and the Tunic as well.
And the Current Funnel is going to give the Snatch Go again as well, which will add on a 1 point of Arcane damage as well. And we spoke about Max Klein drawing the Sinks. He didn't draw any blues, Sam, and there's a bunch of Arcane coming his way this turn.
Looks like he's maybe fishing for one. Let's see what the card off the top is. He needs it to be a blue.
He wants a Sigil of Solace.
Mine's a red, but this one does gain him a life. It does gain him a life, so that is a way to potentially stay alive on the turn.
Using it to gain a life is the same as pitching it to stop a B.
Yeah, no, it's not great. No, it's not great.
I think what he really wants is use the other Sync to find a blue.
But if he uses the Sync to find the blue, then he won't have the Sync for the Snatch. Maximilian, is he going to be able to sniff out the Snatch over there in Ray Landsham? This is going to be a Felling of the Crown committed to the block, so he does still have that Sync below. Snatch coming over the top. They do have to resolve the Arcane damage. Now here comes Snatch with Go again, so this is 1 Arcane from the Arc Lightning, 4 physical. This is going to take every single card out of Maximilian's hand.
So he will at least survive this turn. But he will go down to 0 cards and give Aurora a 4-card hand again with the Snapdragon Scalers still up.
That will cover up all of the damage here. Maximilian thinking, do I want to gain the life? It's 6 to 1, half dozen to the other. Yeah, so that's going to take all the cards. Maximilian, he had the life lead for the first half of this game, but we saw the Arc Flicker turn, the Channel Lightning Valleys work so beautifully. Both of these players desperately trying to cling to that 5-0 record after our first 5 rounds of CC. Ray Lamb smells blood in the water. Here comes Flicker Wisp.
And that's 2 Arcane. That's 2 Arcane. He only has AB1. If he doesn't have any life gain, this is it.
1 Arcane damage, but the Flicker Wisp makes it 2 Arcane thanks to its own effect.
There's no life gain.
And that's the game. The handshake is extended, and Raylam moves on with Aurora, Shooting Star, the second most represented deck in the room. And Raylam is 5-0, moving on into the draft. What an incredible game.
That was amazing. Starting off Max Klein firmly on the front foot with the Child of Millennium Tree on turn 0, dealing 4 Arcane, making 4 Rune Chants, dealing 4 Arcane again on the following turn. And we saw him just take the life lead with 8 Rune Chants and 5 damage from an E-Strike. Unfortunately, though, Lightning Hero was a little too fast for him.
Whew. I loved that. That was, if you want to check out, of course, the Aurora deck and the First Strike deck, you can do so because that is where you can get cards like the Static Shock that we were able to see in that game as well. The decks are, of course, out now. They're not only a great way to get cards for your deck that you could potentially go 5-0 with at the World Championship, they also are great to teach your friends, teach your partners, teach your family members, and get them into our beautiful game. And speaking of beautiful games, as we just watched Raylam move on to 5-0, we do have our second match here of the final round of CC, and it is a deck that everyone expected to be X-0 moving into round 5. I speak, of course, of Dorinthea.
Oh,
Dawnblade Dorinthea, X-0, taking down some aggro decks. But if Dorinthea wants to move on to 5-0, she's going to have to take down the most represented deck in the tournament, and a deck that I think gives Dory players nightmares. I speak, of course, of Enigma, the Ledger of Ancestry. We've got an undefeated Dawnblade Dorinthea and an undefeated Enigma Ledger of Ancestry coming up for you in just a second. Please don't go anywhere. We've got it coming up for you in just a moment.
I'm on new levels.
World Championships here in Osaka are well underway, but we have got one more game to determine who will be the final member of the 14-person undefeated club after the classic constructed rounds before our Rosetta Draft. And boy, I mean, we've just been so spoiled, dude. We've just gotten literally banger after banger, and the train does not stop here, folks, because, of course, we've got Dawnblade Dorinthea versus an Enigma, which I just can't wait to get into. But before we get into it, let's go ahead and once again check out the metagame, because Enigma's at the top of the pile, right? And this is the deck that a lot of people were talking about really shaping the meta. But you're the more experienced professional player, Mr. Bajwani, so please walk me through what we should be looking at quickly before we get into this game.
Enigma, definitely one of the pillars of the format. Everyone is expecting this. I think a lot of people had her as the most represented deck because, honestly, just a lot of illusionist lovers in this game, Sam. In the previous meta, when Zen was the big boogeyman, people still brought Enigma. They just love the illusionist. But now that she's good and meta-warping, seeing her at the top of this chart, not very, very surprising. But I think part of that reason is also that we have 4 very, very viable aggro decks to choose from. It's not just the one, linear aggro deck like Zen in the previous meta or Phi back in the day as well. You have 4. They're all equally viable, occupying the spot of this is the aggro deck I want to play. So while Enigma is the most represented, aggro as an archetype between Aurora, Dash.io, Viserai, and Zen still occupies the bulk of the pie, which is what you would expect.
Azalea as well. Victor, you can see them kind of rounding out the bottom of the top as we get into the more of the dark horses, including, of course, only 6 people brought Dorinthea, but one of them is X and O moving into our final round of Classic Constructed today. I can't wait to see. I mean, is it Chorus of Iron Song? Is that what she's going to be using to try to take down this Enigma player? Just attack reactions on attack reactions, get over the top?
Yeah, she doesn't quite have Jagged Edge, one of the spoilers from Haunted, if people have seen. 1 for 3, just can't prevent damage on your next weapon attack. Doesn't have that yet, but Cross of Iron Song does a very good impression of that. We also did skip over Nu, which is one of the other heroes in this format. I think the narrative coming to the weekend was there are 6 very, very viable decks to choose from, the 6 top decks, which you see are the 6 most represented. Nu definitely being one of them, as occupying the spot of, I don't want to play aggro, neither do I want to play Enigma, which clearly is going to have a target on her back. Nu is kind of the default pick if you're in that category of players.
Well, we've seen the meta. We've seen incredibly hot, exciting Flesh and Blood all day long, and we have got another fantastic game for you here, folks. It's the final round of Classic Constructed here on day 1 of the World Championships in Osaka, and this might be my most anticipated match yet. Let's dive in here to Enigma versus Dorinthea. We have got Marcus versus Long Dao. This is going to be just about as exciting as they come.
We've got one of the OGs, hero all the way from Welcome to Wraith, Dorinthea Iron Song, against one of our most recent heroes, Enigma Ledger of Ancestry. And you called this out earlier, Sam. This is a matchup Dorinthea players hate. But Marcus, bringing this into a meta where Enigma was definitely projected to be one of the most represented, not the most represented, surely has a plan for this matchup, and I am so interested to see how he navigates this matchup. Look like we are starting with a Phantasmaclasm from Long Dao to start this game.
putting the Steel Blade Supremacy on the bottom, which means we're going to draw up another card here. Looks as though if there's a card in the arsenal, so it must have been Marcus went first, arsenaled up, and then the play was just Phantasmaclasm from Long Dao here. So Enigma's first turn, 9 damage on the combat chain, and of course, filtering the hand for Marcus, doing a nice job. I'll filter your hand for you, don't worry about it. But Warrior's Valor is going to be committed, looks like perhaps with a defense reaction as well. And if it is that all you got that I think I saw there, that would have been the card grabbed off the top. No, it's just a Twinning Blade. So blocking 6, taking 3, Marcus down to 37. First blood goes to Enigma as Dorinthea looks to take that Dawnblade and cut down the illusions. Restless Coalescence is the follow-up, so Ward 2 now on the board.
And something that cannot be understated about Phantasmaclasm, aside from it just being an incredibly, overrate attack that also disrupts your opponent, is it gives Long Dao information about Marcus's hand, and he is playing a hero that loves to prey on your opponent's misinformation, if you will, hiding these attack reactions, playing tricksy in the reaction step. But a card like Phantasmaclasm gives Long Dao almost complete information.
Because I believe we know this is a Singing Steelblade in the hand because the card that was bottom was the Steelblade Supremacy, so there is no way for that to be played. That does cost 1. This is just face up your 6 damage. What do you want to do about it? I'm threatening your Restless Coalescence. That did come from the arsenal, the Warrior's Valor did, so yeah, that one card left in the hand has to be that Singing Steelblade that we saw off of the Phantasmaclasm. I do want to also point out these beautiful sleeves that Marcus is rocking. Clearly a player that loves his Dorinthea deck, loves to play the hero. Got the Marvel there as well. Coming from Hong Kong, not a part of that, kind of blue pitch conglomerate team that we have seen just put in so much work throughout Flesh and Blood's lifespan. Playing kind of independently of that circuit, but still showing his mastery over his favorite hero.
And a master you have to be if you're going to bring Dorinthea into this meta. It's going to be really, really cool to see what sort of tricks he pulls up. Looks like Drop in the Ocean being used and then being responded to. It's Stir the Pot, so covering up 6 exactly with the Rage Spectre. Drop in the Ocean, making a Dawnblade go down to 5, and the Restless Coalescence. Ward 2 still there. No Vambrace to speak of on Marcus's side to try and sneak through the 1 extra damage. He's opted for the Brave Forge Braces instead.
That is interesting. Feels like the Vambrace would be a nice fit in the Dorinthea deck, given how often you are playing in the reaction step regardless, and would also give allow for more ways to try to threaten the ward with at least one can't be prevented, of course. But
at the same time, Dorinthea's cost curve perhaps just doesn't support it. She really often ends up using all her resources. Like, for example, on that turn, it would have cost Marcus a full extra card to go ahead and pitch to the Vambrace, and you would, if it was there, and you would still get blown out by a potential defense reaction, or in this case, just a Spectral Shield in the reaction step. So Marcus has opted for the Brave Forge Brace. Is going to be extra block as well, and maybe will be activated.
I like seeing the grains of blood spill. It feels like it almost speaks to Marcus's mindset. Like, no, dude, I'm gonna hit you. I'm gonna make some vigor. I don't need my Tunic counter. Like, I'm gonna get through that ward. I'm gonna make some tokens by pitching into it. It does feel like, there is some confidence coming from Marcus's side of the table.
Between Grains and Brave Forge Braces, yes, both cards that only get their, you can only, use them, you only get value from them if you actually manage to hit, which is very, very difficult against Enigma, but you're completely right. Marcus saying, nope, I will hit you at some point.
Taking a second, looking, thanks to the Phantasmaclasm on the turn before. Just they're taking a moment here. So,
yeah. It looks like the Phantasmaclasm is missing from the graveyard. So that's potentially some sort of mix-up that happened. Maybe it ended up in the bottom of the deck somehow. But yes, the judges will go ahead and clear that up.
And no Passover has been played, and there's no card.
Preserved Tradition would put it back.
Yeah, that's the one that would do it.
Yeah. Shout out judges, by the way. We always need to thank them for making sure these events run super, super smoothly.
And our new table attendants here, also making sure that things can work nicely as intended, just mostly keeping the game moving forward, keeping things good. Like here, just grabbing the Spectral Shield as needed. Oh, there's the Passover. Hilarious. So we had 3 Chi in the hand/arsenal here for Enigma. That's a little more challenging to work with. Too many Chis can maybe even be a good thing without a Cosmic Awakening.
Which means he is holding on to 2 Chis minimum right now, it looks like. One from the Stir the Pot, I believe. Don't quite remember what the other Chi was. Yeah, there was a Drop in the Ocean, Stir the Pot, and the Passover.
2 coming in, go again. Free thanks to the Cosmo. Scroll of Ancestral Tapestry. Beautiful card. Yep. Pitch the Chi again. Make another Spectral Shield. I do also want to point out we see the beautiful Marvel in the Dorinthea side of the field, but we also see that Tokyo exclusive from the world premiere signed by the artist as well, so must also have a true affinity for Enigma on the left side of your screen there as well. So these are two masters of their heroes sitting at 4-0, trying to move on into draft, undefeated in the Restless Coalescence, grabbing the counters, and now can go ahead and spit those counters back out in the form of more Spectral Shields that Marcus is going to have to work through. Crown of Providence here just going to be used most likely to filter a card.
What an incredibly strong turn from Long Dao up here, because afterwards, after this Restless Coalescence, which does have go again thanks to Cosmo, he can still make a shield off of it and swing it again because he still has one floating as well. So not only did he send a bunch of damage, he has also set up a bunch of ward against a deck that really, really needs to connect some damage through to get anything going.
32.
Blocking 3, coming over, taking 1, and there's that Spectral Shield.
So ward 5 on the table here for Long Dao.
That's a lot of ward.
Potentially ward 6 as well, because the Restless Coalescence still has a counter on it. And that's ward 6 without triggering reprise at all, Sam. He can just block 6 and not give a single card from hand and not allow any reprise. So Marco's going to need the reacts naturally here.
Really nice point. Reprise is so important for some of these attack reactions, but we're seeing a new card unsheathed on the combat chain here. A really important way to get go again. You can see Long has to give it a read, but talk to me about what you're seeing. I see you getting excited.
He has a Chorus of Ironstock in his hand, so even if Long Dao doesn't give him reprise, he will be able to just chew through this ward entirely, get the +1 to Dawnblade for the whole turn, and just nuke the board if Long Dao doesn't respect it, yeah.
So this is coming in for 6, and because if its power is greater than twice its base, it gets go again. I believe because its power is exactly greater than its base, this wouldn't get go again yet on this attack. Has to get go again a different way.
Yep, so Dawnblade currently does not have go again. Long Dao's in a bit of a fork here, because if you go ahead and block from hand, you're going to give them reprise, but if you don't, you get blown out by Chorus of Ironsong.
How much does our Enigma player think that Chorus of Ironsong is in these lists? I've heard from Dory players that it just doesn't do enough. You know, it's good, but it doesn't do enough. And have to see if Marcus is able to utilize it well enough here to clear. I mean, Ward 5 would be such a swing. In response, looks like we're going to create another Spectral Shield.
Looks like he might be opting to just not give reprise at all, and I don't think I saw any D-react in that hand, Sam. Marcus might just get away with murder here, just nuking the entire board, still dealing the entire damage through.
Yeah, so they're looking for another Spectral Shield just to grab, make sure we have the right amount of tokens in the arena. So activating the Restless Coalescence, making a Spectral Shield. So this is in response to the Dawnblade attack. Shout out to the man in the short shorts in the back with the Legend Story Studios shirt on. Alex, our fearless marketing manager here. Just coming in, you know, taking care of business, making a Spectral Shield. You know, that's all he does, right?
Yep.
Oh, and there it is, coming out of the hand. Chorus of Ironsong. Enigma Long Dao going to have to give this a read. Getting +1, and damage can't be prevented this turn. All that hullabaloo to find and make that Spectral Shield, it's not going to matter anymore.
Yep. He would need double D-react to cover this Dawnblade that has gone up to 7 and will have +1 for this entire turn. Also, Refraction Bolters were blocked with on the previous turn, so you know that's perhaps how Marcus wants to get go again on this turn.
One of my favorite moments in the last couple of years of Flesh and Blood is when Bolton screams the name of this card in that Dusk Till Dawn trailer. We can hear Dory bellowing as she whips that Dawnblade, coursing through all of the illusory foes in front of her. And there we go. The Grains of Bloodspill, of course, creating a vigor as the Refraction Bolters were used, just as you mentioned.
And Braveforge Braces as well. We spoke about Marcus's confidence, had, you know, the conviction that he would be able to hit at some point, and hit he did, dealing 7 through 6 ward. Now coming in for 5 is his Dawnblade, threatening the counter, and damage still unpreventable.
Is that still the Singing Steelblade in the arsenal with 1 floating?
I think so.
It very well might be. That Chorus of Ironsong was basically a +6 on that turn. Got a +1 and then 5 as well. That's going to create another vigor, and now we've hit for the second time. We've got our first Dawnblade counter. Poor Enigma here having to read all the cards on the other side of the table. I'm not used to seeing this. They just concede when they see the matchup. Not this time. Yeah, they just go get lunch. Not this time. Marcus is fighting, swinging the Dawnblade through the mists, cutting down the illusions. We'll have to see if it is enough.
And we speak about board state typically from the Enigma side. I'm looking at this Dorinthea board state, a counter on the Dawnblade, 2 Vigor tokens on the field as well to speak of. This is looking like a very, very strong board for Marcus.
It's like giving go again.
28.
Looks like he didn't put it in the pitch zone in response to levels.
Yeah, I just wanted to utilize it to grab the Spectral Shield. Chose, I'm sure, draw a card, and then just gave go again with the card just to grab the chi, make a Spectral Shield. You know, still wants to utilize some amount of prevention. There goes that Singing Steel Blade to the bottom thanks to the Dissolve Reality. Such a little card that can just do so much in these matchups. Ponder for both players here.
Yep. He's saying both players knew about the Singing Steel Blade in Arsenal, and Longdao saying, I do not want to deal with that anymore. Just get that out of here. You can have your Ponder, but I do not want to be so scared of giving you Reprise anymore.
Sharpen Steel, next weapon attack gets +3. Unsheathed gets +3. So now this is going to be coming in certainly for more power than its base. And thanks to the Vigor tokens on the last turn, no cards need to be yet pitched. We're coming in for 10 with go again and a counter. If any of this damage gets across, Dawnblade gets to keep that counter. Marcus is looking to be sitting kind of pretty. Only 1 ward on the board. And this Enigma tech runs a fair bit of no blocks.
And one really cool thing about having unconditional go again off of the Unsheathed is that if, say, the Dawnblade is blocked out, you may not need to just come in on a Dawnblade. You can still come in with something like a CNC, which some of these Dorinthea lists also run.
Wow.
So you get the go again. Maybe you don't get the second hit. You don't get the Dorinthea hit trigger, but you still can just send something and actually utilize the action point.
Same with the Out for Blood, right? The Reprise gives your next attack +1, not weapon attack. So Out for Blood can also turn your Command and Conquer into a Command and Conquer for 7. If you're able to line it up in the way you want. Traverse the Universe looks like going to be committed to the block here. Block just the 2, grab the chi.
Reprise still not turned on, but this Dawnblade isn't being covered up right now.
Currently 7 damage getting over the top, and it looks like that's the only block that's going to be presented. First hit, we're going to activate the Grains of Bloodspill again, make another Vigor token. Really continue to work on the cost curve for the next turn. Bracers one more time. We're seeing why it's doing so much work already in the matchup. Marcus, we were talking about it, seems to have the confidence. Like, no, I'm going to hit you. I'm going to make these Vigor tokens. We've seen it happen 3 times. Let's see if it'll be a 4th. And a second Dawnblade counter.
I rarely see Dawnblade with a single counter in this matchup, but it looks like we might be seeing a Dawnblade go up to 2 counters already, Sam. This is just turn 3, but of course, Longdao does have the chi in hand. He did go ahead and cash and traverse, which that means we know Mirror Guy is coming.
The dragon from the north might have something to say to this sword-wielding Solanian come into the mists looking to cut through the moonlight, but perhaps Enigma will ride upon the illusory dragon to victory, as we've seen her do many times before and will do many times from here. But Dorinthea, 2 Dawnblade counters. That weapon is sharper than ever. We saw Sharpened Steel on this very turn, and I believe the steel is tempered and ready thanks to the Ponder from the Dissolve Reality. Get a little bit of optionality in the arsenal target. What is Longdao going to be able to put together? Because down to 16 is Enigma here, playing up into 26 for Dorinthea. Here comes Rage Spectre.
So 2 Vigors created again for Marcus's side, and Longdao's follow-up is incredible here. Rage Spectre into Manifestations of Mirror Guy, into Swing for 8 of a 1 resource, and I believe he's holding on to a Warmonger's Diplomacy. Now, Dorinthea does love starting her turns with non-attacks, stuff like Warrior's Valor, stuff like the Unsheathed, the Sharpened Steel. Warmonger's Diplomacy actually surprisingly relevant into Dorinthea, and could be the way Longdao expects to come back into this game.
Yes, 18.
Taking 8 down to 18. Manifestation, such a powerful card. And you're right, there's the Warmonger's Diplomacy. Both players choosing war. They have reached their compact of violence. These heroes from Wraith, they're battling. They're not here to make peace. They are here to make war. And let's see precisely how Marcus wants to actuate the contract, the compact. The Dawnblade hits the arena, hits the combat chain. It's coming in for 5. Let's see what reactions he's got up his sleeve.
I think he has another Chorus of Ironsong in his hand, if I'm not mistaken.
Oh, come on. Let me see it, dude.
But the question is, how much higher can he make it go? Because just making it go out to 6 unpreventable may not be good enough. Because I believe Long Tao is holding onto a Sync Below. At the same time, you don't really want to give Reprise, because then that means if there's a Singing Steel Blade, then you guarantee that they get to find the Chorus of Ironsong.
Many questions being presented to our Enigma player here. Her name may be Enigma, but this Dorinthea deck looking to be the true question maker of this match. Can she pull off what many have deemed nigh impossible? Starting with the Dawnblade with 2 counters is a good way to start. Sync Below here, just going to block 5, and that is from hand, as you astutely mentioned.
Currently 1 coming over. Long Tao saying, I have the Rage Spectre to just soak that 1 up. Perhaps even maybe the Calming Gesture to make a shield on demand. But Marcus, of course, has Reprise now and has something to say about what's being currently used to block.
Chorus of Ironsong, +1 damage can't be prevented. Anything further already at 6. Blue Overpower, and that does have Reprise as well. So we're back up to 10, buddy. You got an Unmovable in that arsenal, because if not, we are saying goodbye to the big blue dragon.
Didn't even need Singing Steelblade to find the Chorus of Ironsong. Just found it, and it is going to leak 6 damage through and clear the board completely and keep the 2 counters on the Dawnblade.
No Refraction Bolters here, but I think the job has been done for this turn cycle. Another Vigor, both tokens, both +1 counters remaining on the Dawnblade, and this Chorus of Ironsong seems like it's doing what it was printed to do. Cut through illusions, cut through the board, and give Dorinthea the chance to walk through the night, through the mists, into the undefeated bracket moving into our draft rounds.
Losing the board state without getting the ward value from it even. You know, it's not even just you can't swing with it again. You also didn't get the life that it is supposed to give you. Long Dao's in a rough spot over here. Phantasmaclasm maybe could do something.
Now, this is a great Phantasmaclasm, right, if you're in Enigma's seat, because those are 3 blues and an incredibly powerful card in Singing Steelblade. Yeah, the 1 threat. And we can just put that to the bottom. Of course, the draw off the top could still be a good card. Glint the Quicksilver is something like we've been talking about. Phantasmaclasm, not just important for its effect, but also all the information, because now Reprise so important to not allow Marcus to draw a card with that Glint the Quicksilver. Sometimes you have to play around it, but in this case, Long now knows exactly what's going on.
Also, 9 damage against a deck. You know, it has
also 9.
Yeah, also 9 damage. It has Phantasm, but Dory not really known for running Paupers, and most maybe as a one-off Nourishing Emptiness. But you know, this is still, life totals are still roughly even. Surprising given the fact that Long Tao hasn't been able to cash in the ward value plenty of times.
Close to even save for the equipment block, adding a fair amount of life to this Dorinthea deck, getting 4 block out of it now, plus the 3 hit and run. So managing to block most of that damage. As Dorinthea's armor gets battered and bruised, these illusions, you may be able to cut through them, but they still hurt just the same as a swing from an opposing sword. These Vigor tokens, we highlighted the Grains of Blood Spill at the beginning of this match, and they have been putting in so much work, just continuing to roll over turn after turn, allowing all the cards, all the informations, all the enigmas to be held in the hand of our Dorinthea player here.
At this point, Long Tao knows about Glint the Quicksilver and a blue hit and run in Marcus's hand, so saying, I'm not going to give you a Reprise, go ahead and use the Glint to get it go again. And maybe I have something to say after that, like maybe I have defense reaction or no, it looks like he's going to be taking 5. So 2 unknown cards, 1 other unknown card in hand that was drawn off the Phantasmaclasm and the Arsenal.
But now, Long Tao's just straight up at 5. The right attack reaction, the right amount of damage just closes this game out. Once again, Dawnblade coming in thanks to the Brave Forge Breakthrough, but now we're seeing a whole different thing. We've been seeing these Grains of Blood Spill be used every single time an attack hits, but not this time, Pockets. What does that mean?
This is scary. What does he want those extra resources for? We have seen the overpower, and you have to wonder whether maybe that is the reason Marcus is holding up the resources instead of cashing them into Vigor tokens. And at this point, if Long Tao doesn't have a defensive piece in Arsenal, he has to give Reprise. Cards like Overpowers, cards like Singing Steelblade are going to be online, guaranteed, unless you've got a defensive piece in Arsenal or more ward to put on the table.
Dawnblade for 6, 2 counters. Grains of Blood Spill not being used here on the turn.
Also, the Dawnblade has hit this turn already, so even if this one is covered up, the counters will stay. All you're doing is denying an additional counter on this, but you aren't resetting the Dawnblade.
Block 6 currently presented. Here's a puncture, +3, and piercing 1. Here's Iron Song response, +6. The attack has now moved up all the way to 12, 6 over the top. Do we have any instant speed ward effects here?
There's a calming gesture that is that can make 1 shield, but that'll still be 5 over, and he is at 5. He's going to need more than just that. I see a Restless Coalescence in his hand, which will ward 2.
Which would be enough to stay alive at 1 with the calming gesture. It could be 2. So the game is not just over here, but this is so much damage. Again, we said it, you know, you don't want to give the reprise, so you don't want to block for the Glint the Quicksilver, but then all of a sudden you put yourself in a very uncomfortable situation with your life total at such a level that all of a sudden the right attack reaction can just close out this game. I don't think we've gotten any value out of this Tunic on the Enigma side, not this whole game.
Not at all. Also, the game has been way quicker than you would normally expect a matchup like this to go. Marcus, off the back of those 2 very timely Chorus of Iron Songs early in the game, just able to grab the lead and just hold on to it. What the Warrior class is known for, get a lead and just stay on the front foot and just keep swinging at the opponent. And that's the 3rd Dawnblade counter for Marcus over here. Dawnblade gonna come in for 6 on the first swing.
Spectral Shield going to be created with the calming gesture. Swinging 4-1. I think Marcus is happy to take this here. Going to go ahead and Astral Etchings it up. Taking 4 down to 12. But with Longdow sitting at 1. 3 counters on the Dawnblade. Is this the turn that Dorinthea moves on to 5-0 in our CC rounds?
3 counters on the Dawnblade and also no arsenal to speak of for Longdow. Marcus can almost be rest assured that he will get reprised this turn, starting the turn with a Dauntless. If Longdow has any defense reactions, this would be incredibly awkward for him to block out.
And that's the game! Marcus moves on to 5-0. Though the night may be dark, though the mists may be thick, the light of Solana burns throughout all of Wraith. Dorinthea moves on to 5-0 here at the World Championships in Osaka. What a match, dude!
What an incredible showing by Marcus that's bringing his favorite hero in this meta that seemed to be quite hostile. All these aggro decks are like faster than Dorinthea. All these Enigmas running around. He's saying, no, I will go 5-0 with Dorinthea Ironsong.
I feel like, I mean, this is dramatic. I kind of feel like I'm in a dream. All the games we've gotten to watch today, are you kidding me? Just the amount of nail biters. We saw a maximum velocity resolved with no cards left in deck, drawing the last blue out of the deck with the Cerebellum processor to win the game exactly between 2 calling champions. We saw that game just between 2 heroes that you would never have expected to land in Dorinthea's favor, and we still have the best players in the world about to showcase draft and limited play at the highest level. It truly feels like a world championship to me.
We also saw a Hail Mary 9th Blade to try and kill the opponent before a Bloodrot Pox kills him. If this isn't one of the best starts for World Championships, I don't know what is.
So, CC has concluded. We have our 14 players, of course, that are X and O. We do luckily have Marcus joining our friend Brian in the booth for an interview. Yeah, I'm staying right here. I'm going to keep these headphones on. I'm listening. Don't go anywhere because we got that interview coming up for you right now before our Rosetta Draft. Let's get into it.
Hello, friends. Brian Gottlieb here, and I'm joined by my new friend Marcus from Hong Kong. And Marcus has just completed a 5-0 run in Classic Constructed with none other than Dorinthea. First of all, congratulations, Marcus.
Thank you.
Can you tell me a bit about yourself? I know you play out of Hong Kong. Where did you pick up the game? What LGS do you play at? Because frankly, you and I haven't crossed paths before. I want to know a little bit about your Fab backstory.
Okay. I'm just joined Flesh and Blood around 2 years. Yeah, I'm just playing in the local game store in Hong Kong, just Armory, maybe Battle Hardened, PTI. And this is the first time I come to the Worlds.
Very impressive world start for your first time. Was there anyone you worked with for this tournament? Anyone you play tested with along the way?
Just my friends in the same card shop. We play in the shop together. Yeah.
Awesome. Obviously, a talented group you're starting to put together there. Did very well thus far. I have to ask, Dorinthea, not really a hero that a lot of people expected in this event. What drove you to choose Dorinthea?
Yeah, because Dorinthea is the hero I started this game. I love this hero very much, and I have asked how to build my deck many players. For example, Giorgio. They are professional players in Warrior, and I appreciate they teach me a lot of things. And why I picked Dorinthea, because I think except Florian and Enigma, the other matchup is good. For example, Aurora and Deshaio, those are some aggro matchup, and Dorinthea doesn't afraid of aggro matchup. So I think this is a good chance to bring it to Worlds.
Working out beautifully so far. Of course, 5-0 in CC thus far, but now we get to the draft rounds. Yeah. How are you feeling about draft going into these rounds?
Because I'm 5-0 now, it means I will play draft with many pro player. I'm a little bit nervous, but I have practiced draft also, but I will do it my best in the draft.
Is there a hero you prefer in the draft format?
I think it's Florian or Aurora.
Okay, so Runeblade leading when it comes to draft.
Yes.
Excellent. Well, we'll be watching, following along with you. Congratulations on a historic 5-0 run to start off day one of the World Championships.
Thank you very much.
Welcome back to round 6 here at the World Championships. Well, almost round 6. We have some business to take care of first, Craig. We're going to do a little drafting. My favorite time of the day.
Yeah, we were talking about this earlier. I love how drafting is kind of this equalizer where we have some constructed all-stars that are very good at all of the constructed portions of our events. But limited is a whole different animal.
Yeah, and I want to talk about constructed all-stars from the perspective of the heroes that succeeded so far today. You know, we talked about that metagame breakdown a lot, but we're at the point now where we know our 5-0s in CC for day one, and I think it's been such an interesting spread to see develop, Craig. And I will tell you, we're going to have the spread up for you in a moment, but I want to spoil something. There's no Enigmas in this 5-0 list. That is our most played deck, and the room came prepared. Did you foresee this happening, Craig?
Yes and no, right? Like, Enigma, the most represented deck, I think it's super powerful. I think, you know, it's definitely in consideration for the deck that I would have brought. But I'm also not surprised with such a diverse metagame that none of them ended up at 5-0. And, you know, 5 rounds is a decent number of rounds, but it's not a huge sample size. By the end of the event, we'll have a better idea of how all of these decks shook out. And I think Enigma will still be performing very well in the event.
Interesting. We're obviously going to follow that thread very closely as we head down the stretch. There's a lot of threads to follow. I think, you know, after the performance at Pro Tour Amsterdam, it's very hard to not be interested in what the MST heroes would do here. Of course, we know Zen, Enigma, and New all positioned amongst those top 6 decks. One of those heroes did well. Another one didn't.
Yes.
Again, just setting you up. We're going to get there. Don't worry. Another story we've been tracking throughout, Dash.io.
Dash.io.
How is that hero going to perform?
Honestly, so obviously I am part of the Runaways, and the team was very excited about this deck early on. But through their testing, they figured out that if you give this deck some respect, you can be positioned to beat it pretty consistently. So I think the field at large did respect it, but the deck is so powerful, I wouldn't be surprised if it ended up still performing well.
We're going to get to more talk about the Runaways in a second because 2 of your team members piloted what I hear are near identical decks to 5-0 records. We'll talk about exactly what heroes did so.
So I have a question for you. You referenced your dev download talk with James earlier in the day. And one of the things that you guys brought up in that talk that I thought was so interesting was the journey of discovery that you hand to the players, where it's like, hey, we know there's a few juicy tidbits out there. It's up to you guys to put in the work and find them, right? There's a few off-the-wall things. And, you know, at the time it was referencing Kraken's Ether Vein, which there was no journey to discover this.
We figured that one out pretty quickly, it turns out.
But so here's my question. We're seeing the 5-0 lists here. Are there still things out there where you're like, they haven't figured it out yet?
Let's put the 5-0s up on the screen, and we'll hit that point, Craig, for sure. There you see at the top our first 14 players. Those are our undefeated players. And leading the charge, it is Azalea at the top. Mohamed Sorianto sitting as a lone Azalea amongst the undefeateds with 5 points.
Yeah, lone Azalea, but I mean, it's 2 that just has me grinning ear to ear, right?
Yeah, 2 is a big one. We just saw Marcus go ahead and punch the ticket with the 5-0 against Enigma in the most unlikely fashion. Dory showing she still has legs in this metagame. I know Dory's such a beloved hero. That fan base runs so hot with that hero. They love her so much. Have to be cheering for Marcus right now.
Yeah, and moving down, I mean, Viserai, there's no surprise here. Everyone knew this was one of the best decks in the format currently. I'm a little surprised it wasn't more represented in our field.
Yeah.
And we see this is 3 copies at 5-0, and then
3 Viserais converting, and 2 of them are your Runaways team members. It is Noah Bagelman and Yuanji Lee playing, I believe, a near identical version of Viserai that they put a ton of work into. It's got a lot of unique one-ofs scattered throughout.
It really does. It blocks a little bit more than we see a lot of the other Viserai decks block. It goes over the top a little bit more because it's blocking and generating rune chance. So it's a super interesting take on the field.
And I'm hearing, Craig, that only these 2 members of the Runaways, despite everyone on the team having access to it, only these 2 members believed, and look where they sit now, both undefeated on Viserai, joined by Tom Escoffier, who we saw very early on in our tournament, I believe in round 2, successfully pilot Viserai as well.
Yeah. Again, one of the best decks in the room. A lot of space within it to customize, to build it in different ways. We typically see that all in, I want to call it red line, although it does play a bunch of blues, but the super aggressive build. But what Yuanji and Noah showed up with is not that, I can tell you that.
2 other heroes putting 3 members into this undefeated class. It is Dash.io and Aurora. And I got to call out Alan Lau sitting there amongst the Dash.ios, really trying to get that monkey off the back, get that first massive performance for Alan. Been so close so many times. 9th place finishes in the past, looking to break through and get that W this weekend.
Yeah, I mean, starting at 5-0 is the right way to do it.
Absolutely. Joined by a Team Blue Pitch team member. This one isn't going to surprise anyone. It's Shing Tsang in the mix once more, Craig. Of course, coming off the back of a World's Top 8 last year where we just narrowly missed, defeated in the finals by our current reigning world champion for just a little bit longer, Alexandros Agereu. But Shing fell only slightly short in that particular event, looking to get redemption and finally get that W, and was just in the last Pro Tour Top 8 as well over in Amsterdam on new, playing new once more.
Yeah, I mean, 2 top premier level finishes. Doesn't have that win yet on the mantle, but in a great position to snatch that crown this weekend.
Yep, and there's one more story here, Craig, and how could you not mention Kale McCreath playing Bravo? Of course, we knew that. We knew Kale was going to play Bravo. Honestly, Kale tries to talk himself out of playing Bravo constantly.
I don't believe that for 1 second.
No, he went up to my fellow lead developer, Chris Gehring, last night, and he was like, I did it. I put down the Bravo deck. I'm going to play something different.
Yeah, but he didn't.
He didn't. He played Bravo, and he's now sitting at 5-0 on a pure fatigue Bravo list. This is just count your blessing, nerves of steel, absolutely trying to fatigue every single opponent that sits across from him. Now, Craig, that's got some vulnerabilities, and it's got a huge vulnerability in the form of Enigma.
Yep.
Maybe Kale accepting as close to a 100-0 matchup as you can get here in Flesh and Blood. Kale saying maybe even going as far as just scooping on the spot. Cannot beat Enigmas. But where are the Enigmas, Craig? There are none amongst this group of undefeated players. You do start to see some creep in as we get down to 18th place, 21st place. There are the Enigmas. But thus far, Enigma not converting at a high level.
Yeah, and it'll be interesting to see what happens tomorrow because the limited formats obviously will shuffle around a lot of these players. And, very potentially some of these Enigma players will be towards the top of the standings after the limited portion. And, Kale will have no choice but to run into them.
Yeah, we'll see if Kale can continue to hit the gem lottery, get the matchups he is looking for. A bunch of other folks really in contention still. I see Kaiser Wong, Yuki Lee Bender, and Maximilian Klein all sitting at 4 points. That's a murderer's row just behind. But for right now, the focus is going to be on one of our undefeated players, and it is going to be Shing Tsang, who's our featured drafter. And I love that this pod features both Shing and Yuki. Shing famously credited Yuki Lee Bender with helping him understand the draft format back in Pro Tour Amsterdam. Now they're in the same pod. Let's see which one is ready to step up and take the 3-0 here. We're going to go down to our drafters and watch Shing's draft from the beginning. Every single pick, we will see how Shing wants to navigate. Immediately pulling that well-grounded to the front. I agree, maybe the most powerful piece of equipment here in this set.
Yeah, I mean, well-grounded, obviously, in All-Star. And then, right behind it, we see some of those typical 3-for-7s that block for 3. You can't have too many of these in your deck, right?
Yeah, Vantage Point also 3-for-7. Very, very good value there. Autumn's Touch. A lot of really good options here for Shing. Can stay pretty open with a lot of these picks. I like the well-grounded for that reason. You can just go ahead and take the Autumn's Touch as well and just say, well, I'm pretty open to either of these Earth heroes.
So a lot of considerations here are also, what are you telling the people downwind from you, right?
Yep.
You want to set yourself up for a very comfortable pack 2, and taking an equipment, there are not lightning equipments that you're going to be first picking.
Yeah, and Shing did just go ahead and take that well-grounded, so that's the setup.
So as long as there's a savvy drafter to your left and to their left, they're going to see that the equipment is already missing and know that it's one of the premier Earth equipment.
Yep, you expect that to be well-grounded a lot of the times. And now, pulled to the front of the pack, another Earth card. Yum, Craig. It is Fruits of the Forest.
3-for-7. gets into the bin for free when you want it to, gain some life, awesome on turn 0. Yeah, love it.
Just an absolute all-star is this red, and that is going to be the pick here from Shing. Heading into our third pack now.
So this makes, I might get a little distracted here, but what you guys have done with this limited format is so great to me. And I don't know if everyone realizes that you have extended the games by adding the life gain to the format.
Critical as a balancing point for all the arcane damage that floats around.
Absolutely, but also a lot of the life game still plays into the game plan for those heroes. So it's super interesting to me that, gaining 3, gaining 4, it advances a game plan rather than just making the game longer.
Speaking of life gain, Shing's floating that Count Your Blessings pretty close to the top, but does have Exploding Aether Red. And yeah, this is a pick I really, really like. That gives a lot of explosiveness to Verdansk decks that you may end up in. Getting that additional reach as well as triggering your surge effects. Very important.
And I mean, to me, Verdansk is the best hero in the format.
Interesting.
And if you're able to find the open lane and then also signal to the people to your left very early on that that's where you're going, it puts you in a spectacular spot.
I think Shing is still pretty open here. Just went ahead and picked a blue Autumn's Touch there. I would say either Earth Hero a possibility at this point. This pack getting a little thin in terms of Earth options. There are some Lightning cards still in the pack here. Deadwood Dirge available. That's a nice red to pick up this late.
Sure, and the most difficult part of this format is knowing when to pivot.
Yeah.
When do I abandon those 2 or 3 premier picks that I made early on in order to go a different direction, because ultimately my deck will be better. And I think this is...
Yeah, and Shing just took the Deadwood Dirge, and that means we're now splitting. We have the option. We can evaluate in these next picks. Are we the Runeblade deck, or are we the Wizard deck? Are we going to be Verdant, or are we going to go ahead and get into Florian? Strong Yield still leaves open this question if we want to, or we can go ahead and take a Wizard card here. I do see Overflow the Aetherwell as a red available in this pack.
Well, and I think Shing wants...
So many Wizard cards. Yeah, it does just go ahead and take the Overflow there.
Wants to be Earth in this situation, but it looks to me like Lightning is definitely the more open talent.
Yeah, I would say Lightning Wizard looks extremely open here. Just Lightning cards all over the place and Wizard cards all over the place.
Yes.
So if you're Shing, what do you want to do with that information? Are you looking for the Wizard cards right now? It looks like you're going to take a generically good card in Fiondel's Fighting Spirit yellow.
Because if you abandon Earth at this point, you are setting...
I don't think you can, Craig.
4 picks on fire.
Yeah, I think you are committed to Earth. The question is just Wizard or Runeblade. A couple of nice Runeblade blues available here, but Arcane Twinning is going to be the pick. Blue Course of the Amphitheater coming around. That's nice. Another red Arcane Cussing here.
Yeah, that's a good one.
Yeah, and Shing is going to take it, so we're still splitting here.
Yeah,
we're not ready to commit quite yet.
Definitely straddling that line.
Debating Overflow the Aetherwell blue versus Oath of the Arknight. Takes the yellow Oath of the Arknight. Blue Hocus Pocus.
Okay,
so we're getting closer and closer to being in that Florian lane.
It seems like the decision has been made at this
Sigil
point.
of Deadwood, and now I feel like we are there. Gets a late yellow flash to round out the pick.
And, if you're Shing, you're saying, I need that Earth payoff in pack 2.
Yeah, it's very important to note, no Decompose cards thus far.
None.
And we first picked a Well-Grounded.
Yes.
You have to get those Decompose cards to get value out of that Well-Grounded. So I think Shing has hedged a little bit here, staying between these 2 lanes. But this needs to get better. This is just a pile of cards right now. This is not a deck.
I agree with you 100%. And, like I'm saying, pack 2 has to be that big payoff pack.
Let's see if Shing can make that happen. We suspect Lightning is probably the open. Oh, there's a payoff for you. How about Felling of the Crown?
Well, that'll do.
Does not get much better than that Majestic. And yeah, Shing didn't have to spend long on this pick.
I do like pulling other cards forward briefly.
Sure.
Like, hey, there's these other cards in this pack.
What are there? Are there actually? This pack looking a little weaker.
It is.
Quickening is available here for... Actually, there's a couple powerful Wizard cards. I would say from the Earth perspective, this pack is a little weak.
I think you just have to take the Earth block 3. You just pick that Felling of the Crown.
Yeah, just take the.
You're going to want to be blocking. You want to have those Earth cards to decompose in the bin.
Red Aether Quickening is quite a strong pick, though, for the Wizards.
I agree it is, but...
Yeah, it is going to be the Earth card. I do think that was the correct pick. There was some temptation there to continue hedging, but it looks like we are finally committed to the Runeblade side of things. Although blue Cadaverous Tilling there. It's okay. It's above rate, right? And that's important. Yeah, and as we mentioned, no Decompose yet, besides that Felling of the Crown. So now we're up to at least 2 Decomposed cards.
Yes.
We are going to be able to turn on. There's another blue Cadaverous Tilling available.
Oh, yeah, I love Blue Autumn's Touch. It's just so good, but I think we have to take the Decomposed card here.
This could be close. There's a lot of setups where I'm just comfortable just having the 2 Decomposed cards and letting my deck operate that way. And when I'm comfortable with that is when I have a lot of 3 blocks in my deck.
Yeah, I just feel like, Felling the Crown is so powerful when it does its thing.
Yeah.
And I want to make sure it's doing that thing.
And it is going to be the blue Cadaverous Tilling here.
It is a card that is good enough that you're going to warp your drafting a little bit to make sure that it's online.
Blue Fertile Ground and Strong Yield. Not my favorite blues from the Earth class here. Yellow Earth Form also an option. We have gotten a decent amount of ways to go ahead and leverage an embodiment of Earth token. A couple of Oath of the Arknights available, but looks like Fertile Ground is going to be the pick here.
Yeah, I wonder if that's just a balancing, like my blues and reds, make sure I have enough cards to pitch when I draw my powerful attacks.
Yellow Vantage Point.
Man.
I'm thinking just blue block 3 here.
Look at all those lightning cards back there.
All right, it is going to be the yellow Vantage Point. So looking for a bit more power is Shing in this moment. Sigil of Deadwood. I like this card in my Florian decks. Does have the option of the 3 block, though, in Rune Rager Swarm. I also like that card in my Florian decks, honestly.
Sure. Yeah, a lot of these cards that you pitch first cycle and then still have a lot of value in the second cycle are definitely worthy of adding to your deck.
It is going to be the Sigil joining the deck.
That second cycle Sigil that actually makes 2 tokens instead of 1. Pretty powerful.
Red Rune Rager Swarm coming around very late.
Yeah, I like it. I would definitely be leaning that direction, but the Sigil of Earth, it is a blue pitch. It is an Earth card that just very easily ends up in the bin.
Team Blue Pitch going with the blue pitch card.
Yeah.
It is going to be the Sigil taken here. Strength of 4 Seasons Yellow. Not a banner pick for sure. But we got to hit that playable threshold, and Blue Harvest Season is the pick here. Yellow Meet and Greet, probably our best card.
And looking at that red Electrostatic Discharge still floating around in the pack.
I get the sense this could be an Acilio less pod.
Sure.
That is my guess right now. That does occasionally happen in this draft format. Acilio is a brave pick. You have to really believe in that hero. Being the sole Acilio is a nice place to be in. Sometimes being the second one is a painful place to be in.
Sure, absolutely.
Especially depending on your position at the table.
And I feel like the Earth cards are in general a little more enticing because even the yellows and blues have decent play to them. In the Lightning, the fall off from the red to the yellow just feels so much more severe. If you're trying to get on hits, going from 4 to 3 or 3 to 2 is just such a big drop.
So many yellow strips passing in front of my eyes right now. 7 yellows was my quick count at this moment in time. Just 4 reds.
A lot of blues, though. I like having
Blue
a lot of
count
blues.
being high is good. Look, Florian can play from a lot of strange positions. Just go ahead, play defensively, get that hero ability online, and then you're going to get so much value out of it that you can turn things around despite overall weak card quality. We also know that Felling of the Crown is there. Look at that Comet Storm. If there is an Acilio player in this pod, I feel like they are getting absolutely paid off.
Yeah. Oh, for sure. This is an interesting pick because in certain situations, the equipment is so important in this set. And having that full equipment loadout to start the game gives you the leg up over a lot of opponents.
We only have a singular piece at this moment. It is the well-grounded. But again, another decomposed card in the form of Blossoming Decay could be important here. And just saying, Yum Yum, taking the Fruits of the Forest, also quite good. It is going to be the Fruits.
Yeah, the Fruits just good in every single situation.
Here we go. We finally get some powerful cards. We have both the Arcane Seeds Life and a red Blossoming Decay. I don't suspect that one's coming back around. Tough pick there.
Yeah, the red Decompose.
No, but look at this. Picked it up a little bit further down the chain. Does get a red Blossoming Decay for the deck.
Yeah, I think that's pretty fortunate to still have one of those.
Consuming Volition there, potentially. Yellow Autumn's Touch.
I love blocking for 3, Brian.
I understand. Need to keep that Earth count pretty high, honestly. Yeah, and it is going to be the Yellow Autumn's Touch here. Expect to see that card committed to the defense quite regularly. Okay, red Meet and Greet, not bad. More blue options in the form of Splintering Deadwood. I like that card a lot, especially as a blue.
Yeah, I think the Meet and Greet is going to be hard for us to consistently get value out of.
But if you do, Craig, if you do, and I do think Shing's having a hard time with this pick, it is going to be the blue Splintering Deadwood, though. I like the pick.
There is a nearly mono Runeblade deck that you can draft in this format, where Meet and Greet is the premier card for the deck. But Shing obviously is not that.
Red Arcane Cussing picked up here. Not bad. Another potential blue Earth card. It's a bit of a strange one in Sigil of Sanctuary, but it's not hard to get value out of that in this format most of the time.
Yeah, I think the question here is, which blues am I going to get value out of as the game goes on? So, a 2-block, but it's an Earth card that ends up in the bin, or do I want that 3-block?
Oh, here's a nice blue. Oath of the Arknight coming around late.
Love that one.
Yeah. Consuming Volition still in the pack. Also a Sigil of Deadwood available for Shing.
Yeah, Consuming Volition just often doesn't find a home in this format because, a lot of the decks don't go wide, and you don't want that to be the only attack you're making.
Yeah, I like Consuming Volition in Aurora. I really don't care for it in other scenarios. Plenty of Oath of the Arknights. This does tell me there's a lot of potential to get value from embodiments of Earth should they be made.
Yep.
Yeah, Sigil of Forethought rounding things out. And then a Glyph Overlay is the final pick there from Shing. Really interesting draft process to go through. I have to say at the end, just kind of medium on where we're at.
Yeah, I don't love our equipment suite.
Suite card, you mean?
Singular, yes.
Yeah.
That's the point is that we don't have the equipment loadout that you'd like to see. Felling the Crown, obviously, just the premier card in the limited format.
Yep.
Love to have it, but outside of that,
Yeah. Like a Germinate could have saved this deck for sure. That's the card that stands out as like when you are kind of on this rough path, you're looking for that savior. That's a card that could have done it. And Felling the Crown is really, really good. I don't think it can single-handedly win you games, though. I think you need a little bit more from your deck.
Yeah, the Arcane Seeds in the second cycle can have a whole pile of value to it. But I do agree, there's not that density of premier red attacks that we would like to see.
I will say there's no hero in this format that can do more with less than Florian.
Sure.
I think you can make a lot out of a mediocre Florian deck with tight play, with good game planning. And if anyone can do that, it is certainly Shing. Why don't we go ahead and take a look at how this pod broke down? And Craig, as we suspected, not an Acilio in this pod. And I think maybe a missed opportunity for somebody. I don't know exactly who was supposed to get into this seat. And look how things broke down. A very strange fashion where we just kind of trained these heroes behind each other.
It is interesting seeing this where, Shing was actually in a very good Earth seat and just didn't get the payoffs in pack one that you would think would be there.
Yeah, I think the real issue here is that this is a 6 Earth pod versus a 2 Lightning pod. And that means Alan Lau and Yuki Lee Bender are in a really nice position to have very good decks.
Well, and seeing the way that first pack was breaking, I wouldn't be surprised if Alan and or Yuki each started Earth and then pivoted when they saw that the way the pod was going.
Possibly. And that's a huge part of Rosetta is being able to get into that right lane. It's not about making a pick and going ahead and jamming it and hoping it just goes ahead and gets there.
Yep.
You have to read the signals. You have to analyze your packs that you're getting from your partner, your draft partner on your right. And if you do so successfully, you can be really rewarded for it.
Well, and you know, the more I look at this, it's interesting because I thought that maybe Shing should have been pivoting into that wizard lightning seat. But if Shing had chosen to pivot at the same time that Yuki or Alan chose to pivot, it turns out to be a disaster the other way.
That is the intricacies of draft, Craig. It is going to be very, very fascinating to see how this one plays out. I certainly have my eyes on that 1 seat and the 8 seat. I want to see what those 2 lightning players can do against 6 earth players.
Yep.
Or, look, we've drafted this format a lot. You know the stories. We've all heard about the 3rd Florian, the 4th Florian,
Yep.
who can still find a way to take down a pod like this. And that's not to take anything away from Verdance either. I think that is a hero that can absolutely function on a low number of earth cards because there's going to be a lot of wizard cards floating around.
Yeah.
Only 3 wizards. Like, it breaks 2 ways, right? You have the shortness of the earth hero, or excuse me, the lightning heroes, but also the wizard side is short at a 3 to 5 split.
And you know, we're talking about how Earth is a little more enticing to get into that. The payoffs are a little easier to realize. But it's self-correcting, right? If everyone wants to chase after these Earth cards, it means that there's more Lightning cards floating around, and the reward is there for being one of the Lightning drafters.
Absolutely. Well, we're going to get our players ready down in the feature match area. It will just be a few more moments, and we're going to be back with action here from round 6. Do not go anywhere. Welcome back to the booth here for round 6. I heard a little bit of extra music there. True or false, Craig? You love my beatboxing that I do between rounds.
True and true. Whatever your next question is.
No, that sounds fantastic.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Pre-answering true to the next question.
Okay. Well, I guess I need to come up with a question. Is it worth it to win Worlds? The answer is definitely true. We know what these players are playing for.
An awful question.
But let's just remind you one more time. Shut up, Craig. Playing for $100,000 USD.
Okay, true.
Cold hard cash, of course, on the line this weekend. But there's so much more at stake. Becoming the world champion, that's a thing that can never be taken away from you. It'll never be erased in the history of this game. Of course, Michael Hamilton, Alexandros Agiriou, our past world champions, they live on in infamy for years and years, and somebody is going to join that mix here this weekend.
Unless one of our previous champions repeats.
Good point, Craig.
Yeah.
Very good point. Michael Hamilton in the room for sure, was doing well early on in those CC rounds, so we'll have to keep a close eye on him as we head down the stretch. Always a threat to win any event he is participating in. It's not just about those dollars. It's not just about the prestige. There's also gold foil legendaries at stake. There's PTIs. You know you want to come back and do this again. You got to be at the next Pro Tour. You got to be in London. And you're going to want to be in Worlds next year, too. You're not going to miss any of those events if you've had this kind of run before, because you are going to be able to go ahead and bank that PTI and stay competing. Also, let's not forget that Player of the Year award going to be on the line as well. You're going to have to attend those events and do well at them.
Yep. Stay qualified for the biggest events. Go to the biggest events and do well at the biggest events.
That's the name of the game. Of course, it's not only first place walking away with a nice chunk of cash, $25K to the runner-up, and that prizing goes all the way down to 64th place. All of those players taking at least $1,500 USD. Not a bad chunk of change to have in your pocket after a trip to beautiful Japan.
Dude, this trip's been great.
Yeah, but it's expensive. I've spent so much money on crane games, Craig. I have almost nothing left. They have bankrupted me. However, I have multiple Dragon Quest slimes in my possession now.
I appreciate that as an adult, you have no self-control in certain situations.
That is true. That is true. I mentioned that Champions Prize card. That's a huge part of what we're doing here. And I have to call out the moment after the last Pro Tour, when I presented Shoma with the Pro Tour champion card, his Azuri, his beloved Azuri, a hero he had played religiously in moments where nobody believed, including at that Pro Tour, I handed the Pro Tour card to Shoma, and he was overwhelmed by emotion, and he broke down in tears.
Yeah.
It was a beautiful moment. It was one of the most special things I've ever been a part of in TCGs, and it just speaks to what a deep connection players form with their heroes. And, of course, we saw Alexandros Agiriou on FI at the last World Championship. We gave away that FI Rising Rebellion Pro Tour champion card. Craig, who are we giving away this week? And I want you to call it right now. Which of those Pro Tour cards is heading home with a new owner?
Viserai.
Okay. Okay. Well, Shing may have something to say about that. Shing, of course, playing new in the CC rounds. But for these draft rounds, it is going to be Florian, and Shing has his work cut out from him. Why don't we go down to the feature match area and see if he is ready to kind of try and piece together something here with a very, very overdrafted Earth hero.
Well, you're almost happy when you sit down across from another Earth hero.
I would agree with that.
In the overdrafted Earth hero pot. I mean, these players don't have the breakdown information that we have.
They have a sense, though, Craig.
You have a
sense. As we move through those packs, it was very clear what was starting to go on.
And so when you sit down across from an opponent, you're just say, oh, you had to struggle with the same thing that I had to struggle with. I just hope you didn't end up with all the red cadaverous tillings.
Yep, that is certainly something to fear. You know, I've watched Shing in the feature match area a lot now over the years. Always has a bit of nervousness about him.
Okay.
But I feel like he leverages it really well.
Sure.
He doesn't let it overwhelm him. He lets it elevate his play to the highest level. He embraces it. And he doesn't take anything for granted. That's a huge part of Shing's arsenal. It's cerebral play. It's slow, careful, methodical play. You see that time and time again, regardless of who Shing is piloting.
Yeah, that little bit of nervousness, that little bit of angst going into the match maybe keeps him focused, right? It sharpens him a little.
Feels that way to me. I wouldn't say that of every player, but with Shing, I've seen it enough now where I just know he's able to turn this into a positive in his game. You heard him say it. He said, so nervous. Yeah. And
love it.
This is somebody who's basically lived in this feature match area
he's been
since
here.
the last World Championship. You see both players here
That's so funny.
coming up a little thin. Only one piece of equipment.
Hey, Brian, fair is fair, right?
Yeah.
Like, hey.
Love it. Love to see the fist bump as well from our players to kick things off here. Both players going to be looking to get to that critical threshold of 4 banished Earth cards. Get those hero abilities rolling. Get those equipment rolling as well. Helm of Lignum Vitae as well as well-grounded. You need to cross over that threshold.
All right, time to do a call out. Who is the brilliant dev that came up with the Sanctuary?
I think that's actually a Chris Gehring innovation. So we were playing Helios Miter for a long time over the development of this format, and we still had headpieces in, and we were just getting frustrated. It's like, why would I ever draft these headpieces? I just want to, in most instances, use Helios.
Yeah.
What we really wanted was a Helios that was not in the head slot. So we made it.
Yeah.
And it has worked out fantastically for this format.
Oh, it's to me, it's perfect. It balances the play draw in a lot of situations. It kind of feels thematic within the set. And when you have no AB, but you're like, hey, no, here's your one time. Use this carefully. It just works perfectly.
A lot of pitching going on across this first turn. It is a Staff of Verdant Shoots going to go ahead and juice up this, open the floodgates a little bit, looking to get a couple more cards. Or is it going to go ahead and get this Sanctuary of Aria right off the bat from Shing?
And that's always the question, right?
Looks like Shing has the fruits in hand as well. Yum, yum.
Yeah, and you kind of want to get that first Earth card into the bin as soon as possible.
Say yum, yum, Greg.
Yum, yum.
Thank you.
Maybe with a little deep yum, yum.
Okay, however you want to say it. That's the beauty of the yum, yum.
Well, I just thought, like, you can go take a snippet of that later and, I don't know, make it your ringtone.
Okay.
Yep.
I like that approach. Craig, people don't have ringtones anymore. It's so great not being the oldest person here.
What do people have now?
Not ringtones.
Yeah, what have they moved on to?
Nobody has the phones don't make noises anymore. You put it on vibrate and it just stays there forever.
It is funny that there was a time when people paid money for their phones to make weird special noises when someone called them, and now we all just abhor the idea of the phone ringing at any point.
The world was a weird place. We did successfully get this open the floodgates to connect for more than 3.
Wow.
Shing choosing to hold on to that Sanctuary, and it finds a fruit. That's a big get there from Dylan Mangini.
I mean, this is massive on so many levels.
Shing does have his own fruits here. Going to go ahead and bump back up to 18. Fertile ground as well. So we're right back to where we started.
Okay, and 2 Earth cards into the bin.
Yeah, I think that's a really nice start here from Shing. Really both players succeeding across this first turn cycle. Now we want to find the Decompose cards. We need to go ahead and get that Florian ability rolling as soon as possible. Dylan going to go ahead and have access to an embodiment of Earth on this turn cycle. That's really important.
Yeah, it really is. Okay, good. I didn't want to make a big deal out of it, but I thought that card was supposed to be on the bottom of Shing's deck.
Shing sorted it out. Again, showing a bit of those nerves. I do see some slight missteps like that from Shing from time to time. Always cleans it up, though. Always susses it out. Look at that. Shing at 20 is able to go ahead and still leverage the Fyendel's fighting spirit, moving up to 21. I suspect that Dylan will have some clean blocks here on the back of that embodiment. Yeah, is happy just committing 1 card here, but it is defending for 4.
I think both of these players are happy with the way that this game is started.
I would agree with that. Could be settling in for a long one here, Craig.
A lot of these games do come down to getting every little piece of value here and there, figuring out when you're going to make that sacrifice to pitch a card for the second cycle versus blocking with it now, and lots of decision making in these games.
A nice way for Dylan to go ahead and leverage multiple cards from hand. It's Harvest Season into Chorus of the Amphitheater here. It's like a blue, so not a huge amount of damage coming from Chorus. That's okay. Chip away.
Well, in the Harvest Season, obviously, every time you deploy the Red Harvest, you're very happy. You feel like you're doing it.
It's a big long-term issue for Shing if Dylan is able to keep going ahead and gaining life like this, because we know Shing's deck doesn't have a massive amount of output. That means he's going to have to rely on setting up Florian and making as many rune chants as possible when that ability is active. Here, though, it is just going to be Oath of the Arknight into this Rotwood Reaper.
I will say,
and try and defend that Arcane Cussing on the next turn cycle.
The late game oaths are really good in the fatigue scenarios.
I agree.
Where you're just using one card, you're presenting a lot of damage through your weapon, and you get that extra little bit through the Rune Blade, so it's mixed damage coming in.
I think in Shing's seat, really important to use Rotwood Reaper as your attack whenever you can. You need to preserve those cards in deck. You need to be thinking about fatigue from turn 1 of this matchup, especially knowing how your deck is constructed.
And I like pitching the strength of the seasons. Like, obviously that card is not good right now, but will be good in the second cycle.
And I thought Shing was going to have to maybe defend that Arcane Cussing for a little bit longer, but it does just successfully get cashed in now on the back of the Rotwood Reaper.
Yeah, neither of these players seem to want to fight, use up too many resources fighting over these early cards. Okay, this makes a lot of sense.
Mm-hmm. Arcane Polarity going to do its thing, get that life total back nice and high.
I love the life gain in this format so much. Each of these players have done a lot. There's been a lot of damage dealt, there's been a lot of cards played, and we still have all of the game left.
Yeah, we just keep resetting. There goes that Harvest Season. That's going to raise the life total up even higher and open the floodgates. Comes down. No buff here, so this is just vanilla arcane damage.
We're just zapping people here, Brian.
It adds up. Absolutely adds up, Craig. You have that Sanctuary of Aria still available. That's going to be very important for Shing.
It is. I worry that the Verdance player isn't doing enough. Presenting 3, often that's the way you want to be playing the second cycle, where the first cycle you open up with a lot of 3-for-7s. You're decomposing to get your hero power online.
And look at this from Shing, going ahead and just absolutely piling up those rune chants. Going to have 9 rune chants this go around.
Yeah, what the heck?
And Rotwood Reaper going to carry them. If you're Dylan, this might be a good spot to cash in that Sanctuary if you have the right mix of blues here. To your point, Craig, as far as damage dealt by Dylan thus far, I think it depends a lot on the quality of perennial Aether Blooms in the deck. If there are multiple red perennial Aether Blooms, you feel a lot safer in this state. You can play towards almost a pure fatigue. Without them, though, it is going to be just tough to deal enough damage.
Yeah, zapping is nice, it's fun, it's effective because it's hard for the opponent to block. But in the early game, just presenting 3 points each turn isn't enough.
So Shing has now pushed through that Sanctuary of Aria. That's going to guarantee some damage later on from Rune Chants. But Dylan continues with the life gain. It is Arcane Polarity once more, bringing Dylan's life total back up to 16. And now both of our players sit at 16 apiece.
Play Earth Form, yellow for 6.
This is the first real attack thus far from Dylan.
Yep. And it looks like it's coming at a pretty good time. I don't think Shing has a lot of 3 blocks in the grip. We're talking about how this matchup might be pretty fatiguey. I hate blocking with the Oath if I think the game's going to go super long.
Yep. It is going to be defended here, and 1 damage is going to leak. It's weird, though. You are priced into defending against Verdance in so many spots, because if you do not, that means your life total goes down, and those leaks start to matter. A lot of times the default rule, prevent all the physical damage you possibly can. Go ahead and defend every opportunity you're given to do so, because otherwise that arcane damage will finish you off in the long run.
Yeah.
Now, there's always moments to break from that, but just as a baseline, that's a really good starting point.
Yeah, I agree with you 100% there. You want to preserve your life total when you can, because the arcane damage is so problematic.
Block
Cadaverous tilling for a decompose here. It is well defended by a 4 block with the help of an embodiment of Earth, but for Shing, the big thing there was the tilling, getting some decompose working.
Yeah, I think the first decompose is so important so that when you draw, felling the crown, it is live. It's going to do its thing. And we see that Shing has drawn the felling.
Nice life total management here from Dylan, it looks like. Findel's Fighting Spirit coming in at a lower life total.
1 cast left.
7 damage on offer. Let's see if Shing wants to cling to that mantra once more and defend the physical damage wherever able. Yeah, 2 cards committed to the defense. 2 damage leaks.
I should be at 15, yeah.
Yep.
Yeah. Catch by Dylan. Gained a life off that Fighting Spirit. Now the action's back to Shing, and we have Felling of the Crown at the ready, and I believe we'll have no trouble decomposing here. This could be a big turning point in the match, Craig.
Yeah, this could put him in the driver's seat. I also think there's a big consideration, even at this point, for how many cards are left in the decks.
Yeah, I agree.
Where, very possibly Dylan has to start thinking about letting certain damage leak if it leaves him with the more powerful cards in his hand to attack the opponent.
We have now successfully decomposed twice. That means Florian hero ability is on. This Felling of the Crown on as well. Going to come in for 8 damage and does have that disruptive effect as well, where a card from hand going to head to the bottom of their deck. Shing already used all the cards in hand, will not be punished by that drawback, but Dylan Mangini absolutely will be.
So it's a little bit funny because I ask you, which brilliant dev came up with this Sanctuary of Aria? And I can use the exact same sentence in just slightly different inflection to ask you, Brian, which brilliant dev came up with Felling of the Crown? Which brilliant genius made this ridiculous card?
I want to say this was me giving all the praise
Oh.
on this person, but I
Of
honestly,
course it was you.
I honestly don't remember.
I mean,
I can't claim this one.
It's got to be so hard to just go out there and design overpowered cards, right, Brian?
Yeah. My life is tough. We'll say that. No, I honestly don't remember where Felling of the Crown came from. Dylan Mangini has tasted a little success before here in the Flesh and Blood world. Former battle-hardened winner. Blitz team event.
Okay.
Up there in Seattle, I believe.
Block 3.
This is big stakes, though. This is all different. This is 5-0 at the World Championships against Shing Tsang, one of the best players in the world. And I think starting to get in the conversation for the best player in the world, quite frankly.
I honestly, the player pool is so deep.
Yep.
There's so much talent. I walk around the room and I'm like, man, how do I play against these guys? They're so freaking good.
That's why I come to the booth, Craig. Pulsing Aether here. Nice bit of burn coming through, along with a little bit of life gain. However, we're not even close to decomposing, Craig. I haven't even seen decomposed cards in this deck thus far.
The flip side, though, Dylan has burned through a lot of his life gain already. So, it's possible. It's possible that he doesn't have the ability to decompose multiple times in the game, or the cards have just come up in a very bad order for him.
Yeah. That can absolutely happen. I want to point out Shing does still have Sanctuary of Aria at the ready.
Oh, and it looks like he's thinking about cashing in an entire blue hand.
Yeah, it looks like 4 blues, actually. That's good value, especially in terms of a fatigue-type matchup, to just go ahead and turn that all into defense that doesn't actually leave your deck.
Ooh, that's a good one.
Yeah, this is a nice one. This really changes the context of these fatigue matchups a lot, and this is a red Save the Thought as well. So 3 non-attack action cards are going to go ahead and re-enter the deck, certainly pulling out that Pulsing Aether. Looks like more life gain as well, though. Yeah, I can understand that the burn spells thus far have not been very good, frankly.
But they're getting better, right? We're deeper in the game. Shing's life total is lower. That's when it's more enticing to have a deck that's full of zaps.
Yeah, here we're going to go with Photon Splicing, Pulsing Aether, and I believe a Harvest Season was the last card.
Correct, yeah.
Also bringing a Ponder token alongside that Save the Thought is Dylan, setting up an arsenal for a future turn.
Yeah, the Ponder tokens in Limited are so high variance. You draw one of these blue cards that you don't want to park in the arsenal.
Yeah.
So we'll see what he gets here.
I wouldn't say you can get punished. You almost always want that extra card.
Oh,
but
yes.
it feels very different from spiking the really good red card off the top.
And he gave it a good long thought, right?
A moment of hesitation there from Dylan.
That wasn't a happy face, I don't think.
It's that exploding ether. That could be a big one as we head down the stretch of this game. That's the way to get over that threshold, do some unpreventable damage. Shing keeping a very blue-rich hand here. I believe there was an Oath in this hand, though, and Florian now turned on. Oath becomes a very powerful card.
Yeah, much better there. It is also interesting that the well-grounded is live at this point in the game. That's
Great
definitely
point,
something that we got to keep track of.
Excellent call-out. I think that could matter a lot. Here's a Sigil of Deadwood. That can be buffed by Florian's ability in the future. And then just Cadaverous Tilling to follow this up. Good numbers there.
Yeah, it makes me wonder what this last card is in Shing's hand because, you know, we didn't use the Sanctuary last turn. If we end up not using all of our cards, it's a little bit awkward.
I think it could just be about deck efficiency at this point. You do not want to waste cards on a turn-to-turn basis, and you need that Sanctuary of Aria to do as much defense as possible. So you could commit your entire hand in that instance, or you can go ahead and just keep a little bit of momentum and take an IP penalty. And I think the best players in the world know when to take that virtual IP penalty and just not use every card in your hand every single cycle. We saw it so much from Shoma at the conclusion of the Pro Tour in Amsterdam, just routinely floating a card turn to turn. It was almost always a shred, and it just played havoc with his opponent's game planning.
Yeah, you're absolutely right. Yeah, thinking about that, it just speaks to how nuanced the limited format is, where it's not straightforward. Hey, I got this all blue hand. Like, of course, I'm just going to use it right now to prevent a whole bunch of damage on my opponent's decent burn spell.
Do you have a set? I think mine is wrong here, but there.
9 to
that looks right.
10, right?
Oh, okay.
9 to 10.
Yeah, it's very important you slow down Surge as well. When you're against a Verdance and spending your Sanctuary of Aria on anything besides presenting Surge effect, feels quite bad.
Yes. Yeah, so now we still have that Sanctuary of Aria, in our equipment suite, so to speak, and we've got the well-grounded. Okay. He was able to use all of the cards.
Yep, very nice. Fertile Ground coming down at instant speed is going to be buffed by the threshold as well. Going to gain 3. Life total's off for a moment here. They will catch up eventually. Blue Exploding Ether going to be deployed this go-around alongside a Photon Splicing. That's going to come in for 5, and I believe that means we're going to go ahead and park that red Exploding Ether in the arsenal. Keep a close eye on that one, Craig.
Yeah, it's an important one that can steal this game.
Again, Shing has to think about this Sanctuary of Aria. He's been very patient thus far, but says this is the moment. It looks like 8 worth of pitch, 4 prevented, 1 damage heads the way of Shing.
Okay. I'll Arsenal pass.
Yeah, and now it's interesting. The question is, did Shing save a card to Arsenal, or are we just hammering?
Yeah, Sigil's going to go ahead and pop here. 2 Rune Chants on the back of the Florian ability, and the card does head to Arsenal. 4 new cards drawn. Turn passes back to Dylan. And this can be a real pain point for Verdances because it's hard to deploy a 5-card hand. Starting things off with Staff.
Yeah, the Staff is a good outlet to that, right?
I think the Exploding Ether in Arsenal does that very well.
Yeah, that's the perfect one to have.
Looks like a yellow one, so only Amp 2. Amp 3 total on offer so far. And the floodgates are opened once more. 6 total arcane damage going to be presented here, offering to draw 2 cards as well.
7, right?
Yes. And you're at 11.
And obviously not playing another card this turn, but I shouldn't say that, right? We saw last time he drew the instant, was able to gain a little bit of life.
It is possible.
But even being able to set that key Arsenal card, if he needs to block with 2 or 3 cards next turn, he'll still have the arsenal card to play. It's always good to draw more cards.
Shing does have well-grounded available. Looks like about 9 cards left in deck. I believe 4 in hand, 1 in arsenal. So a count of about 14 for Shing at this moment. Feels so good to have that well-grounded down there in the leg slot. It's such an insurance policy for Shing.
It does. I just don't think that this is the burn spell that you want to use it on.
I would agree. I would agree, Craig. And actually, one of the reasons you can afford not to is because you do have this rolled up. You know you have further prevention down the line. But it looks like Shing having a hard time with this decision, really debating cashing it in here.
Yeah, I think he has the shelter sigil in his grip as well. And so he's saying, hey, I can double these cards up.
Yeah, that changes the math a little bit because now we're able to go ahead and stop this open the floodgates, and that denies an arsenal.
Yes, exactly. We're going to deny the draw so my opponent doesn't get that juicy arsenal, and it makes it much harder for them to both defend effectively and present some damage back the next turn.
That makes a lot of sense. Life total's getting close now, 8-7. This one coming down to the wire for sure. Those 2 rune chants offering some threat. I see an oath in hand as well. And for Shing, I'm just trying to get that rune chant number up to 7. I feel like that may be good enough. We do know there's a little bit of life gain left in the deck. I don't believe we've seen that harvest season that was shuffled in, redeployed thus far. There's also the life side of the burn spell as well. So you see it drawn here as well. So there is life gain readily available for Dylan, and I think a brush off as well.
I'm pretty interested in what this arsenal is for Shing.
Oath is going to go ahead and make 2 more rune chants, and then Blossoming Decay comes down. Decomposing as well, so there's life gain.
This is interesting because we don't get a lot of value out of that oath. Because it's not going to pump the blossom.
I think the value's in the rune chants, Greg. I think it's just
is.
It's just a race to see how quickly I can make these rune chants and offer this unpreventable damage.
Yeah, I guess we're at that point where you're saying, hey, I'm just going to take so many cards from you. If I deal 4 here, it means you have to block with 2.
You're priced into so much defense later on. And things like Strength of 4 Seasons become really, really problematic as you come down the stretch. And that's when you can maybe start leveraging your fatigue position a little bit. You start pressing your opponent on that front. Yeah, those rune chants are going to be successful. The attack is going to be defended.
Yeah, the embodiment of Earth there, making sure we cover the whole attack.
But Dylan is at a precarious 3 now. Going to go back up to 4 on the back of that Pulsing Ether Life. And 4 damage taken by Shing very, very quickly. No debate here. And I see why. A big pickup from Shing. It's Seeds.
Oh, this is massive.
Arcane Seeds plus life. And that's going to bring 4 rune chants to the table.
Even gaining that little bit of life is huge.
Oh. And Vantage Point comes down as well. And that means Overpower is on offer. I think we're going to need a combination of good defense and life gain here. Does Dylan Mangini have it?
Brian, he's in the tank. It's so dramatic. I love it.
Hard to envision a way out of this one for Dylan. Shing finds that key card. Unparalleled rune chant production with Go Again.
1 rune chant. Yep. Down to 3. Down to 3. And then I'll play.
Oh, wow.
Yeah, perfect timing on this polarity. Takes one of the rune chants, jumps back up.
Yep. And then I'll go down to 4.
3 more on offer here, and now going to be able to defend this Overpower with a 3 block, I'm assuming.
Brian, I'm almost out of my seat over here. This is so tight.
And Dylan is able to go ahead
the
and
brush off.
defend the overpower cleanly. What a great defensive turn from Dylan.
I mean, the brush off is huge there because it means that one incidental rune chant here and there isn't going to just take the game from you.
Now here's a harvest season, and now life gain is back on the table. That means Shing has to go ahead and put together some more rune chants here. Can he do so? Strong yield kicks things off into Sigil of Deadwood. You see why Shing prioritized these in the draft. And now it's splintering Deadwood. That's going to go ahead and sacrifice the Sigil of Deadwood. There's rune chants flowing all over the place now, Craig.
Yeah, I break Aurora, then create a rune chant. Yeah.
So, okay. Could turn it into 5.
Oh, man, this is so wild, Brian. We should have a couple more rune chants here, shouldn't we?
Did
we miss a...
believe so. We may have missed a trigger here in Shing's seat. I think we should have 2 from the Sigil of Deadwood and 2 from the Splintering Deadwood as well. So possibly a misstep here. Either forgetting about that Florian ability or just missing one of these triggers along the way. Still a tough position for Dylan. And it looks like our judge staff is going to step in here, and now it has been spotted, and that changes the context a lot.
Yeah, that is huge.
Again, you see these nerves from Shing. They're always present. I do think, despite the fact that he leverages this, he's got to clean this up. Like, Shing has not won a tournament yet. An incredible player. But when you want to compete at the World Championships, you do have to get a little tighter in these scenarios.
Well, and I think, like you're saying, it is because of the nerves. I think if there was less on the line, we would see a little bit cleaner play.
Yep. I think that's fair.
And it just speaks to even the top players that have been there, that have played for everything.
Craig,
they still feel it.
I want to call out this perennial Ether Bloom. We talked about this. We said the color of this Ether Bloom is going to be so important as we come down the stretch. It's a blue one, and that is now the last card in deck is that perennial Ether Bloom.
Sure.
But is that really where you want to be? Is this going to work out for Dylan? Actually, it may have been redrawn on this cycle because of the pitch going below it. I don't know if this one plus the amp from the staff is actually going to get there, especially now facing down this Strength of 4 Seasons with 4 rune chants behind it, and this is going to ask for a lot of defense from Dylan Mangini.
It's the strength plus the strong yield plus the 4 rune chants, and
I'll take the 4.
Dylan's out of cards in the deck here.
Yeah, 4 rune chants are going to hit, although so is Shing, Craig. This is coming absolutely down to the wire. I believe only 4 cards in deck left for Shing. And now this attack for 9 has to be defended. Does have Embodiment of Earth critically. Able to get there with 2 cards. And now sits at 2 life, 2 cards in hand, facing down Shing's 4. Only 3 cards left in deck for Shing.
Yeah, and can we amp zap?
Embodiment breaks. Save the thought.
Save the thought. Okay, so we're going to get a little bit more. 2 cards head back to the deck. 4 cards left for Shing. No deck remaining.
And oh wow.
Can Dylan both survive this turn and find enough numbers?
So it's going to be 4 cards, right? He's going to shuffle 2 back in.
Correct.
He has 1
card in deck and the perennial Ether Bloom.
and the perennial.
Shing does have Harvest Season ready to pop at this point. And the cards left in hand, I believe it's an Oath. I believe Oath is one of the cards. If that is true, that could be exactly what Shing needs to go ahead and push here. No, I may be mistaken.
Ryan, you're cheating.
Hard to read. I didn't get a perfect look, Craig.
Man, if the viewers at home could see us both leaning over, trying to get a better angle on his hand.
And the 2 cards here, it's the biggest options possible. It's Pulsing Ether and looks like Photon Splicing.
Yep.
Has to grab those reds.
It's a little fun. He is shuffling.
Those 2 cards will go back into the deck.
Well, I don't think this makes any difference, right? He's not going to want to arsenal anything he draws off of the ponder.
No, absolutely not.
And then, yeah, I'm not going to.
And then draw everything back up. And these are the 4 cards. Both players, 4 cards at the ready. Who's got the better set?
The blue harvest season.
Harvest season pops. Autumn's Touch. 6 is the offer. That demands 2 cards. And with Shing at 5, he finds himself just out of range.
Yeah. Man, the blue harvest season. Oh, that's so sick.
So important. The defense is for 6. 2 cards demanded, though. Staff activation into Perennial Aether Bloom. 2 offered one more time. That will hit Shing. It will go back to the bottom of the deck. But now those 2 cards have to defend one final time against Shing's 3.
And then I'll pass.
And I don't think there's any way to do it, Craig. I think this is the end.
Oh,
it is going to be a final Autumn's Touch. And you see a head nod there from Dylan. And we talked about a hero that could make something out of nothing and a player that can make something out of nothing. It is Shing Tsang moving on to 6-0 with a beautifully crafted late game flourish from Florian, taking every single option from his opponent, taking every card and winning that Earth Mirror.
Just really carefully navigated. We were talking about how important the Sanctuary is at the correct time, how important the boots are going to be when they come into play. And it just a razor-thin margin. 2 cards left on one side, no cards left on the other side. Like, it's just wild.
Yeah, love the way those Earth Mirrors play out. Every decision feels like it matters. Every single card feels like it matters. It's back to those original tenets of Flesh and Blood. Every card matters. Yeah. Every decision matters. Every point matters. Certainly come down to the wire time and time again.
Yeah, that means you see all of them. These last couple of cards that end up in your deck, you have decisions to make.
Well, you know what I love, Craig, is that means that every single decision you make in that draft process also matters.
Yep.
The blue versus yellow distinction. We said several times where Shing was making a decision to go ahead and take a yellow over a blue. Shing needed every point to go ahead and win that match.
3 block versus 2 block. Do I want the blue pitch? Do I want something that, not great, but it makes a rune chant? Like, there's so many little decisions to be made that end up mattering absolutely in the game.
Very, very impressive stuff there from Shing. I have to say, this limited format has absolutely shined. I've loved every minute of covering it. But I'm starting to think about the next limited format, Craig. It is, of course, The Hunted, our next set revealed this weekend. We know we're going to be out there in Prague at the world premiere. Craig is already committed to coming. He's paying for my flight out there. He's a true friend, just doesn't want to be there without me. And I have to say, Craig, that means so much to me.
You really hit me with the Uno reverse on this one, huh?
That's how I operate. You know that. Why don't we hear some more about what's going to be on offer at this world premiere? Of course, there's going to be not only the world premiere on January 17th, where we will get our first look at The Hunted, but pre-release season. You have to get into your LGS. There will be 1,500 pre-releases worldwide, of course, happening in places like Japan, where we are now, of course, out there in Prague happening. They will be in Mexico, just launching this past weekend very, very successfully. I heard over 700 Mexican players signed up for that first weekend of events.
That's awesome.
Yeah, really, really good stuff coming out of that region. Who can forget our friends down in South America as well? I'm sure Brazil will be ready to attend their pre-releases. And then comes the big day. It's January 31st. The Hunted will be released worldwide.
Can you promise me paper packs, Brian?
I can promise you some of the packs will be paper, correct?
I love the paper packs.
Yeah, they're beautiful.
So satisfying ripping into those.
Yep. Critical mechanic of this set, marked. We will see this have a lot of influence over these games. I'm not going to get into exactly how.
No, get into it, Brian.
No, we don't want to do that.
We have a little bit of time.
We don't want to do that quite yet.
Tell us what this means.
But marked will be important.
You're so cagey.
Being marked is dangerous, Craig. And there you see our 2 Draconic superstars on the left. It is Fang, Drakai of Blades, the Royal Draconic Warrior, accompanied by Syndra, Drakai of Retribution, Royal Draconic Ninja. Beautiful, beautiful art.
Yeah, you couldn't tone back the artwork a little bit?
Why would we ever, Craig? Why would we ever? When we have artists as talented as these, we're going to go ahead and push the limits time after time. How about?
Why wouldn't you? Because you break my wallet.
That's fine. I don't care about
You just
that at
reach
all.
in there and you take all of the money.
I'm happy to take all of your money, Craig, and I'm sure you'll be going ahead and marveling out all of these arachnes. You see 6 arachnes depicted here. Agent of Chaos.
What does this mean?
I don't know.
Are these part of the set? Can I play these heroes?
On the left, Craig, we have Arachne Black
You just
Widow.
don't answer any of my questions.
On the right, Arachne Trapdoor. We see Arachne Orb Weaver. There's so many arachnes.
There are.
Piles and piles of arachnes. These, of course, will feature heavily in this countdown to chaos, December 17th, 2024. Can't wait for Hunted preview season. Can't wait for Hunted pre-releases. Can't wait for Hunted world premiere.
Well, you have to wait.
I do have to wait.
Yeah.
Thankfully, I have the World Championships of Flesh and Blood to hold me over. We're going to continue following along with Shing until Shing drops a match. We're along for the ride. We want to see if Shing can go ahead and convert with what looked like a tough draft, but finding a way to victory in that first game. I want to see if Shing can calm the nerves a little bit. Sam and Ponkage going to be back in the booth bringing you the next round. Do not go anywhere.
Rounds left here at the World Championships in Osaka. Our day one is nearing completion, and these all-important draft rounds really separating the cream from the crop already. And we are getting ready to dive into that game. Sam O'Byrne, Pankaj Bajwani, how you feeling? You getting ready for a little more draft and a little more Rosetta?
Definitely. I'm super excited to see especially how many players we'll have who'll be undefeated going into day 2 of the World Championships. Not only how many, but which players as well. So far, our feature drafter, Shing Tsang, very decorated member of Team Blue Pitch from Hong Kong. So far, 6-0, looking to be well on track to be one of the undefeated players going into the next day.
Also, XO is Robert Piper, who his opponent will be. Shing Tsang, of course, finalist at last year's World Championship. I was with Shing briefly afterwards. I saw him. I just gave him a hug. He was kind of filled with emotion. He wasn't, he was bummed, but he wasn't, like, devastated. He was just like, what he said to me was, next year.
Yep.
Next year. And I was like, all right, brother, let's see what you got. And he has been out here just kicking butt already. Let's go ahead and briefly check in with the World Tour before we dive down into this game. Of course, the 1.5 million US dollar prize pool in 2025 as Flesh and Blood already has it been a global game, but now the World Tour moniker truly just speaking to how global our great game is and how many events you will be able to attend as you yourself take on the Flesh and Blood World Tour. And of course, brand new in 25 and looking to be a new annual event and annual celebration, an annual prize, the Player of the Year. It is a new thing in 2025. It begins with Battle Hardened Hiroshima next weekend. If you earn the most points given out, Callings, Battle Hardens, and of course the marquee events, Pro Tour Worlds, you earn points. And if you make your way to the top of that leaderboard, you will earn your share of 100,000 USD. I'm pretty sure there's going to be a World Player of the Year, Americas, Europe, and APAC. So they're going to be really representing the multiple different regions of the world. We look ahead to 2025 for our premier events. And of course, the World Championships working on that 3-year clock. So we're bringing it back to the United States next year. But all around the world, the tour remains. London and APAC for the Pro Tours. And of course, look down there at the bottom of your screen, 60 Battle Hardens, 22 Callings, and the 50 National Championships. Marquee events in their own right. So the World Tour looks to be, dare I say, it looks as though it will pop off next year, Pankaj.
Critically, for sure. You mentioned global and all 3 major regions being represented across 3 of the marquee events next year. London and then APAC for the 2 Pro Tours, and then finally back to the US for the World Championships again. It's going to be absolutely incredible. And it's also super exciting that the Player of the Year, as you point out, starts next week, not just next year. So those points are going to be, people are going to start racking those up.
Well, looking ahead to 2 players who are most likely going to be trying to work their way up the Player of the Year leaderboards. We have got our next second to last round of the day here, day 1 at the World Championships, and we have got a couple Earth Heroes, a heavily Earth-slanted pod, 6 Earth Heroes, 2 Lightning Heroes in the pod, and these are 2 of the players that are moved on to 1 and 0. Robert, I watched Robert play Aurora actually yesterday in the Team Cup very well, won a bunch of games throughout that event. I think Australia went X-1. So this is a player known, at least in Living Legend, to playing Lightning Heroes, but drafting Verdance here. And of course, not much more needs to be said about what Shing has done and looks to continue to do in Flesh and Blood. It looks as though he went first, just an Arsenal from Shing. And then a nice red Overflow of the Aetherwell coming in with the Staff of Verdant Shoots.
No Earth card being pitched here, so no embodiment of Earth being threatened with the damage being dealt by the Overflow, the Aetherwell, but of course the Surge effect still being threatened over here. Let's see if Shing has some arcane damage prevention to deal with that. Now, of course, in the previous game, we saw Shing face another Verdance, Dylan Mangini, and Shing managed to take that down after a very long, grueling game. Let's see if he's able to repeat that against Robert Piper on Verdance.
Looks as though that was just an amp. It seemed like maybe he was moving to also try to discard the photon splicing, but had already basically presented the damage and then was thinking about still just getting rid of it to get that blue out of the hand, but elected to keep it in the hand. Still got 4 damage across. Oath of the Arknight, of course, coming down, creating the rune chant Red Arcane Cussing out of the arsenal and the Rotwood Reaper here. So if the rune chant is taken, the cussing will go off and create those 3 rune chants for the next turn. Oath of the Arknight, what a great way, honestly, to threaten the Arcane Cussing, because Shing doesn't have access to the Bloodtorn Bodice so normally and effectively paired with the Arcane Cussing.
Also, Oath of the Arknight is going to be buffing the Rotwood Reaper, so that Reaper is coming in for 6. So Robert Piper is a bit of a tough spot here. If you want to stop the Arcane Cussing going off, you have to give a minimum of 3 cards. 1 to prevent the Arcane from the Rune Chant, and then 2-3 blocks to stop the Rotwood Reaper. And at that point, if you're unable to threaten too much back, this Arcane Cussing is probably going to go off on Shing's next turn anyway.
6 damage and 1 rune chant. Is the Sanctuary of Arya going to come into the picture? to eat up the rune chant, because if the damage is taken, the arcane cussing will pop.
We've seen this happen time and time again today. You know, the Aurora with the Channel Lightning Valleys and the Dash IOs with Boom Grenades, where sometimes you just have to accept that, look, they're going to get value from these cards, and if you just try and expend too much blocking them, you end up just losing out on the value. So let's see whether Robert Piper, makes that concession and just says, fine, you can have your arcane cussing. Looks like no. Looks like Sanctuary of Aria going to be popped to prevent one arcane on the rune chant.
And in these Earth Mirrors, we are often want to get to second cycle, and so if you're only going to utilize it to stop the rune chant, at least he's keeping a yellow in the deck, and a yellow that with the Staff of Verdant Shoots can make for a wide arcane damage turn. Now the arcane cussing, the question is if Robert can't pressure enough, the cussing is going to stick around for a whole nother turn.
Yep. Although if he has an arcane spell over here, that could be very, very awkward for Shing to try and keep that cussing on. It looks like it is a red perennial Aether Bloom over here coming in for 4. Not only is it threatening destroying the arcane cussing, the surge effect on this extremely relevant in these Earth Mirrors.
But look at this. We have a perfect 1, 2, 3, 4 pitching 2 blues and a yellow. That is a total of 8 resources. So that will cover up all of the damage, and I think the final card is a red Deadwood Dirge. That looks to go very nicely with arcane cussing. Deadwood Dirge, yeah, a little smile there from Robert. The perfect final card in the hand. Really nice for Shing, able to find blues and yellows on that turn to make that cussing 6 arcane damage for the next turn cycle. So 4 cards left in hand for Robert. Let's see what he's going to utilize. It's going to be the hold focus.
That is such a punish for Robert, using the Sanctuary of Aria to stop one rune chant, only for Shing to just go ahead and get the arcane cussing value in the following turn anyway.
Wow, look at this though. Hold Focus was looking to make this Trailblazing Aether have go again, but Shing with a Sigil of Sanctuary for basically Arcane Shelter 1. That not only is going to prevent 1 damage, those are 3 cards that were going to be able to, at least 2 of them most likely, be used for more arcane damage. Everything's coming up Shing to start this game, though he is down 7 life.
And the hold focus gone as well. It was not just an activation of the Staff of Verdant Shoots. That was the arm piece, the very, very important arm piece gone for Robert Piper there. This is looking to be a very, very strong start for Shing-san.
6 arcane damage. Robert down to 14, now 6 physical. 1 card in the pitch zone, 12 damage being threatened. It's a good place to be in Flesh and Blood, but especially in a limited format. Sanctuary of Aria used by both players here, so they have left the Sanctuary and are in the dangerous zones beyond, where there is less preventative effects. Love to take a look at the hand here. Now here's what I have a question. 6 Earth Heroes in the pod. I think 3 Verdants, 3 Florian. This Verdant's deck, it's looking like Kano. It's looking like Azalea. 4 Florian, 2 Verdants, excuse me. But there are a lot of wizard cards in this deck, it seems like. And that often is, I think, the key to victory, especially when a Florian looks to just outlast, out-life gain. Not a lot of Earth cards to be seen.
This is the secret 4th of... Yes, the secret 5th and 6th hero, Kano being one of them, the other one being Viserai, where you just play Aurora with a whole bunch of Runeblade cards. But yeah, Robert Piper with the almost like mono wizard deck, which after Shing has already used his Sanctuary of Aria, if he doesn't have enough life gain in his deck, could be very, very difficult for him to deal with. And we see some of that happening already, right? He's IPing himself 1 because he wasn't able to block the arcane damage on the previous turn. He used the Sigil of Sanctuary to prevent 1, but he wasn't able to convert the hand, and that is the advantage of this mono wizard deck that Robert Piper is piloting.
Arcane Twining, amping 1. Another red Trailblazing Aether. Does Shing have a way to get over this one? No, can't do anything about it. Take 4, down to 9.
If he's not able to convert that hand, this is how Robert Piper can beat the Florian efficiency, by just not letting Florian block.
Overflow the Perennial Aether Bloom coming in for 2 now. That's just all damage. Shing could do nothing but just kind of shake the head. A little bit of a grimace, down to 7 to Robert Piper's 12.
No surge on the Perennial Aether Bloom. He opted to discard the Arcane Twining to go ahead and buff the Trailblazing Aether to go wide, instead of putting the Perennial Aether Bloom back in the deck. Shing, though, this is an excellent extender for him. Arcane Seeds life.
Arcane Seeds and life. 2 rune chants, 1 life gain. Would have loved to utilize that with Florian's ability online, but no decomposition yet for our Earth Runeblade. Our featured drafter, Shing, going to be in maybe a bit of a tough spot, facing down a lot of aggression from the Verdance list, who is also 1-0 in this pod. So Robert Piper looking to utilize these wizard actions versus the earth actions. Probably navigated a good seat there in the 3 Verdance, 3 Florian, 2 Lightning Hero pod. Leave to Aurora.
And Shing here holding on to a blue Oath of the Arcanine, I believe. Trying to see whether he maybe wants to cash that in to just try and convert the hand a little better, potentially. But doesn't look like he has amazing options to use all his cards offensively here.
Yeah, could pitch into the blue Oath, get +1, make another Rune Chant, pitch into the Rotwood Reaper.
Yep. Coming in for 5 with 3 Rune Chants. That's a 4-card 8.
Yeah.
It's not great, but that's the sort of situation that this Mono Wizard deck puts you in. Very, very effective against the other Earth heroes. Not so good against the Lightning heroes who can convert their hands usually, but into a deck like this, yep.
And Robert able to utilize cards on defense. Get 3 block out of that Trailblazing Aether. So important. Looks like we do find a blue Earth card for the Staff of Verdant Shoots here, and another Trailblazing Aether threatening to go again with 2 cards in hand. Shing, of course, it made a lot of sense to utilize the Sanctuary of Aria to keep around the Arcane Cussing, but now feeling the pain of not being able to utilize that well ground, utilize any prevention effects, or right now utilize any life gain. Shing's all the way down to 5. What do we got left here from Robert on the turn?
Sam, we call this a Mono Wizard, a Mono Kano deck. I feel like it's a Mono Trailblazing Aether deck.
My goodness.
Had one of those in his hands every turn.
And so impressive, right? This is optionality. This is agency from Robert in the draft. Navigated the draft, found the seat, and has just been like, dude, you're going to keep giving me wizard cards. Like, I'll keep using them to shoot you in the face.
6, game 1.
Arcane Cussing. Findall's Fighting Spirit, follow up. So the Cussing threatening 3 Rune Chants and a life gain. So Shing up to 2, but the right Arcane spell might just end the game.
Threatening 3 Rune Chants, but they are only relevant if you survive back on your turn to actually send an attack to trigger all the Rune Chants. Looking at Robert Piper's deck, we don't know for sure the Shing will be able to survive that. He's going to need to find his life gain.
See what's in the hand here for Robert. Aether Quickening. Looks like maybe red. Trailblazing Aether. Blossoming Decay. I think a Photon Splicing as well.
Yet another Trailblazing Aether.
And that's a way to amp. You've got a blue for the staff. I think the question he's really asking himself, Robert, is potentially how much life gain can Shing draw on this turn? If you take all the damage, go down to 1, and then something like, you know, Blossoming Decay red, right? Or another type of
discard
effect.
fruits.
Discard fruits of the forest, right? These ways to gain life and virtually prevent the damage, but looks like that Robert is going to go down to 1, and this was only possible because he was able to use a card on defense. He was able to convert a card into 3 block. Shing has not been able to do so for the last multiple turns.
And he found fruits.
And he found fruits, okay, so amp 1 from the Staff of Verdant Shoots.
But the thing about fruits is that it might let him survive, but it won't stop surge effects.
Aether Quickening here coming in. This is 4 Arcane, and that's just going to be the game. Robert Piper on this Verdance cosplay of a Kano deck, taking down our featured drafter, moving on to 7-0 with a very, very powerful draft Verdance deck.
That was so incredibly convincing. Not something you would expect when you hear 6 Earth heroes, 3 Verdances, or 2 Verdances. Don't completely remember about that one. But yeah, it's just so incredibly convincing. Not something you would think when you hear there were 6 Earth heroes in the pod.
Yeah, and that's part of what the beauty of this draft format is, right? There are multiple archetypes open towards you. You can see Aurora's playing mostly Runeblade cards, utilizing dirges on even their embodiments of lightning, right? You're making all the Rune Chants. You can see multiple different ways to build all of these different heroes, and the players at the highest level, like both of our players in that last match, like every player in this pod, are able to navigate their seat, find the lane, and then, of course, execute it to the highest ability and take down the last year's Worlds finalist in Shing Tsang. But well played to both players. Robert Piper, though, moving on 7-0, repping Team Australia. Love to see it for the people down under.
For sure.
You like that? I stun you with the down under. Yeah,
it threw me off a little bit. I know you're amazing at accents. But
Stop. Let's go ahead and take a moment and check back in with some of the fantastic reveals we've gotten to see. These are looking to be pretty spicy as we look towards the hunted. Now, I want to say something about this. This is Arachne, and at first I just thought it was gobbledygook.
It was just like a binary or some computer code.
You guys, Arachne slipped through the cracks.
That's Gen Z speak. I think that's how they text these days.
Arachne, the Rizzler, is going to be next, right? Arachne, Arachne, TikTok. I know.
He just rolls up. He's like, "What's up, my Giga Chads?"
Skip it. No. Okay. The first attack with stealth each turn gets go again. This is going to be your event participation promo. If you can make your way out to World Premiere The Hunted, what does this even mean? The Chaos Assassin hero. 2 less life. So we've seen that like Arachne Solitary Confinement had 19 life. So clearly they know this hero can be devastating. But is it even the hero? How does it work? This is Arachne slip it through the crack. But like, there were all those other arachnes we got to see. Tarantula, Trapdoor.
Black Widow.
Black Widow.
One super interesting thing about this card, Josh Scott pointed it out to me. It says the first attack with stealth each turn gets go again, not your first attack with stealth
what the
each
heck?
turn gets go again. Yes, so this
Wait,
will work
what the
on
heck?
your opponent's stealth attack.
It's a symmetrical
It's
effect.
symmetrical, so who knows? Maybe I have
Oh
no
my
idea.
God.
Maybe you are controlling multiple heroes or something, and they all get. This is.
Oh my!
We're gonna have
God.
to wait and find out. But what we can
So sick.
surmise, it's gonna be chaotic for sure.
It's gonna be chaotic. Nice. I like that.
Thank you.
Let's go ahead and take a look at these promos here. The Path of the Ninja or the Path of the Warrior. Extended art, cold foil, one of those. And of course, the rainbow foils there on the right side of all of those packs. These are going to be random 1 per pack, but these fabled packages are live for you right now. Head to fabtcg.com because look at these gorgeous cards. I want them.
I want them to. That Jagged art, full art. Not only have I been wanting a prevention, an anti-prevention effect for to finally make Kasai potentially playable again, but that art is also absolutely gorgeous.
I know a player from my locals, Colin Erickson, who just had to take down Enigma after Enigma, is looking at Jagged Edge and just thanking the heavens, sending his prayers up to James and those beyond. And Ella says, "Look at all of these beautiful cards. The art in this set. I mean." It just keeps getting better. It's like I don't know how they keep outdoing themselves. The box art is literally like my favorite art I've seen. This is going to be available to you at World Premiere The Hunted in Prague. Let's go ahead and take a look at one more random promo you can receive. These are the calling promos at The Hunted, which are going to be, of course, a sealed calling for all of you. Tarantula toxin, blood runs deep in the long whisker loyalty. These are assassin attack reactions in Draconic Ninja, Draconic Warrior. This is you want to see my live proselytizing, my live prognosis of this?
Okay.
We're seeing Draconic Ninja, Draconic Warrior, right? Assassin attack. This is not a Chaos Assassin, so there's no talent, I think, really, like in the draftable set, right?
Mm-hmm, yeah.
The Chaos has to be part of whatever all those multiple Arachnes are, but I think it's just Draconic. I'm not seeing any talents on the Arachne side here in the Assassins.
And while we're looking at the text on these cards, what really puzzles me about Tarantula Toxin is that it says choose one or both, but one mode targets dagger attacks, and the other one targets is for attacks with stealth.
Wait, yeah.
So how do you ever get both? Like, why does it choose one or both?
What if your dagger
with
gets
stealth or something?
Can a dagger get stealth?
Yeah, that's kind of what it implies. So
you want to know what I think?
So
you know
much
what
to
I
unpack.
think? You see the way that the blood runs deep, how it, let's just read it all together. When this attacks a hero, each dagger you control deals 1 damage to them. If damage is dealt this way, the daggers hit, destroy. The daggers go again. Of course, cost reduction as well, a hallmark of the Draconic talent. You look at Syndra's art, dude. The way that all the blades are like flying all around. Syndra has got to be just be like throwing all the daggers, making more, creating them from Draconic ash. Like, come on.
Buying them back with concealed blades, maybe.
Yeah, I'm so stoked.
And if the assassins are doing that too, maybe Graven Call comes in and is actually just a solid pick. Who knows?
Come on now.
Yeah.
So we've seen what you can get for the calling. Let's see what you can get for the battle hardened. We have for the Emperor, for the Drakai, and for the Realm. These are Draconic attacks that all create fealty tokens, which if you want to know what a fealty token is and see that there is a Marvel Cold Foil Full Art Edition, you can check that out as well on fabtcg.com and corresponding websites that show off all of the various spoilers that we have officially. A nice, perfect. We've seen this movie before, right? A 0 for 4, a 1 for 5, and a 2 for 6, all doing different things, but they all care about attacking marked heroes, which means you talk about the hunter becoming the hunted, right? Clearly, both sides are marking. It's not just an assassin thing. It's not just an assassin marking for a target. It's also, these people being marked for revenge by the Drakai. So, a lot of symmetry.
You have to wonder, it might just be Draconic. Just the Draconic heroes are doing the marking, maybe not even the assassins, because those were all Draconic cards.
They were.
Yeah.
Hey, you got the assassins got a mark.
Yeah,
you
right.
Mark them for death.
Flavorfully.
Come on. Well, that is going to do it for this second to last round of draft here for the day. Hope you all enjoyed that look at the hunted. We're going to go ahead and take a look once more. We've seen the highest level of competition, right? We've seen the height of everything in Flesh and Blood. The World Tour has been announced. The World Championships are online. But if you want to look into what it feels like and you want to remember your first night at the Armory, then stick around and check out this video. We'll see you after this for the final round of draft with Brian and Craig before day 2 tomorrow, and then we're looking towards that top 8. See you soon.
I don't want.
Dude, let's go! You made it! Welcome to your first Flesh and Blood Armory.
Thanks, man. I'm really excited. I just need a couple more cards, though, so.
Oh. I can help with that. Dorinthea, a masterful warrior with flourishes of glistening steel that can run through any defense.
She sounds pretty sick.
Yeah, okay, and she's your hero.
Cool. Where do I start?
Looks like you are 2 seats over, which means... Oh my god, dude, you're playing.
Oh, Dory, this'll be fun.
Dude, how'd it go?
He got it. But it was 1-to-1, it was super close. It's just so hard to block physical and arcane damage. Brody's really cool.
Oh, dude, Brody's the best, but 1-to-1? Are you kidding me? That's awesome. You totally got the next one. I mean, it literally can't get... Oh, no.
Block with my arm piece.
Yeah.
Right goes through my arm into my chest. That blocks for 2. Through my collarbone into my head. Block for another 2. And for 3.
Take 5?
So that still hurts me a lot then. I mean, I'm getting destroyed, but this is really pretty art, right?
Dude, how'd it go?
I got her down low, but she got there. She made me break my equipment, and then the floodgates just opened. But she gave me a lot of really good tips for my next match.
That's great, bro. You've been pairing into straight up, like, killers.
I'm gonna knock them down next week, though. They're not prepared for...
¿Cómo? Imposible.
Attack with Dawnblade. Oh. Glint the Quicksilver. Can't go again. Draw. Twinning Blade.
Nice. Seismic pops, and I will attack you with a Macho Grande. 8, and it has Dominate. You can only block with 1 card from your hand.
What about from Arsenal?
Nice. But I have a Pablo.
Oh! Good game. Let's go again.
I'm on new levels.
Welcome back to the final round here at the World Championships. I am Brian Gottlieb. That is Craig Krempels. Shing has been toppled at this point, Craig. And that means we have a new challenger going to enter the arena this go-around. It's going to be Yuki Lee Bender trying to go ahead and complete a perfect draft run here in Rosetta Limited.
And one of the Lightning players.
Yeah, unsurprisingly, I think.
Yeah.
We said Lightning was well set up. And also, Yuki well set up to win every single draft she participates in.
Yes.
How about we take a look at standings? I want to set the stage. It's important. We're starting to get into those rounds now where it feels like this is really starting to matter. Like we're starting to get separation from the field, especially with 8 rounds being played here today. Day 1 has become more important than ever, Craig.
Yeah, obviously, this is after round 7.
Yeah, and we are sitting with 3 undefeated players after round 7. It is Isaac Katsakis, Robert Piper, and Noah Bagelman as our undefeateds left this go-around. We're going to be seeing one of those players. It is Robert Piper who's going to be taking on Yuki Lee Bender, trying to complete the perfect run here on day 1.
Yeah, we have the potential for 2 undefeated players going into the second day, and that's exactly where you want to be, right? It gives you that little bit of wiggle room when you've got that bad hand at the worst possible time and it costs you the game. That's okay. That's just your first loss. You're still in a great position, and we know with the way that the tiebreakers work, getting your losses later in the event is much more favorable.
Absolutely. Yes, you're in a good spot right now. I want to go a little bit further down the standings and highlight a few names that maybe we haven't hit on thus far in our coverage. How about Sam Sutherland there, the Dash Master?
Yep.
For sure, putting on a very impressive performance in the early rounds, sitting at 6-1 after 7. of course, the Part the Misfail World Premiere calling champion, sitting at 6-1 right now. How about world champion Michael Hamilton?
Yep,
6-0.
Right in the mix.
Always in the mix, it feels like, is Michael Hamilton. And then you just go through this list. Honestly, I could read every single one of these names. We have calling champion Ben Dodd. We have UK national champion Rob Catton. Aaron Shantz, no stranger to massive performances. Gregors Kowalski, kind of still waiting for that breakout performance, but has had huge success across multiple card games. These are just all-stars up and down this top 24. And it sounds like we're ready to create new all-stars, Craig. Our players are ready in the feature match area. Why don't we head on down and we see if Robert Piper can go ahead and start putting his name on the list of those impressive performers. Sitting at 7-0 thus far, Verdance is going to be the weapon of choice. Taking on Yuki Lee Bender, Aurora on her side. Only 2 lightning drafters. Yuki well set up to have a very, very powerful deck.
Sure, and we've been talking about how when you're playing Wizard, we like the zaps because it's so hard for the opponents to defend, and then a lot of opponents can't utilize that 4-card hand, but when you're running into the Lightning Heroes, they can generally get all the value out of those 4-card hands.
Oh, yeah. Yeah. Yuki is going to have a lot of gas, very few breaks, for sure. I feel like Yuki is just a player who doesn't go into drafts with any predilections. She just finds the lane every single time. Sure. We saw this famously at the last World Championships. I want to point out Yuki Lee Bender crushed the field at the last World Championships. Went into that top 8 as the #1 seed, met a buzzsaw in the form of Shing, and was ultimately toppled by the event's runner-up, but was in prime position all day long and really made her mark on that event with a 6-0 draft performance, drafting -IO twice in a format where players just kind of focused in on Teklevossen as the pick. Yuki found a new path, and I think she has shown just so much talent for doing so in limited metagames.
Yeah, we talked about how the skill set is kind of different from Constructed when you go into limited. The ability to feel out what people are doing around you, and Yuki just in the prime seat, right?
Much different equipment set this go around from our last matches, Craig. We saw only one equipment on both sides. This time, both players packing 3 sets of equipment. I want to call out that hold focus. I find that to be a critical piece over on Robert's side.
Absolutely.
Getting that amp when you really need it. Getting that surge.
Yeah. This is one of those premier pieces of equipment that we see held for just the right spot. It's usually a second cycle use.
Yuki already counting her blessings. Starting things off with an additional 3 life. You said it, Craig. Life gain, a huge part of this format. Especially on turn 0s.
Yeah. Yep.
And it looks like Robert doesn't have any life gain in kind. Robert's deck sort of looking like Kano.
Yeah, lots of burn here.
Ether Quickening. Going to be supported by the staff of Verdant Shoots, so there is potential for Surge here. An additional burn spell, 2 resources still floating. Yuki's got to worry about that a little bit.
Yeah, this is a really unique question to be asking on the first turn, right? Where you open with a blue burn spell, but you say, hey, I have resources floating and another card in my hand.
Love the potential answer here from Yuki. It is Trip the Light fantastic at the ready.
Oh, that card's so good at the right time.
Yep. Can absolutely steal a Surge from an opponent. Like a hand of Electromagnetic Somersault as well. How does Yuki want to sculpt this one? Sequencing, saving the right cards. Maybe even more important when playing Aurora in Limited than it is in CC.
Yeah, what a great open for Yuki. Being able to start with the life gain plus the arsenal and, just kind of sticking Robert with this generally more anemic hand.
Yuki is going to choose, however, to go ahead and just take the damage here.
This actually, never mind. I take it all back.
Yeah, faces down a Chorus of the Amphitheater as the follow-up.
It's kind of wild that if Yuki had chosen to prevent the 2 here, it's such a massive swing in this game.
Yeah. Hood of Second Thoughts committed here to the defense. That means 3 more damage comes through. Yuki going to fall down to 17. But the grip is stocked, Craig.
Yes.
Flittering Charge the start. Looks like a Sigil of Lightning in hand, ready to back that one up and offer some go again.
16.
Does pass here. Robert falls to 16. Here is the Sigil, though, in the link step. Granting go again.
Oh, that tricky link step.
Yeah, a bit of careful timing there from Yuki. Starfall, buffed by the presence of 2 lightning cards. 2 go again. Robert going to say no blocks here.
Yeah, Robert must really like his grip to just be taking all of this.
It's an interesting spot for an Earth Wizard. You expect them to commit more to the defense.
Yes.
But has a 4-card hand that Robert is feeling good about. Fry out of Arsenal here. 3 more damage on offer from Yuki.
Robert not really happy with the output coming from the other side of the table.
Yeah, now we're thinking about defenses for the first time. Robert going to pull a card forward. Trailblazing Ether committed to the defense.
Yeah, and with those
Still
resources floating,
rich, yeah,
you knew there was more coming behind this.
And it is the Trip the Light Fantastic, and you see now why Yuki saved that, able to use it to great effect here. 5 damage is the offer.
Yeah, I mean, we knew it wasn't going to be the embodiment of lightning being made because there's already the sigil on the board.
4, 2, 3, 5. Not bad in limited, Craig.
Yeah. This is what we say in the business is doing it.
14 offered on this 5-card hand. Also that Sigil of Lightning ready to go for the next go-around, so you can expect more pressure to follow.
And we see Robert really struggling with this one.
It's always tough when you're talked off your plans. It felt like Robert was set to go ahead and take a bunch of damage on this turn.
Yeah, it looked like he had decided somewhere in there. He's like, hey, if I take 6 this turn, I'm okay with it. If I take 8 this turn, maybe I'm okay with that. But the damage just kept piling up and piling up.
Yeah, was not okay with 14.
Yeah.
Which was the offer there from Yuki on that turn.
Well, and you're going to carry over this embodiment of lightning for the next turn, which is critical.
Nice spot to be in. Trailblazing Ether coming down. Just kind of vanilla. Arcane damage on offer.
When our father, I'm sure Robert wishes he could rewind that turn and get a little more value out of some of these cards by blocking with them.
Yuki is going to go ahead and use a Trip the Light Fantastic this time. 2 damage is prevented.
Sure, it's a little bit easier to use the blue one, right?
I would agree with you, Craig. Sigil of Lightning pops. Embodiment of Lightning comes into the arena. And that's going to bestow Go again on this Lightning Surge. It is just a blue Lightning Surge. It'll be coming in for 2. Maybe some less explosive fireworks this go around.
Yeah, I mean, this opens up the Starfall.
That is going to be the next step.
And the blue pitch means we've got the potential to carry another embodiment of lightning into the next turn.
Yeah, Aurora ability on offer for sure. We talked about satisfying turn cycles previously when we were covering some Viserai matches. I think Aurora offers the exact same thing. You use all your resources. You feel very smart. Everything comes together nicely. And you pass a lot of advantages turn to turn the same way Viserai does.
Yep.
It's funny how the rune blades can be so different and so similar at the same time.
And love this. We end up arsenaling the last card. And, you know, against the mono wizard deck, they often can't use all of the cards in their hand.
Yeah, the grip feels very, very full here. Meet and greet can potentially kick off this next turn with the help of that embodiment, should we want to. I think I see a Fry as well in Yuki's grip. So she's set up another turn.
Another aggressive turn.
Very well. And I don't think that Robert's going to be able to really offer damage to take her off any plan she wants to do. It feels like she is dictating the tempo of this match right now.
Robert is asking, these interesting questions each turn about that sanctuary, where he's saying, hey, I'm getting Surge right now. It means I'm going to be able to deploy a second burn spell. Is this the time you want to stop this?
Sure, they're interesting, Craig, but are they scary? Like, these numbers are not very high at this stage, especially with Yuki's life total as high as it is.
I mean, there's the potential here for the second spell to be one of the 4-point burn cards. And
then what, life totals are even? If I'm in Yuki's seat, I love that outcome. I am happy to accept
I agree
that.
with you. I'm still saying that it is an interesting question. And if you're in Yuki's seat, you do need to seriously consider, is this the point where I want to use the Sanctuary?
For sure. For sure. And Yuki will do the math, figure out the line. Always impressed by her deliberate play down in the feature match area.
I mean, even one yellow card here, you're not getting a ton of value out of the Sanctuary as far as damage prevention goes, but, hitting your opponent with the 2-point intellect penalty.
Yeah, it's really strong. Really strong. Yuki is debating. Gonna take a look at the graveyard, figure out what we're working with potentially on future turns.
And you don't know what that follow-up is. I mean, the follow-up has the potential to be a 3 for 7.
Very true.
I'm gonna go take 3 here.
And Yuki is going to take it. She debated. That was
Yeah.
a really hard
Yes.
decision for her, Craig. What's the punish going to be? You know something's coming. Yeah, just photon splicing. And that's about as good of an offer as Robert could have, and it's exactly what Yuki wanted to see here.
Yes, I agree that Yuki's very happy with the way that this shook out.
Has to be pleased with that decision on the last turn cycle. And I expect Yuki to offer lethal this go around. She's going to start asking some very challenging questions of Robert. Starts things off with Heaven's Claw. Really nice way to use that embodiment of lightning. I believe this is a red. I think this is coming in 4/5.
I think it's a blue. Oh, no.
It
it's
is
a
a
red.
red.
Look at you.
Yeah.
And this obviously opens up the Starfall.
There it is. Starfall follow-up coming in for 2. Already has go again.
And like you're saying, that this is a lot of damage. It adds up quick.
Meet and Greet is still out there in Yuki's hand. There is the Meet and Greet. Comes down and offers 5. Still 2 cards left for Yuki. That's got to be scary sitting in Robert's spot. You know that Lightning Press could be coming.
Have the good value out of the runaways here. Make the embodiment for the next turn.
Yep, a lot of uncertainty when you're pushed into those spots. And just once more, 3 on offer.
Yeah, but this game hasn't gone well for Robert, and he's still right in the mix, right?
I would agree.
He's executing his game plan. All of his damage is burned, which means every single turn you're asking Yuki, do you want to use that Sanctuary here? Once it's off the board, the coast is clear where you can really start to do unfair things. And it's up to Yuki to really keep the foot on the gas here.
I actually want to take a moment to call out Robert for what I believe is a very well-drafted deck. Robert almost mono burn spells.
Yep.
This deck excels against the Earth Heroes, and he found a pod with 5 Earth Heroes to go ahead and exploit, and has done so very successfully thus far. If one of those Earth Heroes can somehow manage to stop the Lightning Menace on the other side of the bracket, you can free roll this deck into an easy win, frankly. Now, though, Robert has to take on the hard matchup for this setup. Has to be able to overcome this Aurora. Can he find a way to do so to move on to 8-0 here on day 1 of the World Championships? Once again, embodiment of lightning to kick off the turn, and it allows for another 1 cost 5. And that cost profile is so perfect for everything Aurora wants to do from this spot.
Yeah, and when you see Yuki making that rune chant in order to kick things off here, it just sets off all sorts of alarm bells for me. Why this turn? What changed? Why is this so good here?
Great question. It is time to go ahead and use that Sanctuary. Thinking carefully on the defense of this trip. We expect Starfall to come next.
We're blocking with our red zaps, which is not where we want to be.
There is Starfall. Robert's life total creeping ever lower. Rune Rager Swarm.
Okay, and that kind of is probably the answer. Why did we make our Rune Chant token on this turn?
Just very clean go again already. 1 resource, 2 cards still left.
I'm a little surprised that we didn't see Robert pitch another blue card or to get a little more value out of this Sanctuary.
Says no blocks here on the Rune Rager Swarm. And that means it's time for Electrostatic Somersault. This powerful, powerful card. Going to go ahead and get a rebuy on this Rune Rager Swarm. And that means 3 go again one more time. Still 1 resource floating. Trailblazing Ether committed to the block. And Heaven's Claws. It is the yellow, but it gets the fist bump. And Yuki Lee Bender has 3-0'd another draft at the World Championships. In 3 drafts now, she is 9-0 in draft rounds.
That is wild. And I mean, this is Pod 2. These are some of the top players in the world. I don't know, Brian, we keep saying it. She found the right lane, drafted Lightning, had a lot of reds. We saw a lot of reds coming out of the deck, and just was able to go wide every single turn.
These are the weekends where you build your reputation as a player, and we've talked a lot about Yuki certainly being among the best players in the world. You know, James White called her out as maybe the most underrated player. I've said similar things myself. I think Yuki is absolutely incredible. But how about we start talking about best limited players in the world? With a 9-0 run across the last 3 drafts at Worlds, you certainly have to consider the possibility that Yuki's just on another level.
Really impressive.
Yeah, I would say another name that comes to mind is Darren Ying, a 2-time limited calling champion. But you're starting to see the difference in these modes of play, where we know who our CC masters. Certainly the first 5 years of Flesh and Blood, it feels like a lot of the history was written in CC.
Yes.
But we're starting to make those limited stories now, too.
Yeah, absolutely.
Why don't we hear from Yuki herself as she describes her win in that last round?
What's up, everyone? Welcome into the interview room. I am joined by one of the greatest minds in our game, a damn near limited master, Yuki Lee Bender, the 3-0 of our featured draft pod. How we feeling?
Feeling great, yeah. Can't complain. Really good start to the day.
Feel like it's good, dude. What do you want me to say?
Yeah, you know, about as good as I could hope for Worlds. So, yeah, I'm thrilled to be doing so well, and was not the most confident coming into this event, especially in CC, but feeling pretty good about it now that the games are going. Yeah.
We'll talk about CC in a second, but talk to me about your deck. Talk to me about the draft, you know, literally drafting the deck, but then going 3-0 in a pod full of killers. Like, talk to me about how it went.
Yeah, so I opened Cut Through the Facade, Pack 1, Pick 1, which is just a nice generic, and sort of went a little bit between a few different lanes. Earth was pretty clearly cut, and I was sort of dabbling in a few Wizard cards. Wizard also seemed contested, and I got a 5th pick red Electrostatic Discharge, or Somersault, Electromagnetic Somersault, that one. Which is like a huge signal, and I pretty much just like started drafting towards Aurora. It paired really nicely with the Cut Through the Facade that I had, and then I picked up a blue Somersault and a couple other big attacks and some nice Aurora starters, and the deck just really came together. And then Pack 2, I got rewarded pretty nicely. Pack 2 and 3 both went very well for me, and then I opened Gone in a Flash in Pack 3 to top things off. So yeah, I mean,
it's easy.
It's like probably the sweetest Aurora deck I've ever drafted, to be honest. I'd take the same one tomorrow if I could.
If you were allowed.
Yeah, just bring it back. Just skip the draft. Just have the same one.
No, this one's good. I'll actually keep this one. A little anecdote. Our own Brian Gottlieb was getting word from a mutual friend, I think Roger Bodie, having trouble with limited in the set, and Brian said he just went, just go talk to Yuki. You know, just get some advice. And then Roger went and won a draft PQ. So clearly, you know, you are one of the brighter minds in our limited game. So great to see you do so well. Great to see you continue to kick butt. Now, let's talk a little bit about CC, right? You know, we've been chatting a bit before the event. I know you've been going back and forth between a number of different heroes. Ended up on Dash.io. Talk to me about how the pick is feeling. We saw your badass win on stream. Final card in deck, the one of maximum velocity. Pretty sweet. How's it feeling? How you feeling moving into tomorrow after the draft rounds? Got a lot more CC to come.
Yeah, I'm feeling pretty good. I wasn't sure about Dash.io, mostly because of some of the fatigue matchups, like the new that I played into. Pablo, a very good player, and was very intimidated by that. Yeah, he's not bad at Flush and Blood.
Yeah,
Like,
it was cool. We had 2 calling winners on the same match.
He's like kind of above average, I'd say. No, but Pablo, absolutely amazing player. I was pretty nervous about that one. Enigma was also a little scary if they're really defensive. So I was sort of waffling, thinking about Enigma, but I just didn't feel comfortable in Enigma. And Dash.io was the deck that I think I put the most reps into. And as long as I keep playing into the aggro decks, I feel really, really good. And honestly, the fatigue matchups are okay too. They're hard, they feel kind of grueling, and maybe a little unfavored, but it's not bad. I have some plans for it. So I think that once I actually got into the games, I was feeling really good about my choice.
Dope. Well, clearly it's all working so far, so congratulations on the 3-0 of the pod. Wish you all the best luck tomorrow. I know you got a bunch of fans out there. I'm one of them, so I'm happy for you. Keep kicking butt, and we'll be checking in with you tomorrow.
Thank you. Thanks for having me.
Another 3-0 draft performance from Yuki Lee Bender, and that has catapulted her to a 7-1 record here at Worlds. Why don't we go ahead and check in with our standings? We will get you up to speed with where things lie at the end of day 1. And the headliner, it is Noah Bagelman, 8-0. And I have to give a shout out to our producer because he will literally scream in my ear if I do not. Ethan Van Sant, when a question was posed by LSS developer Carol about who is going to actually perform at Worlds,
Yep.
Ethan called out Noah Bagelman as the person who's going to have an absolute breakout performance.
Sure.
Sitting at 8-0 right now. Pretty good call.
Yeah, Noah went into the lab with Yuanji, and the two of them came out with this unique Viserai deck, and the team has been putting in the work, and we see it in Limited, we see it in Constructed, and we try not to play favorites too often, but he's one of the runaways, and I'm just so ecstatic to see him here at the top of the standings.
I happily play favorites.
Speaking
Greg.
of Yuanji, also sitting at 7-1, 5-0 with that same Viserai deck. Those Viserais on a tear right now. The 3 undefeated Viserais did very well in their limited rounds, and if you're a fan of the big purple guy, you have to be loving seeing that kind of performance. Moving on from the Viserais, we have Isaac Katsakis sitting at 7-1 as well, joined by 3 other 7-1 Auroras. It is Bogdan Andre Oros, Rob Catton, and Mercy Bickle all sitting at 7-1 on Aurora right now. Then we get into the Dash.io section of things, and you do see multiple Dash.ios doing well, including 2 massive names. We saw Robert Piper, unfortunately, take a loss there to miss 8-0 on day 1, but also joined on Dash.io by Alan Lau and Yuki Lee Bender sitting at 7-1 themselves.
Yeah, and we heard during the interview, Yuki was saying, I want to keep playing against the other aggressive decks. I will just absolutely outrace them. And we see towards the top of this standings, almost all aggressive decks.
I'll tell you what she may not want to play against, though. An army of news. And in fact, now sitting at 7 points, we do have an army of news. We have 4 news at 7 points. So it is both Aurora and New with the most 7-point representatives. And again, talking about a murderer's row, how about Shing Tsang? How about OO? And Michael Hamilton all represented amongst those news, as well as Ian Sikowitz sitting at 7-1.
No thanks, Brian. I don't want anything to do with it.
Sounds like a very, very tough matchup for those Dash.ios, but they've been successful thus far. Then we get to a couple of oddballs amongst this 7-1 mix. We have Maximilian Klein trying to, for the 3rd time, stamp a top 8 premier finish onto his resume. I believe in the dude. That guy's an absolute killer. Doing it on Florian this go-around, and Max was a huge proponent of Florian right out the gate.
Yeah, I mean, we've talked about it a lot. Just Florian is this super strong mid-range deck where you get a lot of value out of all of your cards. You want to play a 2-card hand? Great, you're going to do some really powerful things. The deck blocks well. You can put a lot of D-reacts into the deck. So I love it, but we haven't seen Florian performing that well in this event.
Yeah, thus far, but Maximilian Klein can change the whole narrative if he's able to go ahead and run the tables for this tournament. And finally, we get to our last 7-1 performer. It is Gregors Kowalski, Enigma. Despite being the most represented hero in this field, having some struggles thus far, but Gregors not sharing in those struggles. 3-0 performance in Limited combined with a 4-1 performance in Constructed. Do you think he has what it takes to finish down the stretch with this Enigma deck?
It's going to be interesting to see because so many of these Enigma decks have been struggling into the field. So, we'll able to see if he's able to rewrite that narrative and make the top 8.
We will absolutely do that tomorrow. We're going to kick things off with 3 rounds of Limited, of course. One more Limited run. We'll expect basically the same setup as we head into those Limited rounds.
Yep.
Are the Earth Heroes going to be able to find appropriate Decomposed cards? Are there going to be these all-damage Arcane decks that they can fire at the Rune Blades who are trying to set up for these longer games?
Yeah, the question is, how balanced will the draft pool be? Are the players all going to gravitate towards one class, towards one talent? Is it going to give that opportunity for the Auroras or the Acilios to show up and really have a premium deck? And that's what I want to see.
There's a really interesting wrinkle once we get to day 2, is that now some of these players will have drafted with each other before.
Yep.
And are you starting to think about predilections at that point? Are you saying this person drafted this time, I'm putting them on it? Or do you have to just play with a blank slate and take the packs as they're presented to you?
No, I think it is both of these things, right? You have to use all of the knowledge around you to make your decisions. So you can't just say, oh, I'm going to be wide open. You might say, hey, the person who's passed to me yesterday, and they drafted Earth. Initially, my first couple of picks, maybe I stay away from Earth. And then if there is that signal, if it is open, then I move that direction. But maybe that's the little bit of advantage that I need, knowing that I passed up Earth and I got the early jump on Lightning, and then I'm cutting that from the people to my left, and it all works out that way.
Yeah, you have to use every single piece of information available to you. Every intuition, every little leak that your opponent might put out there, you have to be contemplating it and using it to inform your decisions. And these, among the best drafters in the world, will certainly be doing that when we go to the draft tables tomorrow. Then we're going to head to Constructed rounds. 4 rounds of CC going down the stretch. And, man, these are the days I live for, Craig. Those last few Constructed rounds where the pressure is so massive. Obviously, it gets outshined by the end of the weekend by Top 8 Sunday. But those elimination rounds are something special.
We talked about seeing the nerves out of the players. And there's a lot on the line right now. You're in the top draft pod. You're playing for Undefeated in day 1. But like you're saying, when you're staring at top 8, you're just a few rounds away. That's when it's all on your shoulders. You feel it weighing down on you. You're playing for that big finish.
Unquestionably, we'll be making new superstars of the game, perhaps old superstars showing that they still have what it takes to dominate. Perhaps there'll be some revenge for folks like Shing, folks like Max Klein, who have been so close in the past and haven't been able to finish. Are they finally going to be able to get their redemption arc? There's no question, though, this path is going to have to go through Noah Bagelman, who is leading the field right now. Why don't we hear from the man himself, and then I'll be back to join you first thing tomorrow morning. You are not going to want to miss it.
Welcome back, everyone, to the World Championships in Osaka. I am joined by our only undefeated player at the end of day 1, Noah Bagelman from the US of Team Runaways. So we didn't manage to catch you on stream all day today, which clearly was a mistake. So we'll fix that tomorrow and we'll get you on. Let's start with CC. What hero are you playing?
So I'm playing Viserai.
Okay, so why'd you pick Viserai?
There was a bit of turmoil in our team, as you mentioned. Kind of Yuanji, Lee, and I are on an island. He's won calling with Viserai, so I kind of just listened to his opinion. And we've been cooking a list over the past 2 months that I feel is pretty good into almost every matchup. There's not really a hero where I'm like, oh no, I'm really spooked to play against them. And I think that's pretty good in this kind of diverse meta.
So I believe most of Runaways is on Zen, correct? Yeah. Is that not a matchup you're afraid of because of the Zen state?
So I think there's a strategy to defeating Zen where you kind of build up a lot of rune chants early on. And if they don't have exactly double chi to transcend, they can't really block their hat and chest in enough time to where they're already taking a bunch of rune chants early. And also, if they're presenting Arcane Barrier in the form of the Shoes or Arcane Lantern, then they're essentially sacrificing their offensive potential, giving me more time to build up a rune chant stack.
Got it. Do you have any other spicy tech for the matchup? Or any Condemned to Slaughters by any chance?
So we tried that. This is a moment for Yuanji to get a shout out of convincing me not to play the card. It almost never lines up. It's only really good if you specifically creepers it out after they make the Zen state. Like I mentioned, they're not making it until after your first attack usually. And cards costing 1 is just way too much for any Viserai to handle. I want all my cards to cost 0.
You're on the more cheerous
Yeah,
Viserai
yeah.
list then. So moving on to draft then, what did you go for the draft this time?
So I kind of went Florian relatively early. My pack one pick one was a red Fertile Ground, kind of hedging for Earth. Then I think I picked a blue Autumn's Touch. And then there was just some really good Runeblade cards opening up, and I like playing Viserai, so I kind of made my deck in Runeblade style with popping Sigil of Deadwood, Cussings, Dirges. I really like that style of Florian to draft.
Right, so you played 8 rounds of Viserai, is what I'm hearing.
Yeah.
You really love that mono Runeblade life. Yeah.
Yep.
Cool, sounds good. Sounds like that really worked for you. What were your matchups like in the draft?
In the draft, our pod was pretty strange.
Yep.
We actually had 4 Florians, 3 Acilios, 1 Verdance, no Auroras. So I played against 2 Acilios and a Florian. The Acilios are kind of spooky, but both times that pack one, pick one, red Fertile Ground saved me.
All right, very nice. So now, end of day 1, you are the only undefeated player. How do you feel?
I mean, it's kind of surreal. Ethan put out the tweet before saying that I was, his pick to win, and I didn't really believe him until now, but there's still a lot of, room tomorrow. I still have to keep playing well in order to get there, so hopefully I can do it.
Well, we're all rooting for you here. And that was Noah Bigelman, everyone. At the end, the only undefeated end of day 1 World Championships in Osaka. We will see you tomorrow.
宝石みたいに光ってる流れ星を見上げていたあの夜もで